There's someone with a death wish pursuing us, Mal Yang replied. Leave them to me, master, Yang Deer said in a respectful manner. The pursuer is quite powerful, you may not be able to defeat them easily, Mal Yang replied with a shake of his head. Yang Deer faltered slightly upon hearing this before a thought suddenly occurred to it. They're that powerful. Could it be the most powerful being of the armored boar race? What a coincidence. Oh. You know who our pursuer is? Mal Yang asked as an intrigued look appeared in his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, the pursuer should be the #1 Grand Elder of the armored boar race. Apparently, his powers aren't inferior to those of us true spirits, and he ranks among the top 5 most powerful beings of the entire spirit realm, Yang Deer replied. Top 5, eh? No wonder he dares to pursue us all on his own. In that case, I'll refine his soul into the main spirit of my myriad spirit blood seal, Mal Yang chuckled coldly. Immediately thereafter, he swept a sleeve through the air to release a small crimson seal, which vanished into thin air as a ball of crimson light. Yang Deer's expression changed slightly at the sight of the seal. Back when it had faced Mal Yang in battle with the other 2 true spirits, it had witnessed the power of this treasure firsthand. Even the 3 true spirits combined hadn't been able to contend with this seal, which was why they had been forced to activate the chains of laws as a last resort. All of a sudden, a loud thunderclap rang out, and a flying bone carriage appeared in the distance amid countless arcs of silver lightning. The carriage then drew to a halt just over 1,000 feet away from Mal Yang and Yang Deer. At the front of the carriage stood a thin elderly man from the armored boar race. The man had a head of long gray hair and a pair of green eyes, and there were around a dozen bone rings of different sizes around his arms. There were also 2 murky gray flags on his shoulders, each of which was several feet tall with countless ghostly shadows on their surfaces, and they were releasing bursts of ghostly howls. You're a true spirit, the elderly man exclaimed as soon as his gaze settled on Yang Deer. Yang Deer was quite taken aback to hear this, but it remained expression as it replied, Oh? I'm surprised you managed to recognize me right away. Why has a true spirit like you slain so many juniors of our race and destroyed our intercontinental teleportation formation? The elderly man asked. Those juniors dared to oppose my master, so they had to die to atone for their actions, Yang Deer replied in a nonchalant manner. Your master? The elderly man was astonished to hear this, and he immediately directed his gaze toward Mal Yang. All of a sudden, he recalled a piece of news that he had recently received, and his heart immediately jolted violently. However, his expression remained unchanged, and he put on a calm smile as he replied, I see, so it was those juniors who overstepped their boundaries first. In that case, I apologize in their stead. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave now. As soon as his voice trailed off, the elderly man flew back on his bone carriage amid a flash of countless arcs of lightning. Hee, you're not going anywhere. A cold smile appeared on Yang Deer's face as it took a step forward while making a grabbing motion, and the giant black axe reappeared in its grasp before being swung viciously through the air. A black blade projection erupted out of the axe, transforming into a black wave that swept directly toward the bone carriage. The elderly man's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and one of the bone rings around his arms immediately sprang forth before swelling to around an acre in size. Countless gray runes then appeared on its surface, and it crashed directly toward the gray blade projection. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the black blade projection was vanquished, while the bone ring reverted back to its original size and was sent flying back. However, the bone carriage wasn't slowed down in the slightest, and in the blink of an eye, it was over 10,000 feet away. Just as the elderly man heaved an internal sigh of relief and was about to focus on getting away, a mountainous crimson seal projection suddenly appeared out of thin air amid a rumbling boom before slowly descending from above. The seal appeared to be moving extremely slowly, but it instantly appeared above the bone carriage, then released a burst of law fluctuations that locked the carriage into place. The elderly man's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he hurriedly released the 2 flags on his shoulders, which swelled to over 100 feet in length in a flash, then released hundreds of malicious ghosts, all of which were at the body integration stage and were releasing fearsome baleful chi. At the same time, the dozen or so bone rings around the elderly man's arms also shot forth, and all of them displayed different powers as they hurtled directly toward the giant seal projection. A string of resounding booms rang out, and the bone rings struck the seal projection one after another before instantly shattering. As for the hundreds of malicious ghosts, all of them were destroyed after being swept up by the law fluctuations being released by the projection. All the while, the giant seal projection was still descending from above. The elderly man's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he immediately made a hand seal before injecting his magic power into the flying carriage beneath him in a frenzy. Arcs of silver lightning flashed erratically over the surface of the bone carriage, and it transformed into a 5-clawed bone dragon that let loose a thunderous roar before attempting to teleport away. Ma Liang gave a cold harumph upon seeing this, then pointed a finger at the giant crimson seal projection from afar. The projection immediately shuddered as a series of crimson runes appeared on its surface before vanishing in a flash. At the same time, a string of dull thumps rang out around the bone dragon, and countless crimson tentacles shot out of thin air before binding onto the bone dragon like restrictive chains. The dragon struggled with all its might as lightning flashed all around it, but it was unable to escape from these tentacles. The elderly man's heart sank slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately opened his mouth to expel several mouthfuls of blood essence, which drifted onto the bone dragon's body as clouds of blood mist. The bone dragon's body immediately swelled drastically in size amid a thunderous roar, instantly reaching over 10,000 feet in length, attempting to break free from the crimson tentacles with its sheer size. However, the tentacles around the bone dragon's body also grew alongside it and refused to let go. Finally, it transformed into a river of blood that completely trapped the bone dragon, and the elderly man's heart sank even further upon seeing this. He swept his spiritual sense up toward the giant seal, and a hint of fear surfaced in his eyes as he detected the enormous power of laws imbued within the seal. It looks like I have no choice but to stay. In that case, let me witness the power of your immortal secret techniques. The elderly man gritted his teeth as he laid a hand onto the top of his own head, and his nascent soul immediately emerged. In contrast with the elderly man himself, the nascent soul was wearing a suit of shimmering golden armor with a crimson spear in one hand, and a white bone bell in the other. On top of that, it had a sinister ghostly face on the back of its head. As soon as the nascent soul emerged, it immediately summoned around a dozen identical projections. The projections raised their crimson spears in unison, releasing around a dozen streams of crimson flames that surged forth before converging to form a massive fiery python with a dozen heads. The heads all let loose a menacing hissing sound before the python pounced toward the giant seal projection, and at the same time, the small bone bells were also tossed forward before instantly swelling to around 10 feet in size, then began to release strings of crisp chimes. Interesting. It seems that the He Lian Trade Guild on the Tianyuan continent is seizing the initiative and recruiting a large number of powerful beings to target me. I recall that one of the powerful beings I killed on the Blood Sky continent was also from that trade guild. Looks like it's about time I paid the guild a visit and razed it to the ground. Ma Liang chuckled coldly as he released the lifeless body of the elderly man, which plummeted straight out of the heavens. Overall, the He Lian Trade Guild is no less powerful than the Jiaoqi race. You have to proceed with caution, Master, Yang Deer said in a respectful manner. After witnessing Ma Liang slaying someone no less powerful than itself with ease, any thoughts of betrayal that Yang Deer harbored had been completely erased. The more powerful this guild is, the greater the intimidatory effect on everyone else will be when I destroy it. Even though I'm not afraid of the alliance they're forming, I don't want it to delay the completion of my mission. However, prior to that, I have to use the secret technique to examine whether my target is actually on this continent, Ma Liang said in an unhurried manner. Go ahead, master, I'll keep a lookout, young deer immediately offered. Alright, then I'll find a place somewhere up ahead to perform the secret technique, Ma Liang said. Thus, the two of them flew on directly toward the giant mountain range up ahead. Several hours later, Ma Liang was seated with his eyes closed on the peak of a massive mountain, while a black and white crystal ball was hovering before him, revolving incessantly in mid-air with a crimson ghostly face within it. Ma Liang pointed a finger at the crystal ball, and the ghostly face immediately turned toward a certain direction before opening its mouth to release a ball of crimson light, which vanished into Ma Liang's glabella in a flash. So those two really did escape to this continent. That direction seems to be where the Helian Trade Guild is situated. Could it be that they've sought refuge there? Ma Liang opened his eyes as a hint of surprise appeared on his face. The Trade Guild is plotting against you, so there's a chance that it could be providing protection to those two, young deer speculated. That's good news. I'll be able to take care of all of them at once now. Ma Liang chuckled coldly before opening his mouth to swallow the crystal ball as a stream of black and white qi. Immediately thereafter, he laid a hand onto the top of his own head, and a five-colored nascent soul emerged amid a flash of golden light. The nascent soul was completely identical to Ma Liang, except its body had a translucent and glazed appearance. The nascent soul reached out with one hand, and a golden talisman immediately flew out of its body. The nascent soul then made a hand seal before flicking a string of incantation seals toward the talisman, following which a gray projection emerged from it. The projection depicted a handsome young man, but his eyes were completely vacant, and he was hovering still in mid-air with a black and white band of light and a talisman binding his body. The nascent soul switched to a different hand seal, and the five-colored light glowing from its body surged violently. At the same time, the projection of the handsome young man blurred slightly, and it suddenly flew toward a certain direction, but it only managed to travel just over 1,000 feet before it was viciously wrenched back by the black and white band of light. An ecstatic look appeared on the nascent soul's face upon seeing this. I've finally found my target. It looks like I'll be able to return to the true immortal realm soon. Immediately thereafter, the nascent soul vanished on the spot alongside the golden talisman and the projection of the young man, following which Ma Liang opened his eyes with a hint of excitement on his face. He hadn't been expecting to track down his target so easily. Young deer hurriedly put on a fawning smile, and said, "Congratulations on finding your target, master. Are we still going to the Helian Trade Guild first?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Ma Liang replied, "I already know the rough location of my target, so I won't have to worry about him getting away. As such, we'll take care of the Helian Trade Guild first. It won't take long anyway, and my myriad spirit blood seal requires a few more grand blood sacrifices for its refinement to be complete." Young deer naturally didn't raise any objections, and thus, the two of them set off toward a certain direction. Right as Ma Liang was using the golden talisman to detect his target, the golden spirit rune on an unconscious young man's face suddenly flashed once. The young man was bound by a series of rune chains and was trapped beneath a massive ice mountain within a restricted area of the spirit race's territory. Along with the flash of the spirit rune came a flutter of his eyelids, and a white-robed nascent soul immediately appeared before the young man within the ice mountain. The nascent soul inspected its surroundings with a tense expression, then directed its gaze toward the young man's face. A long while later, the nascent soul still hadn't discovered anything amiss, but instead of relieved, it only became more anxious as it made a hand seal before issuing a voice transmission. Shortly thereafter, a streak of white light shot forth from the distance, and the spirit monarch arrived in front of the ice mountain. "What's going on? Why did you summon me?" the spirit monarch asked with a serious expression. "Something seems to have happened just now," but I didn't discover anything after examining the restrictions in here. Have you noticed anything on your end? The nascent soul asked. Not at all. I've been standing on guard at the entrance this entire time, so I would have definitely noticed if something were amiss, the spirit monarch replied in a surprised manner. In that case, what was that slight disturbance just now? He's clearly been completely sealed by me, and even his spiritual sense is completely immobilized, the nascent soul said with tightly furrowed brows. That is indeed quite strange, the spirit monarch mused. Have any major events taken place in the outside world recently? The nascent soul suddenly asked. Not that I can think of. Ever since the devilish beings retreated, everything has been normal aside from the fact that the human race is experiencing a resurgence, the spirit monarch replied with a stroke of his beard. The spirit monarch was quite powerful, but he kept an extremely low profile in the spirit realm, so the Helien Trade Guild hadn't invited him to join their alliance. As such, he was naturally completely oblivious to the presence of the true immortal in the spirit realm. I may have been overly sensitive then. I'll examine the restrictions again, and if I still don't find anything, then it should just be a coincidence, the nascent soul said as its expression eased slightly. All right, but as a safety precaution, I'll double the number of guards, the spirit monarch said. The nascent soul nodded in response before making a hand seal, upon which its body disintegrated into specks of white light within the ice mountain. As for the spirit monarch, he remained on the spot for a while longer with a contemplative expression, but in the end, he could only shake his head and depart as a streak of white light. What? That true immortal is suspected to have arrived on the Tianyuan continent and is only half a month away from reaching our trade guild. Ming Zun's expression changed drastically upon hearing the report delivered by an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. Not only that, but the number 1 Grand Elder of the Armored Boar race was also killed by him. After verifying this piece of news and the culprit's appearance, we were able to ascertain that it was the true immortal, the middle-aged man replied. Ming Zun sprang out of his chair and interrogated, the territory of the Armored Boar race is quite far away from our trade guild. Why is it that you only received this news now? This true immortal is traveling extremely quickly. If it weren't for the fact that he was identified by a member of our trade guild as he was using a certain teleportation formation, we'd most likely still be oblivious to the fact that he's on the Tianyuan continent, the man replied with a wry smile. Has it already been verified that he's heading for our trade guild? Ming Zun asked. There are no other major powers aside from our guild along the path that he's traveling, so there shouldn't be any mistake. Could it be that he's already learned about our plan to forge an alliance to target him? The man speculated. That does appear to be the case, and this information was most likely leaked by that Grand Elder of the Armored Boar race. I once extended an invitation to him, and seeing as he was killed by that true immortal, his soul must have been searched. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain this, Ming Zun said with tightly furrowed brows. What do we do now? Half a month definitely isn't enough to gather all of the powerful beings we recruited. Who would have thought that he would come straight for our trade guild? The man said in a panicked manner. Calm down. The only thing we can do now is split up our trade guild for now in order to buy some time for the powerful beings we've recruited, Ming Zun said. The middle-aged man faltered slightly upon hearing this, while Ming Zun continued, in contrast with other major sects or races, our trade guild doesn't have a massive population, nor a set territory. All we have to do is scatter our members for now, and that true immortal won't be able to do anything, Ming Zun said in a calm manner. That's a great idea. I'll begin preparing for mass evacuation right away, the man said as an elated look appeared on his face. Hold on, aside from preparing for evacuation, contact the powerful beings we've recruited and gather them to skies beyond at Baleful Cry Point. The baleful chi there is extremely abundant, so it's perfect for summoning the ancient true spirits worshipped by our trade guild, Ming Zun said in a confident manner. That would naturally be the best place to battle the true immortal, but will he be willing to go there? The middle-aged man asked in a hesitant voice. That's where the six-winged frost centipede and the ice phoenix come in, Ming Zun said with a cold smile. I see. An enlightened look appeared on the middle-aged man's face upon hearing this, and he extended a respectful bow before departing from the hall. Following the man's departure, Ming Zun sat back down on his chair as a contemplative look appeared on his face. In the Azure Origin Palace, Hanli was seated on a futon with a ball of purplish golden lightning hovering above his hand. The ball of lightning was only around the size of a human fist, but it was completely silent, presenting a very peculiar scene to behold. After appraising the ball of lightning for a short while, Hanli suddenly hurled it through the air with a flick of his wrist, and it flew several tens of feet forward before exploding. Bolts of purplish golden lightning erupted forth in all directions, and a gray hole appeared in the air. Even though the hole was only around the size of an egg, faint spatial fluctuations were emanating from it, and an elated look appeared on Han Li's face as he murmured to himself, as expected, it's able to directly tear through space. This refined divine devil-bane lightning is far more powerful than I expected. Right at this moment, a faint buzzing sound rang out within his sleeve, and Han Li faltered slightly before sweeping his sleeve through the air to release an azure talisman amid a flash of spiritual light. As soon as it appeared, the talisman began to release a series of azure characters that quickly converged to form a message. Han Li only took a brief look at the message before his expression changed slightly. As expected, that true immortal has arrived on the Tian Yuan continent. In that case, I have no choice but to take action. It would be best if we could seal him or force him out of the spirit realm without the human race being harmed in the process. With that in mind, Han Li immediately pointed a finger at the azure message, then quickly swiped his finger through the air a few times. The message immediately blurred before transforming into another message, which quickly vanished into the azure talisman. After that, Han Li stowed the talisman away before rising to his feet and departing from the secret chamber. Around an hour later, Han Li was sitting on the main seat in the hall of the Azure Origin Palace, issuing a series of instructions to everyone. Nan Gongwan was seated beside him with a calm expression, but there was clearly a hint of concern in her eyes. As for Hai Yuetian, Lan Yaoer, and his other disciples, they were standing on his other side in a respectful manner. Even Silvermoon, who was in seclusion prior to this, was present and sitting beside Nan Gongwan. This trip is going to be a perilous one, but I'm fairly confident in my ability to keep myself safe. However, prior to my departure, there are some things that I have to make clear. During my absence, Wanu will be managing the palace with the assistance of Yuetian and my other disciples. Silvermoon, you're currently at a critical juncture in your cultivation, so focus on that for now. If something were to happen to me, then activate this talisman. I left some instructions in the talisman, and all you have to do is do as it says, Han Li said as he flipped a hand over to summon a purplish golden talisman with arcs of lightning surging over its surface. The talisman was then hurled through the air, and it transformed into a bolt of purplish golden lightning that hurtled directly toward a pillar in the hall. A resounding boom rang out as the bolt of lightning transformed into a huge purplish golden rune that embedded itself several inches deep into the pillar. The edges of the indentation were very clean and sharp, as if the rune had been engraved on the pillar all along. Hai Yuetian and the other disciples naturally had no objections, and Nan Gongwan and Silvermoon also exchanged a glance before nodding in agreement. The next morning, Han Li departed from the Origin Integration Island alone and headed toward Deep Heaven City. Similar scenes were also taking place in some other races on the Tian Yuan continent. The Grand Ascension stage beings that were viewed as the pillars of those races had also been contacted by the He Lian Trade Guild, and after some contemplation, most of them decided to travel to skies beyond as invited. There were even some Grand Ascension stage beings who were very confident in their own abilities and were embarking on this trip with excitement in their hearts. After all, the opportunity to slay an immortal didn't come around every day. If they were lucky, perhaps this would be a massive opportunity for them. Around half a month later, two humanoid figures were hovering in mid-air within the underground world of the Helian Trade Guild headquarters. Among the duo was a black-robed young man, and he was appraising the completely deserted surroundings with a dark expression. He had already inspected this entire underground area several times using his enormous spiritual sense, and not a single living being could be found. It was as if they had all disappeared from the face of this realm. Even the restrictions and formations here had been disassembled, leaving not even a single spirit stone behind. Master, it looks like the Helian Trade Guild must have been tipped off in advance and evacuated, Young Deer said in a respectful manner. It was quite surprised that the vastly renowned Helian Trade Guild had retreated without even putting up a fight. I have to commend them on making a smart decision to run away from me. So be it, I'll track down those two insects first then. With my soul mark planted in their bodies, there's no way they'll ever be able to truly escape from me. Once I hunt them down, perhaps we'll even be greeted with a pleasant surprise, Mal Yang harumphed coldly. An enlightened look appeared on Young Deer's face upon hearing this. You don't mean. That's right. Last time, those people used those two as a lure, and that obviously didn't end well for them, but it seems like someone else is trying to repeat this ploy, Mal Yang said as a cold look flashed through his eyes. After a brief pause, he continued, let's go. Those two aren't particularly impressive when it comes to their cultivation, but they possess a special movement technique that makes it rather troublesome to hunt them down. Having said that, they should be on the verge of running out of energy. Even with spirit pills at their disposal, they won't be able to recover much in a short time. This time, I'm going to make sure they don't get away. Immediately thereafter, he made a hand seal, and a rainbow cloud appeared beneath his feet before carrying him up into the air. Young Deer hurriedly followed along as a streak of light. Meanwhile, the six-winged frost centipede and the ice phoenix were situated in a branch of the Helian Trade Guild countless kilometers away, listening carefully to what Ming Zun was currently telling them. With this divine wind boat and these talismans, there's no way that true immortal will be able to catch up to you in a short time. Our trade guild's request is very simple. Lead the true immortal on a wild goose chase, then lead him to skies beyond a baleful cry point, and you'll have made a significant contribution to our cause, Ming Zun said with a serious expression. I don't care about your cause, just don't forget what you promised me, the six-winged frost centipede replied in a cold voice. After hearing about the treasures described by Ming Zun, he was confident that he would be able to succeed in this task. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so compliant. Rest assured, I'll speak to fellow Daoist Han to ensure that he doesn't target you within the next 1,000 years. I'm sure fellow Daoist Han would be willing to do me that favor. As for the items requested by fellow Daoist Ice Phoenix, I'm afraid we don't have all of them at the moment, but we'll do our best to gather everything after the event, Ming Zun said with a smile. Just do your best, Senior, the Ice Phoenix replied with a wry smile. If that's all you have to say, then we'll be setting off now. With that true immortal speed, it'll most likely only take him a day or two to find this place, the six-winged frost centipede said. Go ahead, fellow Daoists, this branch will also be evacuated following your departure, Ming Zun replied with a nod. Thus, around an hour later, an azure flying boat emerged outside the branch amid a dull thump, then flew away as a streak of azure light. Shortly thereafter, around 100 more streaks of light shot out of the branch before splitting up into several groups and flying away in different directions. 2 days later, a rainbow cloud appeared above the branch, and after a short pause, a cold harumph rang out from within the cloud, following which a thick pillar of lightning crashed down from above, instantly incinerating the entire branch into ashes. After that, the cloud quickly departed. Close to a month later, an event that shook the entire continent took place. The thin reed race was renowned as the race that was most adept in illusion techniques on the entire Tianyuan continent. Recently, the population of over 10 million thin reed beings in the race's main city had been wiped out in a blood sacrifice. The two Grand Ascension stage elders guarding the city were tipped off in advance and immediately fled, thus making them the only two survivors. As a result, the nightmare of the bloodthirsty true immortal officially descended upon the Tianyuan continent. Many of the races near the thin reed race were horrified by this news, and they all sent out people to verify its authenticity. Meanwhile, close to 20 of the most powerful beings on the Tianyuan continent had arrived at Baleful Cry Point one after another. So this is Baleful Cry Point. The density of baleful Yin Qi is here truly astounding, Hanli murmured to himself as he looked on at the boundless blackish-green landscape up ahead. Even with his vast wealth of experience, such dense baleful Yin Qi still came as quite a surprise to him. The baleful Yin Qi here was virtually visible to the naked eye, and it would be enough to drive the average cultivator insane. Baleful Cry Point was a vastly renowned restricted area in this region, and just as Hanli was about to fly on ahead, his expression suddenly changed slightly as he cast his gaze toward another direction. Moments later, a burst of rumbling rang out in that direction, and it was steadily becoming louder, as if there were some type of gigantic creature approaching from afar. Hanli's expression remained unchanged, and he stood still on the spot as he continued to look on into the distance. The soil on the horizon suddenly began to churn and bulge, as if there were some type of giant creature rapidly approaching Hanli from underground. Hanli's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, but before he had a chance to do anything, a silver giant that was several hundred feet tall emerged from the soil. The giant had a head of long green hair, and his upper body was completely bare, while an azure leather kilt covered his lower body. His bulging muscles were of a shimmering silver color, as if they were constructed from silver, and with just a single stride, the giant covered a distance of thousands of feet, causing the nearby ground to tremor violently. A hint of surprise flashed through Hanli's eyes at the sight of the silver giant, and right at this moment, the giant sprang up into the air, then let loose a low roar before thrusting his palm viciously toward the ground down below. Two earth-shattering booms rang out as the earth within a radius of several kilometers around the giant completely collapsed, creating a small basin that was over 1,000 feet deep. A sharp cry rang out as a massive yellow beast rushed out of the basin, then fled toward the distance with all its might. However, the silver giant seemed to have anticipated this, and it appeared directly above the huge beast in a flash before stomping down viciously with a massive foot. As soon as the yellow beast and the silver foot came into contact with one another, the former immediately plummeted out of the heavens before being stomped into the ground amid a dull thump. Only then Hanli was able to identify the giant yellow beast as an earthy yellow turtle that was around 600 feet in length, and its shell was over 5 feet thick with sharp yellow spikes all over its surface. There was a single horn on its head, which was locked under the massive silver foot, and it was trying with all its might to withdraw its head back into its shell, but to no avail. In the next instant, the silver giant unleashed a series of silver fist projections that came crashing down in a frenzy. All of the fist projections quickly exploded upon the huge yellow turtle's body, and astonishing shockwaves were surging in all directions. Despite the turtle's incredible defensive prowess, its head was reduced to mincemeat within the span of just a few breaths, and even its shell had been shattered, allowing the silver giant to plunge his hand into its body before pulling out a head-sized yellow bead. The giant was ecstatic to see this bead, and he tossed it into his own mouth before devouring it. A burst of yellow light immediately flashed over his body, only to quickly fade after he made a hand seal. Right at this moment, the giant suddenly turned toward Hanli. His eyes were glowing with piercing silver light and completely devoid of pupils. He then rushed directly toward Hanli, and even before reaching Hanli, he yelled, "Are you here to attend the gathering at Skies Beyond? I am Ingongzi of the Sky Dread race. Greetings, fellow Ingongzi, I am Hanli of the human race, Han Li said as he cupped his fist in a salute. You must be the fellow Daoist Han who slew the Stemborer Queen in the Elder Devil Realm. What a coincidence it is meeting you here. I've heard much about you. A hint of surprise flashed through the silver giant's eyes as he spoke, and he immediately made a hand seal, upon which his body shrunk down to a size similar to Han Li's. You're far too kind, Brother Yin. I was very fortunate to have been involved in the slaying of the Stemborer Queen. Similarly, I've heard much about your Sky Dread race. That form you displayed just now was the fortune physique of your Sky Dread race, right? Han Li replied with a polite smile. The Sky Dread race was a vastly renowned race on the Tian Yuan continent. It didn't have a huge population, but all Sky Dread beings possessed incredible aptitude and were able to progress far more quickly in cultivation than the average being. Furthermore, once they attained the fortune physique, they would be able to instantly enhance their power by several-fold. The Sky Dread race was also one of the four most mysterious races of the Tian Yuan continent, and high-grade Sky Dread beings very rarely appeared before the public eye, so Han Li was quite surprised to be meeting one here. You're far too kind, fellow Daoist Han. The inner core of that earth turtle beast that I encountered on the way was quite useful to me, which was why I adopted my fortune physique to hunt it down. How about we head to skies beyond together? Yin Gongzi offered. I would be honored, Han Li accepted. The honor is all mine. Let's continue onward. By the way, I have some questions about the true immortal that we're hunting. Ming Zun only gave me some very vague information, and I was wondering if you knew any further details, Yin Gongzi said in an elated manner. I met fellow Daoist Ming Zun once recently, so I do have some information. I'll do my best to answer your questions, Han Li replied with a smile. I'll have to thank you in advance then. Why don't you accompany me on my green wave carriage, fellow Daoist? Yin Gongzi said in an elated manner, then opened his mouth to expel a burst of green light, which transformed into a green flying carriage that was around 300 feet in length. The carriage was triangular in shape and was intricately constructed, giving off a faint pleasant aroma. There were also 4 silver puppets standing at the front and back of the carriage, and Han Li accepted the offer, flying onto the carriage with Yin Gongzi. Moments later, the carriage shot forth deeper into the blackish-green landscape as a ball of green light, vanishing into the distance after just a few flashes. Half a day later, the flying carriage was flying through a sea of black winds at the center of Baleful Cry Point. All of a sudden, the black wind up ahead faded, and a strange world was revealed up ahead. At an altitude of several tens of thousands of feet, the entire region was split into 2 distinct halves, one black and one white. The lower half was still comprised of the sea of black wind, while the upper half was a white light barrier, within which hovered countless giant rocks. The smallest of these giant rocks were only around the size of houses, while the largest ones resembled giant islands, and all of these rocks had buildings constructed upon them. So this is skies beyond. How interesting, Han Li mused with an intrigued expression as he stood at the front of the green flying carriage. This is indeed quite an interesting place. Apparently, this was once a restricted area of a major race in ancient times. However, that race disappeared under mysterious circumstances, and the baleful yin qi pouring out from underground in this region has made this place completely devoid of all living beings, Yin Gongzi said. During their trip, Han Li and Yin Gongzi had gotten along quite well, and it was as if they were a pair of old friends. Looks like that race must have invoked some type of insurmountable natural disaster that led to their disappearance. I don't think the actions of people could make an entire race disappear without any news emerging, Han Li speculated. Perhaps so. Oh, that looks like people from the trade guild coming to welcome us, Yin Gongzi said as he cast his gaze upward, just in time to see a white flying boat descending through the light barrier up above before approaching their flying carriage. Han Li and Yin Gongzi exchanged a glance before waiting at the front of the carriage, which slowly drew to a halt. Moments later, the white flying boat stopped beside the carriage, and a blue-robed man on the flying boat cast his gaze toward Hanli and Yin Gongzi before hurriedly extending a respectful bow. "Welcome, Senior Hanli of the human race and Senior Yin Gongzi of the Sky Dread race. I was instructed by Master Ming Zun to welcome you and guide you to skies beyond. You recognize us? Looks like fellow Daoist Ming must have shown you all of our portraits. Lead the way then," Yin Gongzi instructed in an expressionless manner. "Yes, please come with me, seniors," the blue-robed man replied in a respectful manner before turning the flying boat back around and flying on ahead. The green flying carriage followed along at Yin Gongzi's behest, and around 15 minutes later, the carriage finally descended onto one of the massive levitating rocks in skies beyond. On this giant rock was a massive white hall, at the entrance of which stood 2 rows of armed trade guild guards. Yin Gongzi stowed the flying carriage away before making his way toward the hall, and none of the guards made any effort to stop them. After entering the hall and passing through a short corridor, Hanli and Yin Gongzi were greeted by the sight of Ming Zun in a cavernous room. Ming Zun was currently conversing with a few other Grand Ascension stage beings, but he immediately rose to his feet in an elated manner and said, "Fellow Daoist Han, Brother Yin, I didn't think the two of you would arrive together." None of the other people in the room stood up, but all of them directed their attention toward Han Li's duo. "Ha, fellow Daoist Han and I had a chance encounter on the edge of Baleful Cry Point, so we came here together. It's been several thousand years since we last met, but you're looking as healthy as ever, Brother Ming," Yin Gongzi said with a warm smile. Meanwhile, Hanli merely extended an obligatory greeting toward Ming Zun before directing his attention toward the other people in the room. Aside from Ming Zun, there were 3 men and 2 women in the hall. One of the 3 men was an imposing black-armored man with a menacing appearance, while another was a wizened elderly man holding a cane with the grip carved into the shape of an ornate dragon's head. As for the final man, this was a refined and elegant scholar who appeared to be around 20 years of age with a peculiar-looking azure bamboo tube strapped to his back. As for the 2 women, one of them was a yellow-robed Daoist nun who appeared to be around 30 years of age with a round face, while the other woman wore a green palatial dress with a slightly dark complexion and a pair of bright and intelligent eyes. "You're late, Yin Gongzi. If I recall correctly, you're always raring for a good battle, so I thought you'd arrive before everyone else," the black-armored man chortled. Yin Gongzi seemed to be quite familiar with the black-armored man, and he replied, "Hee, I encountered some slight trouble on the way here, so I was delayed for a few days. Otherwise, I would have definitely arrived before you, fellow Daoist Huaying. I've heard much about your fortune physique, Brother Yin, but I never got a chance to see it during our previous encounters. Surely you'll be displaying it against a true immortal," the woman in the palatial dress said with a smile. Yin Gongzi seemed to be rather wary of this woman, and he put on a slightly forced smile as he replied, "My fortune physique is nothing compared to your bonded ability, Mistress Wu." As for the other 3 people in the room, none of them said anything, but it was clear from their expressions that they were quite familiar with Yin Gongzi as well. It was no wonder that this was the case. After all of them were vastly renowned Grand Ascension stage beings who had lived for countless years, so they would have all encountered one another at some point. As such, they were naturally rather intrigued by the unfamiliar face that was Hanli. "Who's this fellow Daoist, Brother Ming? I don't think I've ever seen him before," the Daoist nun asked with a smile. "This is fellow Daoist Hanli of the human race. He only progressed to the Grand Ascension stage not long ago, but I'm sure you've all heard of him," Ming Zun replied with a smile. A hint of surprise flashed through the Daoist nun's eyes upon hearing this. "Hanli, the human Grand Ascension stage being who slew the Stemborer Queen in the Elder Devil realm? I can't take anywhere near full credit for slaying the Stemborer. The rumors about me are far too exaggerated," Hanli replied with a smile. Everyone else in the room was also rather surprised to hear this, it was clear that all of them were at least somewhat aware of just how fearsome the Stemborer Queen had been. In any case, that Stemborer Queen was something that even true immortals were unable to tame. With your inclusion, our chances of success will be greatly elevated, the black-armored man said. Fellow Daoist Han, you only recently reached the Grand Ascension stage, so I'm sure you haven't had a chance to meet these fellow Daoists. Allow me to introduce them to you. This is fellow Daoist Hua Ying of the Giant Hand race. He's particularly adept in concealment arts. This is Mistress Wu of the Ancient Dawn race, who's renowned for her bonded Zhu Rong divine flames, which are capable of melting mountains and boiling oceans. Ming Zun took the initiative to introduce everyone to Han Li, and even though none of these people were particularly renowned among normal cultivators, it was clear that they were the ones who stood at the pinnacle of the entire spirit realm. Brother Ming, we're taking on a true immortal here. Surely there are more people than this, Yin Gongzi said as he took a seat with Han Li, of course. Aside from the fellow Daoists gathered here, fellow Daoist Leng of the Golden Stone race, fellow Daoist Yun Dan and fellow Daoist Yu Shu of the Heavenly Cicada race, as well as Xian Juling, will also be arriving soon, Ming Zun replied. Aside from Han Li, everyone's expressions changed slightly upon hearing this, and it was clear that these four were all very formidable beings. I didn't think that Yun Dan and Yu Shu would agree to join this alliance. How did you manage to convince those two, Brother Ming? The young scholar asked with a wary look on his face. So that Xian Beiling has changed his name to Xian Juling. Looks like he must have slain another true spirit. That madman has become an obsessive cultivation freak, but I have to admit, his powers are becoming more and more unfathomable. I'm also very curious about how you were able to convince him to participate, Yin Gongzi said with a dark expression. It's very simple. For Yun Dan and Yu Shu, I promised them that our trade guild will do 3 things for them after the event, and they just so happen to have an important matter that requires the assistance of our trade guild. As for fellow Daoist Xian Juling, I didn't even have to persuade him. He immediately agreed upon hearing that the opponent was a true immortal. For someone like him, the opportunity to face a true immortal is the best possible compensation, Ming Zun explained. Considering how crazy he is, that actually makes a lot of sense, Yin Gongzi chuckled. As for the young scholar, his expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but he didn't say anything further in the end. I had invited some other fellow Daoists as well, but they either couldn't make it in time or had other important matters to attend to, so they won't be joining us. Otherwise, our chances of success would have been even higher, Ming Zun said in a slightly forlorn manner. Is that true immortal really that fearsome? Even with all of us participating in this ploy, it sounds like you're still not fully confident that we'll succeed. According to the ancient tomes I reference, all true immortals who had descended into our spirit realm had been severely debilitated by the power of this realm. Surely there's no way he'll be powerful enough to contend with all of us, the elderly man holding the golden cane said. I'm well aware of this myself. If this were a normal immortal, we would naturally be able to crush him with ease. However, this is no ordinary immortal, Ming Zun replied with a wry smile. What do you mean? The elderly man faltered slightly upon hearing this, and everyone else was also rather befuddled. Judging from the feats of this true immortal on the other continents, I can tell you that he's definitely no ordinary immortal. Instead, the comparison between him and the average immortal would be similar to that between one of us and the average Grand Ascension stage being. On the Blood Sky continent, he slew 16 Grand Ascension stage beings in a single day, including 3 fellow Daoists who were no less powerful than myself, so we definitely can't afford to be complacent, Ming Zun explained in a cautious manner. I heard that fellow Daoist Baiying had perished by his hands, and I also heard some rumors about him facing 3 true spirit beings on the Thunder Continent. The latest news I received was that he had gotten himself a servant who is also quite powerful. Have you managed to find out who this servant is, fellow Daoist Ming? Mistress Wu Ling asked. You have some impressive sources of information, Mistress Wu. Indeed, the true immortal has recruited a new servant, and according to the results of our trade guild's investigation, we've ascertained this servant to be Yang Deer, one of the 3 true spirits summoned by the Jiaoqi race, Ming Zun replied with slightly furrowed brows. What? Yang Deer was tamed rather than slain by the true immortal. Everyone was astonished to hear this, and a contemplative look also appeared on Han Li's face. That's right, I'm sure you all understand why I'm being so cautious now. Aside from all of the fellow Taoists I've recruited, I'll also be summoning the 4 powerful true spirits worshipped by our trade guild. On top of that, we'll be setting up the bipolar annihilation formation using a pair of profound heavenly treasures to ensure that he won't be able to escape. Your trade guild really is going all in here. Yin Gongzi said as he drew a sharp breath, and everyone else was also stunned to hear this. The duty of our trade guild's existence is to maintain peace in the spirit realm, and we won't allow even a true immortal to place that into jeopardy. Of course, considering the significant contribution our trade guild is making, if we manage to successfully defeat that true immortal, our trade guild will be taking 1/3 of his treasures while the rest will be split among all of you. I'm sure no one will have any objections to that, Ming Zun said. Everyone began to exchange hesitant glances upon hearing this, while Ming Zun merely waited patiently for a response. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he said, I have no objection to your trade guild taking 1/3 of the treasures, but I have a condition. If you find any immortal secret techniques or cultivation arts in that true immortal's possession, I hope each of us can receive a replica free of charge. That's a great suggestion from fellow Daoist Han, I fully agree. I also support this proposal. Everyone's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this, and they all offered their support. Ming Zun's expression changed slightly in response, but after some brief contemplation, he decided to agree. Thus, everyone was very pleased, and their first impression of Han Li had also improved. After that, they discussed some matters surrounding the plan to target the true immortal, and the meeting concluded several hours later. Everyone settled into some of the buildings in skies beyond, and Han Li flew over to a massive rock that was slightly further away before taking residence in a relatively intact pavilion. 1 in Chinese, BA, is 8, while Jiu is 9, so the number in Xian Beiling's name increased to Xian Jiuling. This clearly has something to do with the number of true spirits that he had slain in the past. The next morning, Patriarch Hua Shi appeared in the hall on the first floor of the pavilion, then relayed a message he had received during his meeting with the Ice Phoenix. So fellow Daoist Ice Phoenix was abducted by the 6-winged frost centipede, and he's harboring a lot of animosity toward me, is that correct? Han Li confirmed as he stroked his own chin in a contemplative manner. That's what fellow Daoist Ice Phoenix told me. On top of that, the 6-winged frost centipede only agreed to act as lure after Senior Ming Zun promised him that he would convince you to leave the 6-winged frost centipede alone for the next 1,000 years, Patriarch Hua Shi replied. I see. By the way, did you pass on those protective treasures I gave you to fellow Daoist Ice Phoenix? Han Li asked. I did. Good. You can go now. Before the battle begins, get as far away from here as possible, Han Li instructed. Patriarch Hua Shi gave an affirmative response before taking his leave in a respectful manner. In the coming days, Han Li remained in his pavilion, meditating the entire time without leaving even once. During this time, not only did the other Grand Ascension stage beings who were yet to arrive finally show up, the Trade Guild was also setting up the bipolar annihilation formation. As for the 2 profound heavenly treasures acting as the formation core, they were surrounded by a layer of restrictions, and everyone was prohibited from approaching that area aside from Ming Zun and several other Trade Guild elders. Interestingly enough, the true spirits that Ming Zun had mentioned were still nowhere to be seen, and it was unclear whether they had concealed themselves, or were only going to be summoned on the day of the battle. Close to a month later, Han Li was meditating in his pavilion when a crimson fireball suddenly appeared before him amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, then exploded on the spot, upon which a voice rang out in the room. Fellow Daoist Han, the true immortal is not far away from Baleful Cry Point, and we're about to commence our operation. Please come to the hall where we had our last meeting as soon as possible. A serious look appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this, and he made a hand seal before flying out of the pavilion as a streak of azure light. Around 15 minutes later, everyone was gathered within the hall, and by the time Han Li arrived, there were already over 10 other Grand Ascension stage beings present, among which were several unfamiliar faces. In particular, there was a pair of cultivators who bore strong resemblance with one another that caught Han Li's attention. Both of them appeared to be around 20 years of age, and the man had a set of cold and handsome features, while the woman was very seductive and beautiful. However, both of them had a layer of reddish-purple baleful qi emanating from their bodies, and the space within a radius of several tens of feet around them would occasionally blur and warp, creating a very peculiar sight to behold. Yin Gongzi and the others were also appraising this duo with a hint of wariness in their eyes. Meanwhile, Ming Zun was sitting on the main seat, listening to a report being delivered by a middle-aged man. The six-winged frost centipede and the ice phoenix have already lured the true immortal to the edge of Baleful Aura Point. At their current speed, it would take around 5 more hours at most before they enter the area encompassed within the bipolar annihilation formation. All of our trade guild's disciples and elders have already gone on ahead, and the spirit summoning ceremony is also ready to commence, so we'll be able to summon those true spirits at any time. Good. Begin the spirit summoning ceremony in an hour. As for the bipolar annihilation formation, no one is permitted to activate it without my orders. Everything else can proceed as planned. We'll all travel to the predetermined ambush spot soon. After that, leave everything to us, Ming Zun instructed. The middle-aged man immediately gave an affirmative response before quickly departing. As you've all heard, all of the preparations are complete. We just need to work together to defeat that true immortal now. However, let me make one thing clear. If anyone tries to flee or back out, then don't blame me for turning on you, Ming Zun said with a serious expression. Rest assured, Brother Ming, no one would back down at a time like this. That's right, if anyone tries to do so, we'll kill them together. All of the Grand Ascension stage beings quickly chimed in agreement. Fellow Daoist Ming, why is it that Xian Juling still isn't here? Could it be that he changed his mind? The man among the duo suddenly asked in a cold voice. Rest assured, fellow Daoist Yundan, fellow Daoist Xian Juling already arrived several days ago, but he's refining a powerful secret technique and has been assigned with another important task, and that's why he's absent, Ming Zun replied in a polite manner. I see. We had heard that Xian Juling was able to slay true spirits on his own, and we had always wanted to witness his powers, but haven't had the chance to do so, the woman by the name of Yu Shu said with a smile. It seemed that this duo harbored some animosity towards Xian Juling. Ming Zun had no response to this, and could only offer a wry smile. Thankfully, Yundan and Yu Shu didn't ask any further questions, and they began to converse with one another through voice transmission. Ming Zun was quite relieved to see this, and he began speaking to everyone else. Right at this moment, Ming Zun's voice transmission rang out in Han Li's ears, and a surprised look appeared on his face upon hearing what Ming Zun had to say. However, he only considered what was being said briefly before nodding in response, and a hint of elation flashed through Ming Zun's eyes upon seeing this. After a while, most of the Grand Ascension stage beings departed from the hall to travel toward the predetermined ambush spot, leaving only Ming Zun, Han Li, Yundan, and Yu Shu in the room. Yundan and Yu Shu appraised Han Li with a hint of a surprise in their eyes before Yundan said, Do you really want my sister and I to guard the profound heavenly treasures in the formation, fellow Daoist Ming? This is a very heavy responsibility, one that we may not be able to handle. You're far too modest, fellow Taoist. No one is more suited to this task than you and your sister. The bipolar annihilation formation is the key to success here. As long as the two profound heavenly treasure remain unscathed, the formation will be able to continue to operate, Ming Zun replied. My sister and I have always stayed together, so we'll only be able to guard one formation core. As such, it looks like the other formation core will be guarded by this fellow Taoist. Will he be up to the task? Yun Dan asked in a skeptical voice. Han Li merely offered a slight smile and didn't respond to this rather rude question. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Han is extremely powerful in his own right, and I'm confident that he'll be up to the task, Ming Zun replied. In that case, we'll take your word for it and follow your arrangement, Brother Ming, Yu Shu said with a smile before casting another curious glance toward Han Li. Ming Zun was ecstatic to hear this, and he clapped his hands together as he said, All right, I'll get someone to guide you to the formation core. A guard immediately strode in from outside the hall before respectfully leading the duo out of the hall. Following their departure, Ming Zun turned to Han Li with a serious expression, and asked, Fellow Taoist Han, you won't object to guarding the other formation core, right? You really do have a high opinion of me, Brother Ming. In that case, I can only do my best, Han Li replied in an unhurried manner. This is an all-important task that I could only assign to you. With the three of you guarding the formation cores, the formation's safety will be assured, Ming Zun chuckled. Han Li didn't say anything in response. Right at this moment, another guard strode into the hall, then extended a respectful bow toward Han Li before leading him out of the room as well. As soon as Han Li left, the smile on Ming Zun's face faded, and his brows furrowed tightly in contemplation. Are you sure this true immortal has a way to disregard the power of laws of this realm and temporarily return to his full power? If that turns out to not be the case, then this plan of yours won't work. An unfamiliar male voice suddenly rang out, following which a humanoid figure emerged from Ming Zun's shadow. Ming Zun was completely unsurprised by this, and he replied calmly, Rest assured, the footage of the battle on the Blood Sky continent that I received isn't very clear, but the Golden Giant in the footage is clearly the true immortal in his ultimate form. Otherwise, Bai Ying and the others wouldn't have been defeated so easily. The true key to this battle will be whether you can successfully land the killing blow. Otherwise, we'll suffer the same fate as Bai Ying and the others. As long as he recovers his true immortal body and gets caught off guard, there's no way he'll be able to withstand my 9 tribulation spirit vanquishing arts. This is an immortal secret technique passed down by my ancestors, and it specifically targets true immortal bodies. I had to refine the souls of 9 true spirits to attain the power to unleash this strike once, but it'll be more than enough against this descended true immortal, the blurry figure replied in a confident manner. Indeed, that true immortal may be extremely powerful, but all of the measures we've prepared will force him to expend most of his powers, so there's no way he'll be able to evade your attack. Once you break his true immortal body, he'll only be slightly more powerful than the average true spirit, and that would make him an easy opponent to defeat, Ming Zun said. None of the others know about your plan, so it's hard to say how many of them will survive. Even those 4 true spirits are destined to act as cannon fodder, right? The blurry figure said in a cold voice. We have no choice. In the face of such a powerful true immortal, how can we hope to defeat him without making sacrifices? I've already cautioned everyone on multiple occasions about how formidable this true immortal is going to be. I can only hope that they've taken my advice to heart, Ming Zun replied. What are you planning by getting those 3 to guard the profound heavenly treasures in the formation? The bipolar annihilation formation was also passed down by my ancestors, and as far as I know, the formation cores don't require any protection. If the true immortal really does manage to make it to the formation core, the formation will have already crumbled, the figure said in a curious manner. I have my reasons for doing this. Perhaps they'll survive by staying in the formation cores, Ming Zhuan chuckled in response. As the shadow of our trade guild, I have no interest in whatever sneaky plans you have, but if we obtain true soul pills from that true immortal, then one must be given to me. With that pill, I'll be able to truly master the 9 tribulation spirit vanquishing arts, thereby giving me a chance to ascend to the true immortal realm. Even if this plan succeeds, your trade guild would be expending a massive price, the figure said. If we manage to obtain true soul pills, then you'll definitely be given one. As for the sacrifices our trade guild is making, those are necessary for success. Besides, I'm sure the treasures of such a powerful true immortal would be enough to make up for those losses, Ming Zun replied. I certainly hope so. Now that everyone else has set off, I'll be going as well. Make sure you withstand at least the first wave of attacks from that true immortal. Otherwise, I'm not going to be saving you, the figure chuckled before vanishing into thin air again. Throughout this entire process, the figure's appearance had remained completely hidden. Following the figure's departure, Ming Zun murmured to himself, the same applies to you. If you fail in your surprise attack, you most likely won't be able to get away, and I won't save you either. At this point, Hanli had already been led into the bipolar annihilation formation by the guard from the trade guild. According to Ming Zun's introduction, this formation was comprised of over 36,000 formation treasures, and was being powered by tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. The formation spanned most of Baleful Cry Point, and the 2 formation cores were situated very far away, with one located in the north, while the other was in the south. After flying along behind the guard for a while longer, Hanli finally arrived at the formation core he had been assigned to. This formation was comprised of a giant altar surrounded by 8 massive golden pillars. Layers of restriction fluctuations were emanating from the golden pillars, and the pillars were each surrounded by a group of armored guards. The altar itself was triangular in shape and extremely smooth. Its top half was enshrouded within a rainbow light barrier, and at the very top, there was something flashing incessantly. This is the formation core, and all of these people are for you to use as you see fit, Senior Han, the guard said in a respectful manner as he offered a silver badge to Hanli with both hands. Of course. I'm quite interested in the profound heavenly treasure in the formation core, but I wouldn't jeopardize this entire plan just to satisfy my own curiosity, Hanli replied. Thank you for your understanding, Senior. I'll be taking my leave now. The guard extended a parting salute before flying back the way he had come. Only then did Hanli look down at the badge in his hand to find that it was glowing with silver light, and there were countless tiny runes engraved on its surface. The runes were arranged in an extremely profound pattern, striking the beholder with a sense of dizziness. After inspecting the badge for a short while, Hanli stowed it away before making his way toward the altar. We pay our respects to Senior Han. All of the guards present, of which there were close to 1,000, immediately extended respectful greetings toward Hanli. Hanli swept his spiritual sense toward these guards to find that most of them were at the deity transformation stage or spatial tempering stage, and there was a body integration cultivator leading each of the 8 groups. No need for formalities. Seeing as I'm in charge here, I'll establish one rule: anyone who doesn't follow my orders will be killed, understood? Yes. The guards immediately answered in unison, then continued to stand on guard around the golden pillars. Meanwhile, Hanli vanished on the spot before appearing at the center of the white altar. After taking a glance at the altar beneath his feet, he sat down onto it with his legs crossed. All of a sudden, Daoist Xie's surprised voice rang out within his spiritual sense. This seems to the bipolar destruction formation of the true immortal realm. Bipolar destruction formation. Shouldn't it be the bipolar annihilation formation? Hanli asked. No, the bipolar annihilation formation is also a type of immortal formation, but it's quite simple in design and mainly used to kill enemies. It's far less intricate and profound than the bipolar destruction formation, Daoist Xie replied. What additional abilities does this bipolar destruction formation have? Han Li asked. The bipolar destruction formations has 3 abilities: trapping, debilitation, and self-detonation, and all of those abilities are extremely troublesome to deal with even for a true immortal. In particular, self-detonation can be activated as long as a sufficiently powerful treasure or being is sacrificed within the formation cores, and the resulting explosion will be so powerful that it could even kill a high-grade true immortal, Daoist Xia explained. Han Li's heart immediately jolted upon hearing this. Self-detonation can be activated by sacrificing living beings. That's right. Both precious treasures or powerful living beings could be used as sacrifices. Once the sacrifice begins, everything within a radius of hundreds of kilometers around the formation core will be destroyed and reduced to energy to power the formation, Daoist Xie replied. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but internally, he was furious to hear this. So that's why Ming Zun asked the 3 of us not to leave the formation cores regarding. Daoist Xia continued, theoretically speaking, even the bipolar annihilation formation would be extremely difficult to set up in a lower realm, let alone the bipolar destruction formation, which is far more complex and profound. Judging from this formation core, this formation is still different from the bipolar destruction formation that I'm familiar with. The materials in the spirit realm naturally can't compare with those that can be found in the true immortal realm. Many substitutes were most likely used. As a result, the effects and power of this formation should also be impacted. Can you identify the specific differences? Han Li asked in a contemplative manner. I'm only a faux immortal puppet used in battle, not a formation-setting puppet. I can only see that this formation is different from its immortal counterpart, but I'm unable to identify the exact differences, Daoist Xie replied. That's quite troublesome. I want to take down that true immortal, but I certainly don't want to be destroyed with him as a sacrifice, Han Li said as a cold light flashed through his eyes. After a brief pause, Daoist Xie said, I have a method that you can use to save yourself. What is it? Han Li hurriedly asked. I can alter this formation core slightly so that the area you're currently situated in will be exempt from the destructive effect of the sacrifice, Daoist Xie replied in a calm manner. Han Li hesitated momentarily before arriving at a decision. All right, we'll do as you say. I require the help of your gold-devouring beetle monarch in order to be able to do this in a completely stealthy manner, Daoist Xie said. That's not an issue. Jin Tong, make sure to follow all of Brother Xie's instructions to a fault, Han Li replied before issuing an instruction to the gold-devouring beetle monarch in his spirit beast bracelet. After that, Han Li remained seated in a completely still manner, but a speck of golden light shot out of one of his fingertips, which was concealed up his sleeve, then vanished into thin air in a flash. In the next instant, a burst of faint spatial fluctuations undetectable even to body integration cultivators emerged near one of the golden pillars, following which a golden beetle around the size of a grain of rice appeared. The beetle landed on the pillar before crawling surreptitiously over its surface, leaving a trail of spirit patterns in its way that were almost too small to see with the naked eye. At the same time, Daoist Xie's instructions were ringing out within the golden beetle's spiritual sense, and a series of formation diagrams were also appearing in the beetle's mind. The guards around the golden pillar were naturally completely oblivious to this. After that, the other 7 pillars were also subsequently tampered with by Jin Tong in secret. High up in the sky in another area of Baleful Cry Point, Yin Gongzi and the other Grand Ascension stage beings were concealed within a certain area of space, and all of them were waiting for something in silence. All of a sudden, Ming Zun appeared beside them amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. Brother Ming, why are you on your own? Where are the other 3 fellow Taoists? Mistress Wu Ling asked as her brows furrowed slightly. Rest assured, fellow Daoist Wu Ling, those 3 have been assigned with the task of guarding the 2 formation cores. As long as this formation doesn't crumble, we'll be able to face the true immortal with no concerns for our safety, Ming-Zun replied. But without those 3 fellow Taoists, our overall power will be severely reduced. Won't that be an issue? Also, where is fellow Taoist Xian Jiuling? Is he not going to be joining us? Yin Gongzi asked as his brows also furrowed slightly. There's no helping it, those 3 must be assigned to guard the formation cores so we don't have to worry about the formation being destroyed. After all, this is an immortal formation that will be an absolutely necessary trump card for us to overcome this true immortal, so the compromise had to be made. As for fellow Taoist Xian Jiuling, he has already arrived, Ming-Zun replied in an unhurried manner. As soon as his voice trailed off, another male voice rang out, seemingly out of thin air. Were you concerned that I would back out at the last minute? Rest assured, even if all of you had changed your minds, would still face the true immortal on my own. After all, the opportunity to slay a true immortal doesn't come around every day. As expected of fellow Taoist Xian, but seeing as you're already here, why aren't you coming out to meet us? Mistress Wuling asked. Everyone else's expressions also eased slightly upon hearing this. I've always preferred to be alone, so I won't come out to meet you. All you need to know is that I'll definitely strike when the time is right, Xian Jiuling replied in an expressionless voice. The Grand Ascension stage beings present could only exchange speechless glances upon hearing this. At the same time, they were quite surprised that they were still unable to pinpoint Xian Jiuling's exact location. On the edge of Baleful Cry Point, a streak of azure light appeared before flying straight into the region. All of a sudden, the azure light faded to reveal a flying boat that was over 100 feet in length. At the front of the boat stood the 6-winged frost centipede and the ice phoenix, both of whom had unnaturally pale complexions. A hint of fear flashed through the 6-winged frost centipede's eyes, and he said, that was a close call. Not only does that madman not seem to be slowing down, it appears his stamina is only improving as this chase drags on. However, we should be safe for now. All we need to do is wait for a while so he can close down the distance between us a little, then lead him into the formation. Not only have we used up almost all of the pills and talismans given to us by the He Lian Trade Guild, even the essential power that you and I had only just recovered were expended. If the Trade Guild can't bring down that madman here, then we won't even have a chance to escape anymore, the Ice Phoenix said with a dark expression. Ming-Zun proclaimed that he had recruited the most powerful beings on the entire continent, didn't he? That should include my former master. I hate to admit it, but that former master of mine really is quite formidable. With his inclusion, this plan will most likely be a success, the 6-winged frost centipede said in an expressionless manner. The Ice Phoenix was rather surprised to hear this. I didn't think that you would be so confident in Brother Han. If I weren't so wary of him, I wouldn't have raised that condition to Ming-Zun to persuade him not to come after me for the next 1,000 years. With those 1,000 years, I'll be able to reach a pinnacle in my cultivation, and I won't have to fear anyone in the spirit realm then, the 6-winged frost centipede harumphed coldly. Is that so? If you ask me, with Brother Han's incredible aptitude, he'll be even more unfathomably powerful in 1,000 years. I dare say there's a possibility that he could ascend to the true immortal realm within the next 10,000 years, the Ice Phoenix said with a hint of mockery in her eyes. Ascension isn't child's play. There are hundreds of grand ascension stage beings in the entire spirit realm, but have you heard of anyone successfully ascending within the past 100,000 years? Regardless of how incredible my former master's aptitude is, there's virtually no chance he'll be able to ascend to the true immortal realm, the 6-winged frost centipede chortled. I'm very confident that Brother Han will be able to ascend. How about we make a bet if we manage to survive this ordeal, the Ice Phoenix proposed. The 6-winged frost centipede was rather taken aback to hear this. What's the bet? It's very simple. The bet will be whether Brother Han will be able to ascend to the true immortal realm within the next 10,000 years, the Ice Phoenix replied. The six-winged frost centipede could tell that she wasn't joking, and he asked, "What are the stakes? You want me to become your dual cultivation companion, right? If I lose the bet, I'll become your Tao companion. However, if Brother Han manages to ascend in the next 10,000 years, then you have to promise me that wherever I go, you have to actively avoid me. Of course, during these 10,000 years, you're forbidden from harassing me," the Ice Phoenix replied in a cold voice. "Are you really that confident in him?" A hesitant look appeared on the six-winged frost centipede's face. "Are you scared? If you don't have confidence in your own judgment, then there's no need to accept this bet. You can just wait until you're captured by Brother Han and forced to become his spirit beast again," the Ice Phoenix said with a hint of a smile on her face. "Why would I be scared? I accept your bet, but I'm changing the stakes. You're planning to use this bet to restrain me for 10,000 years, so you have to take responsibility for your actions. If he can't ascend within the next 10,000 years, I'm not going to make you my Tao companion. Instead, you'll become my servant, and you won't be able to refuse any orders I give you. On top of that, both of us have to swear inner demon vows on this bet," the six-winged frost centipede said with a cold look in his eyes. "All right, that's not an issue," the Ice Phoenix agreed without any hesitation. The six-winged frost centipede's heart jolted slightly upon seeing this, but he was confident that he would be able to win the bet, so after a brief hesitation, he opened his mouth to release a ball of blood essence. He then pointed a finger at the ball of blood essence, and it transformed into a crimson ghostly face. He then began to chant something while making a string of hand seals, swearing a vow to the ghostly face before him. The Ice Phoenix replicated his actions, expelling a mouthful of blood essence before swearing a vow of her own. After that, the two of them exchanged a glance, and both of them could see their own confidence mirrored in one another's eyes. However, before they had a chance to say anything to one another, the six-winged frost centipede's expression suddenly changed drastically as he cast his gaze toward a certain direction. At the same time, the sky in that direction dimmed, and a burst of rumbling rang out in the distance, quickly growing louder and louder. "We have to go," the Ice Phoenix hurriedly urged. The six-winged frost centipede immediately summoned a crimson pill that he tossed into his own mouth, following which the flying boat shot forth as a streak of azure light once again, vanishing into the distance after just a few flashes. Within the span of around a dozen breaths, a burst of crimson light appeared in the distance, following which a river of blood gushed forth at an incredible speed. Within the river of blood, there were 8 five-clawed blood dragons thrashing around with golden light surging out of their mouths. In the blink of an eye, the river of blood flowed into baleful Cry Point, directly pursuing the flying boat up ahead. Both the flying boat and the river of blood were traveling at an incredible speed, but the gap between them was quickly shrinking. After only about 15 minutes, the river of blood had become clearly visible to the six-winged frost centipede and the Ice Phoenix. "Do we still have more of the wind evasion talismans given to us by Ming Zun?" the six-winged frost centipede asked. "There's only one left," the Ice Phoenix replied after a brief hesitation. "Then what are you waiting for? Use it right now," the six-winged frost centipede yelled. The Ice Phoenix immediately swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a shimmering silver talisman that vanished into the flying boat in a flash. In the next instant, countless silver runes appeared all over the surface of the flying boat, then instantly disappeared. A sharp screeching sound rang out from the flying boat, and it abruptly blurred before speeding up by around twofold, making it slightly faster than even the pursuing river of blood. "Humph, they're using the same trick again. I'm quite surprised that the wind evasion talismans of our true immortal realm can be found in a realm like this," Ma Liang harumphed coldly as he stood on the head of one of the blood dragons in the river of blood. Those talismans were most likely left behind in this world by immortals of ancient times. Otherwise, there's no way anyone in this realm would have been able to refine these immortal talismans, Yang Deer replied in a respectful manner. Even so, these talismans are quite annoying to deal with. Without their interference, I would have already captured those two a month ago, Ma Liang said as a hint of impatience flashed through his eyes. Rest assured, Master, there definitely wouldn't be too many of these immortal talismans in this realm. Perhaps this is already their last one. Unbeknownst to Yang Deer, his optimistic statement had struck the nail on the head. Yang Deer, do you think this would be a good place to ambush me? Ma Liang suddenly asked as he swept his enormous spiritual sense through the surrounding area. Yan Deer's heart jolted upon hearing this, and he hurriedly asked, "Have you discovered something, Master?" "No, but the baleful yin qi here is extremely abundant, to the extent that even my spiritual sense is significantly restricted. This would be a perfect place to set a trap for me," Ma Liang said with a cold smile. Chapter 24:19 Mythical Black Beasts. Yang Deer's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and he looked around to find that there was faint black baleful yin qi stretching as far as the eyes could see. On top of that, he discovered that he could only release his spiritual sense to encompass a radius of less than 10 kilometers. Don't worry, we had already anticipated that the powerful beings on this continent would try this. This plays right into my hands. Once I brush these fools aside, no one in the entire spirit realm would dare to plot against me, Ma Liang said with a cold smile. Be careful, Master. According to my knowledge, the He Lian Trade Guild is extremely powerful, and if they were to make a last-ditch effort, they would definitely be able to bring out many formidable trump cards, Yang Deer cautioned. How could an organization in a lower realm possibly pose a threat to me? Even if they also knew the method to activate chains of laws, it would be useless on this occasion, Ma Liang scoffed in a nonchalant manner. Yang Deer naturally didn't dare to say anything further upon seeing Ma Liang's confident display. At this point, the river of blood and the flying boat had already entered deep into baleful Cry Point. All of a sudden, the flying boat abruptly blurred before vanishing mid-flight. Ma Liang's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, and the entire river of blood also drew to a halt at his behest. A wary look appeared on Yang Deer's face, and the suit of yellow armor immediately emerged over his body. Right at this moment, bursts of loud rumbling rang out in all directions as clouds of black baleful yin qi surged forth. A series of flags also appeared in the surrounding area before instantly swelling to over 1,000 feet in size, surrounding the entire river of blood like a ring of giant trees. At the same time, a round azure moon appeared in the sky, atop which stood around a dozen humanoid figures, all of whom were appraising the river of blood with grim expressions. These were none other than the Grand Ascension stage beings assembled by Ming Zun, and the six-winged frost centipede and the ice phoenix were also among them. Ma Liang's expression remained unchanged as he glanced at the giant flags, then suddenly thrust a palm toward a certain direction. A resounding boom rang out as a massive crimson palm that was around an acre in size emerged from the river of blood before thrusting toward the same direction. Five-colored light flashed from the giant flags, converging to form a massive five-colored light mirror. The massive crimson palm struck the mirror before vanishing into it in complete silence. At the same time, the giant palm appeared in a secluded corner of baleful Cry Point before striking a plot of empty land in a vicious manner, creating a huge crater that was several kilometers in size amid an earth-shattering boom. A hint of surprise appeared on Ma Liang's face upon seeing this. Oh. This is spatial transference. This formation appears to be. Right at this moment, a burst of loud buzzing rang out from the giant flags, and a series of five-colored light mirrors were quickly conjured up. Countless projections of humanoid figures, beasts, and buildings of all descriptions instantly appeared around the river of blood, striking the beholder with a sense of disorientation. Ma Liang's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and he made a hand seal, upon which black and white qi surged out of his back before also transforming into a black and white mirror. Initially, the mirror was only around the size of a human palm, but it quickly swelled to the size of a wash basin at his behest, and a black and white Tai Chi diagram appeared on its surface. The diagram released a pillar of black and white light. A sharp tearing sound rang out as all of the 5 colored light mirrors around the river of blood were torn apart by the pillar of black and white light before disintegrating into specks of spiritual light. All of the Grand Ascension stage beings' expressions changed slightly upon seeing this, and the Yin Gongzu turned to Ming Zun before asking, "Brother Ming, you've been full of praise for this bipolar annihilation formation. Why is it that its power been dispelled by such a casual strike?" A casual strike. If I'm not mistaken, that black and white mirror is most likely a treasure no less powerful than profound heavenly treasures. Otherwise, do you really think a normal attack could break those illusions so easily? Having said that, if he thinks that this is all it'll take to break this formation, then he couldn't be more wrong, Ming Zun harumphed coldly. Is that so? Yin Gongzi seemed to be rather skeptical, as was everyone else. As if to support Ming Zun's statement, right after the 5 colored light mirrors were destroyed by the black pillar of light, a series of tiny white runes suddenly appeared near the river of blood. Initially, the runes were quite sparse, but in the blink of an eye, they were falling from the heavens like a dense snowstorm. At the same time, a burst of power of laws encompassed the entire river of blood. Inside the river of blood, Mo Liang was struck by a chilling sensation, and the air around him suddenly became more viscous. His expression changed slightly as he hurriedly tried to draw upon his own magic power, only to find that around a third of it had become sluggish and inaccessible. Meanwhile, young deer was faring even worse. In the instant that the power of laws had acted it felt as if its body had become as heavy as a mountain, and it was horrified to find that most of its magic power became inaccessible. As expected, this really must be an immortal formation to be able to affect even me. It's quite impressive that you were able to set up such a formation in a lower realm. Unfortunately for you, the formation is incomplete, and it won't be too difficult for me to break it, Mo Liang said with a cold smile. Immediately thereafter, he opened his mouth to release a small green umbrella, which he pointed a finger at, and the umbrella immediately rose up into the air, then swelled to around half a kilometer in size before slowly opening. A green light barrier then descended from the giant green umbrella, encompassing the entire river of blood beneath it. The impact of the power of laws in the area was instantly severely diminished, and young deer immediately recovered its mobility, as well as access to most of its magic power. As for Mo Liang, he seemed to have become entirely unaffected as he stomped a foot down onto the blood dragon beneath him. A thunderous chorus of dragons' roars rang out, and the 8 blood dragons within the river of blood flew out in unison before pouncing directly toward Ming Zun and the others. All of them had thick bolts of silver lightning surging over their bodies, and they were giving off formidable Grand Ascension stage auras. We have to act now. He has to withstand the power of formation while unleashing that river of blood to oppose us, and he definitely won't be able to keep this up for long. I'll also summon the 4 true spirits to assist us, Ming Zun yelled as he made a grabbing motion to summon a reddish-purple badge, which he immediately tossed forward. A burst of loud rumbling rang out as the badge transformed into a huge reddish-purple rune. All of a sudden, spatial fluctuations erupted at 4 locations around the river of blood, and 4 black platforms emerged, atop each of which was a fearsome-looking black beasts. The 4 beasts were identical in appearance, all of them were over 100 feet in length with lion bodies and dragon heads. As soon as the platforms appeared, the 4 beasts opened their eyes and stood up in unison before letting loose ferocious roars. You had 4 mythical black beasts up your sleeve. You sure are good at keeping secrets, Brother Ming. With their assistance, our victory is all but guaranteed, Yin Gongzi said in an elated manner, and the others were also ecstatic to see these 4 beasts. Mythical black beasts were top-tier true spirits that ranked near the likes of heavenly dragons and true phoenixes. They weren't inferior even to the Cheelants of all elements. As such, the sudden appearance of 4 of these beasts naturally instilled everyone with immense confidence. The mythical black beasts sprang up into the air before pouncing toward the river of blood as gusts of black wind, and they were immediately followed by the Grand Ascension stage beings, who unleashed various abilities and treasures to attack the 8 blood dragons down below. Lights of all different colors flashed in the sky, clashing with the river of blood to create a string of devastating explosions. As soon as the mythical black beasts drew close to the river of blood, a cold smile appeared on Ma Liang's face as he made a hand seal, and gusts of Yin winds surged out of the river of blood, following which 4 massive crimson giants were manifested. The 4 giants were over 1,000 feet tall and completely bald, wearing suits of armor that were of the same color as their bodies. They raised their fists before launching them toward the mythical black beasts, and even before their fists had even struck their targets, a nauseating odor of blood and gore was already sweeping through the air. The 4 mythical black beasts were able to evade the attacks before instantly appearing behind the crimson giants, then gently swept their front limbs through the air to release long black blade projections, and the 4 giants were immediately decapitated. As for the mythical black beasts, they continued onward without pause, preparing to plunge straight into the river of blood. Right at this moment, Ma Liang uttered the word restrict, and the 4 mythical black beasts felt as if explosions had rung out in their heads, causing them to falter involuntarily. Immediately thereafter, around a dozen crimson tentacles swept toward them from behind before striking them like lightning. Most of the black chi around the 4 beasts was scattered, and they were sent flying for hundreds of feet amid cries of surprise while scorching crimson flames were ignited on their bodies. In the next instant, a string of furious roars rang out, and 8 tornadoes erupted into the heavens, sweeping all of the crimson flames away to reveal the black beasts again, which had swelled to several times their original size. Not far behind the massive beasts, the 4 crimson giants had regenerated their lost heads, and they were appraising the 4 huge black beasts with expressionless eyes, while violently flailing crimson tentacles had emerged from their backs. The 4 beasts exchanged a glance before opening their mouths in unison, releasing countless black wind blades that swept toward the crimson giants like a torrential storm. In contrast with normal wind blades, these ones seemed to be phasing in and out of existence as they surged through the air, and upon striking the crimson giants, large chunks of their bodies would instantly vanish amid flashes of black light. The 4 beasts themselves also sprang forward behind the wind blades, then swept their front limbs through the air to unleash lethal black blade projections. However, the crimson giants were completely fearless as they reached out with their massive hands, releasing a burst of fierce blood chi. At the same time, the tentacles on their backs also transformed into a blood barrier before them. Countless wounds were instantly inflicted upon the giants, indicating that they were clearly no match for the mythical black beasts, but with their immortal bodies, they were able to instantly regenerate regardless of how grievous their injuries were. Even though the mythical black beasts held a clear upper hand, they were rather fearful of the giants' crimson tentacles, and thus, an impasse ensued. "Master, I'll go and face those mythical black beasts. They're quite troublesome to deal with, but I just so happen to know some of their weaknesses," Yang Deer said in a respectful manner. "There's no need for that. Those 4 blood spirits were only recently refined, so it wouldn't hurt for them to face powerful opponents." "I have another task for you," Ma Liang replied. "What is it, Master?" Yang Deer asked. "If I'm not mistaken, this formation should have a pair of formation cores. Go and destroy one of them for me. As soon as the formation cores are destroyed, I'll no longer have to use most of my magic power to resist the formation's restrictions, and I'll be able to take care of all of these opponents with ease," Ma Liang said. "As you wish, Master. May I ask how you plan to deal with the other formation core?" Yang Deer asked in a hesitant manner. Just do what I tell you to do. There's no need for you to worry about the other formation core," Ma Liang harumphed coldly as his expression darkened slightly. A chill ran down Yang Deer's spine, and it hurriedly said, "Forgive me for asking unnecessary questions, Master. I'll set off to destroy a formation core right away." "Hold on, I have some things to give you." Mo Liang raised a hand as he spoke, and a ball of azure light emerged from the giant umbrella above the river of blood, forming another miniature umbrella that was several inches in size. He then pointed a finger at his own glabella, upon which a translucent bead emerged. "Take these with you. This sensory bead contains the location of the formation core I just detected. Take it with you, and I'll be able to monitor your situation from here as well. As for this Azure Chaos Umbrella clone, it can nullify the restrictive effect that the formation has on you, but there's a time limit, so make sure to act quickly," Mo Liang instructed as he tossed the 2 items toward Yang Deer. "Rest assured, Master, I won't disappoint you," Yang Deer promised as it accepted the 2 items. It then tossed the small umbrella forward, and the umbrella transformed into an azure light barrier that enshrouded its entire body. After that, it inspected the location recorded within the bead, then transformed into its deer-bear hybrid form before rushing out of the river of blood toward a certain direction. Following Yang Deer's departure, Mo Liang released a crimson jade box out of his sleeve before pointing a finger at it. The lid of the box was removed, revealing a tiny crimson figure with several golden talismans plastered to its surface. The miniature figure was only around half a foot tall with long crimson hair and a ghostly mask on its face. Its eyes were tightly shut, and there were crimson spirit patterns all over its body, all of which were emanating faint red light. A serious look appeared on Mo Liang's face at the sight of the miniature figure, and he made a hand seal before releasing a streak of silver light toward it. The silver light vanished into the miniature figure's body in a flash, following which the golden talismans were stripped away, and the eyelids on the ghostly mask slowly peeled back to reveal a pair of wooden and emotionless eyes. Mo Liang injected his magic power into his own glabella, and another sensory bead appeared before flying into the miniature figure's body. "Go and destroy the other formation core, and kill anyone who dares to oppose you," Mo Liang instructed. A burst of faint red light flashed through the miniature figure's eyes, and it rose up into the air before flying away as a streak of crimson light, seemingly completely unaffected by the power of laws within the formation. Ming Zun's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he turned to the 6-winged frost centipede, and said, "It looks like that true immortal has already discovered the locations of the formation cores. Even though the formation cores are being guarded by fellow Daoist Han and the others, as a safety precaution, I would like you to stall this true immortal's minions as much as possible." "Do you think I'd be capable of stalling them in my current state?" the 6-winged frost centipede asked with a roll of his eyes. "Rest assured, I'm not asking you to face them head-on. I have a formation plate here that was refined from an incomplete profound heavenly treasure, and you'll be able to trap the enemy for some time using the formation plate. If they somehow manage to break out of the treasure, then you can simply flee the scene," Ming Zun replied. Only after some contemplation did the 6-winged frost centipede give a slightly reluctant nod in response. "In that case, I can agree to do this." A faint smile appeared on Ming Zun's face, and he flipped a hand over to summon a white formation plate, which he tossed through the air. The 6-winged frost centipede drew the formation plate into his own grasp, and his expression eased slightly after a brief inspection of the treasure. "Fellow Daoist Ice Phoenix, please go and assist him as well," Ming Zun said to the Ice Phoenix. "Of course. All of our lives on the line, so it's only right that I do my part," the Ice Phoenix willingly agreed. A pleased look appeared on Ming Zun's face upon hearing this, and he made a grabbing motion to summon a small black flag, which he pointed at the 6-winged frost centipede and the Ice Phoenix. A burst of spatial fluctuations emerged beneath them, and a dazzling light formation appeared before instantly teleporting them away. Right at this moment, Xian Zhuling suddenly transmitted his voice toward Ming Zun. "Ming Zun, do you need me to go to the other formation core? I don't think I'll have to do anything here anytime soon." can you take on that red thing? If you perish to it, our entire plan will fail, Ming-Zun replied in a hesitant manner. Rest assured, that thing's aura is rather strange, but at the very most, it's just a manifestation of some type of spirit beast. My cultivation arts will directly suppress it, so I'll be able to kill it and return here with time to spare. Besides, who else can go in my stead? You have to stay here to monitor the situation using the power of the formation, Xian Zhuoling communicated in an unhurried manner. All right, in that case, go on ahead. I'll teleport you there directly, but don't make any unnecessary delays. Kill that thing as quickly as you can, then get back here right away, Ming-Zun agreed after a brief pause. Don't you have confidence in my abilities? I'll be back before you know it, Xian Zhuoling replied in a confident manner. Immediately thereafter, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man in a set of gray robes appeared in front of Ming-Zun amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. Ming-Zun raised his small black flag before pointing it at Xian Zhuoling, and another five-colored light formation appeared, instantly teleporting Xian Zhuoling away. In the river of blood down below, Mo Liang had golden light flashing within his eyes, and he was able to see what Ming-Zun was doing. However, he didn't do anything aside from look on with a cold smile as a series of fierce battles raged on around him. Ming-Zun was naturally quite happy to see this as well, and he also sat still on the azure moon without making any additional moves. Han Li was still seated on the altar, meditating calmly with his eyes closed. All of a sudden, his expression changed slightly as he opened his eyes before casting a surprised gaze toward a certain direction. Almost at the exact same moment, a burst of energy fluctuations surged forth from the distance amid a rumbling boom, but due to how far away it was unable to pose any threat to the formation core. However, the trade guild guards responsible for protecting the formation immediately tensed up upon sensing this disturbance. Blue light flashed within Han Li's eyes, and he was able to instantly see everything thousands of kilometers away. All of a sudden, a giant white light formation appeared in the distance, and a massive figure that was several hundred feet tall was doing everything in its power to break out of the formation, but to no avail. Above the formation was a man and a woman. The woman wore a set of silver robes and had a cold expression, while the man wore a set of white robes and had golden and silver spirit patterns etched all over his face. A hint of surprise appeared in Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and he murmured to himself, "Oh, it's her. Then that person accompanying her has to be the six-winged frost centipede." After a brief moment of contemplation, his lips suddenly tremored a few times. His voice instantly rang out in the ears of the Ice Phoenix, who was situated thousands of kilometers away, and even though it was only a brief voice transmission, an ecstatic look immediately appeared on her face. The six-winged frost centipede immediately sensed what was going on, and asked, "What's going on? Who's that communicating with you?" "Fellow Daoist Han is calling me from the formation core just up ahead. Would you like to come with me to see him?" The Ice Phoenix asked with a smile. The six-winged frost centipede's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. "What? He's the one guarding this formation core. So, are you going to come with me or not?" the Ice Phoenix asked. "If I were to go with you, who would look after this formation plate?" "If you want to see him, then go on your own," the six-winged frost centipede replied in a cold voice. "Brother Han asked me to relay a message to you. If you want to die, then stay here, but if you want to live, then come with me to see him. As for this true spirit, he'll deal with it if it manages to break out of this formation," the Ice Phoenix said. A cold look appeared on the six-winged frost centipede's face upon hearing this. What does he mean by that? Is that supposed to be a threat? "I've already delivered the message. It's up to you whether you believe it or not," the Ice Phoenix said before flying away as a streak of light. The six-winged frost centipede made no effort to stop her, but he looked on with a hesitant expression, and after a long while, he gritted his teeth, and said, "Fine, seeing as you've already seen me, I'll go and meet you. In any case, I've progressed to the Grand Ascension stage as well, so there's no need for me to fear you." As soon as his voice trailed off, 3 pairs of transparent wings appeared on his back, and he flew away as a ball of translucent light, leaving the white light formation down below unattended. Without the 6-winged frost centipede manning the formation, it immediately dimmed slightly and seemed to have lost around 30% of its power. The giant figure within the formation instantly detected this and began to struggle even more violently, causing the entire formation to tremor and quake. "Brother Han, it's so good to see you here," the Ice Phoenix said in an ecstatic manner as she appeared above the altar. Due to Han Li's instructions, the guards surrounding the altar made no effort to stop her and continued to stand still on the spot. At this point, Han Li had already risen to his feet, and he smiled as he said, "Long time no see, fellow Daoist Ice Phoenix, your cultivation base has improved significantly. As expected, your Ice Phoenix physique is truly remarkable." "Surely you jest, Brother Han, my improvement is nothing compared to yours. Even during my journey, I had heard much about your spectacular feats," the Ice Phoenix said with a smile as she slowly descended from above, landing in front of Han Li. "I would rather not have earned this reputation. Otherwise, no one would seek me out to do something so dangerous." "Oh, the 6-winged frost centipede is coming over as well. Hold on a moment while I speak with him," Han Li said as he cast his gaze into the distance with blue light flashing within his eyes. The Ice Phoenix had no objection to this, but a wary look appeared on her face as she cautioned, "Be careful, Brother Han, the 6-winged frost centipede has become quite powerful after reaching the Grand Ascension stage. In particular, he possesses a certain movement technique that allowed us to even outrun that true immortal for quite some time." An intrigued look appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this. "Oh. A movement technique that could outrun even a true immortal. I'd like to see that for myself if possible." Right at this moment, a ball of translucent light shot forth from afar, and the guards around the altar immediately began preparing for battle, only to be reassured by Han Li that this was an ally rather than an enemy. Thus, the 6-winged frost centipede also appeared above the altar with a dark expression, then said, "If you wanted to see me, why didn't you come to me? Do you really think I would believe your baseless threat? If you didn't believe me, then why did you follow fellow Daoist Ice Phoenix here?" Han Li countered. "Humph, you said you were willing to take care of that true spirit, so why would I continue to stall it for you? I want to see if you're truly as powerful as all of the rumors proclaim," the 6-winged frost centipede harumphed coldly in response. "Is that so? You seem to be very confident that I won't be able to do anything to you. Have you forgotten the blood contract power that I planted in your body?" Han Li asked as his eyes narrowed slightly. "Hee, I would be wary of that blood contract power had I not reached the Grand Ascension stage yet, but now that our cultivation bases are comparable with one another, there's no way that power will be able to affect me," the 6-winged frost centipede said. "You really have become very confident after becoming a Grand Ascension stage being. However, I'm afraid you've misjudged the situation," Han Li said. "How so?" the 6-winged frost centipede asked with a completely unconvinced expression. "I can still easily subdue you using the blood contract power." As soon as Han Li's voice trailed off, he immediately made a hand seal, and bright blue light flashed within his eyes, as if his pupils had transformed into a pair of miniature blue suns. At the same time, a burst of enormous spiritual sense surged toward the 6-winged frost centipede, who was quite alarmed by this turn of events. He immediately shot back in retreat while preparing to unleash a secret technique in retaliation, but right at this moment, Han Li gave a cold harumph. The sound wasn't very loud, but the 6-winged frost centipede felt as if a thunderclap had exploded right within his mind, causing him to falter slightly during his retreat, and this split-second delay was enough for Han Li's spiritual sense to completely inundate him. At the same time, Han Li uttered the word "restrict," and the six-winged frost centipede felt as if a certain point in his mind had exploded, instantly sending peculiar energy fluctuations surging throughout his entire body. As a result, his body was completely numbed and immobilized. The six-winged frost centipede didn't even get a chance to say anything before his mouth and tongue were also completely numbed, and he could only look on helplessly with a horrified expression. Only then did Hanli undo his hand seal in an unhurried manner, and at this point, the ice phoenix was already thoroughly stunned. She knew that the six-winged frost centipede was definitely no match for Hanli, but never did she think that Hanli would be able to restrict him without even having to battle him. "How did you do that, Brother Han?" she couldn't help but exclaim. He made a grave error in underestimating the restrictive power of the blood contract, and he thought that it wouldn't be able to affect him now that he's also at the Grand Ascension stage. Generally speaking, this would be correct, but he couldn't be more wrong if he thinks this general rule applies to me, Hanli replied with a faint smile, intentionally refraining from mentioning that this was a result of his spiritual sense being several times more powerful than that of the six-winged frost centipede. The ice phoenix could tell that Hanli was withholding some details, but she knew that it would be unwise to ask further questions. All of a sudden, Hanli asked, "I heard that you two had been pursued by that true immortal this entire time. How did you end up in that situation?" "That's a long story that began back when the six-winged frost centipede abducted me in the primordial world." The ice phoenix delivered a recount to answer Hanli's question. "Thus, the six-winged frost centipede and I were confronted by Ming Zun and the others and forced to act as lures again. So that true immortal wanted to take you and the six-winged frost centipede as its spirit servants, and it pursued you too because it had been provoked by the six-winged frost centipede. On top of that, he planted some type of mark in your bodies that allows him to track you down regardless of how far away you are. Is that correct?" Hanli confirmed. "That's right. The six-winged frost centipede and I have examined our own bodies on multiple occasions, but were unable to find any marks, so we speculated that the marks had most likely been planted on our souls, completely escaping our detection," the ice phoenix replied with a wry smile. "In that case, perhaps I could help you out," Hanli suddenly said with a smile. An ecstatic look intermingled with a hint of incredulity appeared on the ice phoenix's face upon hearing this. "Really? We had consulted Ming Zun about this earlier, and even he was unable to do anything. The mark had to have been planted in a hurry, so even if this is an immortal technique, it wouldn't be some type of profound secret technique. He was most likely only able to do this by relying on his powerful spiritual sense. As such, I should be able to erase the mark as long as my spiritual sense isn't inferior to his by too much. If you trust me, I can give it a try right now," Hanli replied in a calm manner. "I'd be more than willing to accept your help, Brother Han. Please go ahead," the ice phoenix said without any hesitation. "All right, open up your mind to me and don't reject my spiritual sense," Hanli said as he pointed a finger at the ice phoenix. The ice phoenix immediately agreed, then closed her eyes and entered a tranquil state, opening her mind up to Hanli. A thin translucent thread shot out of Hanli's outstretched fingertip, and the translucent thread immediately shot forward, burying its front half into the ice phoenix's glabella. The ice phoenix's expression remained calm, displaying no reaction to this. Meanwhile, blue light flashed within Hanli's eyes yet again, and his finger began to move around slightly, causing the translucent thread to also tremor incessantly. All of a sudden, his brows furrowed slightly as he made a hand seal, and the translucent thread suddenly began to glow with white light that was quickly becoming brighter and brighter, and it was also beginning to tremor more violently. Around 15 minutes later, a slightly pained look had appeared on the ice phoenix, and she seemed to be struggling with something. Right at this moment, she let loose an involuntary cry as her eyes sprang open, and the translucent thread embedded into her glabella instantly shattered. At this point, she was completely drenched in sweat, as if she had just been plunged into a body of water. Her eyes were rather lacking in focus, and she didn't seem to be fully conscious yet. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of azure light. As soon as the azure light came into contact with the Ice Phoenix's body, she immediately shuddered, and her eyes quickly regained their focus. "Examine your soul and see if there's any difference from before," Han Li instructed in an unhurried manner. The Ice Phoenix hurriedly did as she was told, and an ecstatic look quickly appeared on her face. "Thank you for your help, Brother Han. I can't point out anything concrete, but I can sense that a superfluous part of my soul that had previously escaped my detection seems to have been erased. Your powers are truly incredible, Brother Han. It's nothing much, it's just that my spiritual sense is a bit more powerful than that of the average Grand Ascension stage being. In addition, that true immortal spiritual sense has most likely been severely restricted in this realm. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to accomplish this either," Han Li replied. Meanwhile, the six-winged frost centipede was still completely immobilized, and his numb face wasn't capable of displaying any expressions, but a hint of astonishment had appeared in his eyes. Han Li turned toward the six-winged frost centipede, and said, "I have some things that I want you to do for me. If you can do it, I can promise to remove the blood contract and grant you freedom. Otherwise, given the disparity in our spiritual sense, you'll be destined to be completely powerless against me unless you ascend to become an immortal." As soon as Han Li's voice trailed off, he made a hand seal, and a burst of spiritual sense instantly entered the six-winged frost centipede's body. At the same time, a soundproof light barrier enshrouded the two of them, and the six-winged frost centipede felt something stir in his mind, upon which he was able to regain control over his own body, but his expression darkened even further. "What do you want me to do for you?" he asked in a cold voice. "There are some materials I've been unable to track down. I want you to search for them for me in the nearby realms. If you can collect everything within the next 1,000 years, I'll discharge the blood contract. Of course, as a deposit, I can erase the soul mark planted on you by that true immortal right away. On top of that, you must swear a vow to assist the human race on 3 occasions in the case that it encounters any severe tribulations," Han Li said in a calm manner. "That's it." The six-winged frost centipede was rather taken aback to hear this. "You're already a Grand Ascension stage being, so it would be impossible to expect you to become my spirit beast again. I can kill you with ease using the power of the blood contract, but that doesn't benefit me in any way," Han Li replied in a nonchalant manner. "Let me see the list of materials you want. As for assisting your human race, I'll consider it after I complete this task," the six-winged frost centipede said. "That's not an issue. However, I'll only discharge the blood contract once you swear that vow," Han Li said as he swept a sleeve through the air to release a white jade slip. The six-winged frost centipede drew the jade slip into his own grasp before pressing it against his own forehead and injecting his spiritual sense into it. There were only around a dozen materials recorded in the jade slip, but even as a Grand Ascension stage being, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath upon seeing the names of these materials. These materials weren't ones that were rumored to have gone extinct, but all of them were extremely difficult to find and would definitely take a very long time to track down. After a brief calculation, he realized that it would take roughly the full 1,000 years to track everything down under normal circumstances. If I were to agree to this, I wouldn't even have any time to cultivate. I'll have to spend the entire 1,000 years searching for these materials," the six-winged frost centipede harumphed coldly. "Does that mean you refuse? Don't forget that if it weren't for all those spirit medicines I fed you to allow you to successfully evolve on several occasions, there's no way you would have attained intelligence and reached your current level," Han Li said in a calm voice, but a menacing aura was beginning to emanate from his body. A chill immediately ran down the six-winged frost centipede's spine, and he said, "Who says I refuse? 1,000 years is nothing for spirit beasts like myself. It's well worth the price if I can recover my freedom." "Good. In that case, we have a win-win situation. I'll remove the soul mark in your body, and you can leave right away. If you delay too much, I can't guarantee that you'll be able to leave this place alive, Hanli said. The six-winged frost centipede's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this, and he replied, "All right, I'll come to see you again once I collect all of the required materials." A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this, and he extended a finger to release another spiritual sense thread. Around 15 minutes later, the six-winged frost centipede rose up into the air before flapping his six wings, flying away into the distance as a ball of translucent light. "Brother Han, were you serious when you said that delaying our departure could result in death?" the Ice Phoenix asked in a hesitant voice as she looked on at the departing six-winged frost centipede. "Of course. Everything that remains in this formation will be destroyed alongside it," Hanli said with a mocking smile as glanced at the trade guild guards nearby. Could it be that the trade guild is planning to? "You should leave right away and return to the human race, fellow Daoist Ice Phoenix. I can see that you've benefited greatly during your journey, so stay in the human race for now, and don't go anywhere unless it's necessary before you reach the Grand Ascension stage," Hanli said, cutting the Ice Phoenix off mid-sentence. The Ice Phoenix took a deep breath, and replied, "I understand. You've clearly prepared countermeasures, but do look after yourself, Brother Han." After that, she made a hand seal and transformed into an ice phoenix that was over 100 feet in length, then flapped her wings before flying away toward another direction. Almost at the exact same moment, an earth-shattering boom rang out several thousand kilometers away, and the white light formation exploded into countless specks of white light, following which young deer emerged. It was wearing its suit of yellow armor, and after letting loose a furious roar, it sped directly toward the formation core where Hanli was situated with yellow winds surging all around it. Hanli was able to see what was happening in the distance using his spirit eye ability, and he made a hand seal to withdraw the soundproof light barrier, then instructed, "Stay here and guard the formation core. I'll be back soon." After that, he rose up into the air as a streak of azure light, flying directly toward young deer. At their incredible speeds, the distance between them was covered in the blink of an eye, and young deer faltered slightly at the sight of the oncoming streak of azure light before a cold look appeared on its face. It abruptly swept a giant hand forward, and a mountainous furry palm emerged out of thin air amid a burst of spatial fluctuations before swooping down like lightning and catching the streak of azure light. Young deer was ecstatic to see this, and it immediately tightened its grip to try and crush the streak of azure light. However, right at this moment, the streak of azure light transformed into an extremely lifelike azure WIRM, and countless streaks of azure sword chi erupted out of the WIRM's body in unison. The giant yellow hand was instantly inundated by this storm of sword chi and quickly sliced into countless pieces. The azure WIRM then vanished amid a flash of spiritual light, and Han Li appeared in its place. Han Li's gaze pierced directly through the yellow winds using his spirit eye ability, and he said, "I'm assuming you're fellow Daoist young deer. Who are you and why are you standing in my way despite knowing who I am? Do you have a death wish?" Young deer yelled in a fierce voice. "I am Han Li of the human race, and I'm responsible for guarding this formation core. I have no interest in battling anyone, but I'm obligated to keep you here," Han Li replied with a calm smile. Han Li. "Humph, how dare a mere Grand Ascension stage being like you display such insolence in my presence?" Young deer was enraged to hear this, and it took a deep breath to inhale all of the yellow wind around it, causing its stomach to bulge drastically into a giant sphere. It then opened its mouth to release countless grains of yellow sand that swept toward Han Li in a violent sandstorm. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he flipped a hand over to summon a small yellow gourd, which he immediately tossed forward. The gourd tipped itself over, and the translucent runes on its surface flashed, following which it instantly swelled to around the size of a house. Han Li pointed a finger at the giant gourd, and a burst of loud rumbling rang out within it as countless grains of precise translucent sand gushed out of its opening. This was none other than the baleful golden astral sand that Han Li had obtained in the Elder Devil realm. The sand surged through the air before multiplying at a rapid rate, quickly forming a sea of sand. Immediately thereafter, Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, and the sea of translucent sand surged directly toward Young Deer. The two massive waves of sand clashed violently, and an ear-splitting grating sound rang out as yellow and translucent light intertwined. The yellow sand was constantly shape-shifting into different types of demon beasts as it tore viciously at the opposing sea of sand, but there seemed to be no end to the wave of translucent sand, and regardless of what form the sea of yellow sand adopted, it was able to pulverize every grain of yellow sand it came into contact with. Thus, the sea of yellow sand began to shrink at a rapid rate, and after the span of just a few breaths, it had been reduced to less than half its original size. Young Deer was rather surprised to see this, but it then immediately gave a cold harumph before making a big forward stride. A burst of violent spatial fluctuations erupted as Young Deer covered a distance of several thousand feet, appearing right above Han Li. It then laid one hand over the other before thrusting them down violently like a pair of small mountains. Even before they had reached Han Li, two semi-transparent layers of white light appeared over the two palms, enshrouding Han Li within a burst of viscous asphyxiating power. Han Li raised an eyebrow as he made a grabbing motion to summon an azure longsword that was several feet in length, then slashed it through the air. A streak of azure light that was over 100 feet in length erupted into the heavens, then struck the white light with devastating might. A dull thump rang out, and the streak of azure light was repelled. Instead of being alarmed to see this, a faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as one of his arms suddenly thickened significantly, while a layer of purplish-golden scales appeared all over it. He then launched a devastating punch upward, and a cold smile appeared on Young Deer's face upon seeing this, following which two bursts of enormous power surged into its giant palms. As a result, the white light radiating from its hands became even more dazzling, and the viscous power around Han Li also became more suffocating. It seemed that Young Deer was planning to crush Han Li into mincemeat in one fell swoop. As soon as Han Li's frail-looking fist came into contact with the white light, a formation comprised of countless silver patterns appeared all over the fist, following which a burst of incredibly fearsome power erupted forth. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and the white light was instantly shattered, while the two mountainous palms were also forced apart. Young Deer's entire body shuddered violently from the tremendous force of the impact, and it stumbled over 10 steps backward involuntarily before steadying itself again, upon which it cast its gaze toward Han Li with shock and fury in its eyes. It then let loose a low roar before opening its mouth to release a ball of white wind that was around 10 feet in diameter, and the ball of wind reached Han Li in the blink of an eye. The enormous wind pressure being released by the ball of wind was causing the surrounding space to screech violently. However, Han Li was able to swat it away with ease using his purplish-golden arm, and the ball of wind was sent flying into the distance before exploding into a scintillating white sun, releasing such powerful shockwaves that everything within a radius of around half a kilometer was razed to the ground. Young Deer's expression darkened even further upon seeing this. Right at this moment, Han Li made a hand seal, and bright purplish-golden light radiated from his entire body. Once the purplish-golden light faded, a Fian celestial-like being with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared in Han Li's place. The creature's entire body was covered in purplish-golden scales, and there was a horn on each of its 3 heads. The fearsome being cast a cold gaze toward Young Deer before striding toward it, and with each step it took, its body would swell drastically in size. After only around a dozen steps, it had expanded to be no lesser in size than Young Deer. "This is my most powerful form, and this is where the true battle begins. I wonder how many attacks you'll be able to take from me," Han Li said as green light flashed from one of his arms, and a dark green wooden sword appeared. With just a slight slash, the sword sent a burst of law fluctuations surging forth in all directions, and Young Deer's heart immediately sank as it identified Han Li's true devil physique and profound heavenly treasure. Elsewhere, within a crimson fiery cloud that encompassed an area with a radius of close to 10 kilometers, streaks of silver sword chi were surging through the air amid rumbling thunderclaps. All of a sudden, all of the sword chi converged to form a massive silver sword that was over 10,000 feet in length above the fiery cloud before slashing downward. At the same time, a WIRM with crimson feelers all over its body flew out of the fiery cloud amid a thunderous roar before blasting balls of lightning out of its mouth toward the giant silver sword. The sword instantly transformed into a silver sword barrier that appeared beneath the WIRM before slicing the entire fiery cloud in half. Immediately thereafter, the giant sword vanished, and an ordinary-looking gray-robed man appeared in its place. The man was drenched in sweat, and close to half of his body had gone missing. The cross-section of the wound was completely charred black without any blood flowing out of it, and he was looking up at the completely stationary WIRM up above with a hint of lingering fear in his eyes. This is a fire whisker beast, a sacred being among fire attribute beasts. It must have been brought into this realm by that true immortal. It's a pity that it's just a puppet without any intelligence. Otherwise, there's no way I would have been able to defeat it unless I used my 9 tribulation spirit vanquishing arts. Even so. The gray-robed man looked down at his own body, which wasn't showing any signs of recovering despite the regenerative secret technique he was using, and a wry smile appeared on his face. Right at this moment, the giant WIRM up above shuddered before exploding into countless pieces, sending waves of crimson flames sweeping through the area in all directions. The gray-robed man was very alarmed to see this, and he immediately transformed into the massive silver sword again before tearing his way out of the sea of flames. Only after a full 15 minutes had passed did the crimson sea of flames gradually subside before finally being snuffed out. At this moment, the gray-robed man reappeared at the spot where the WIRM had once been situated, and his expression darkened significantly as he looked around to find that there was nothing left. After pausing momentarily, he heaved a forlorn sigh before flying away as a streak of light. Huashizi failed. That's very unexpected, Mo Liang murmured to himself with a surprised expression. You're unwilling to undo the soul restriction on my body, so I'm unable to unleash even 1/10 of my power. Otherwise, how could someone from this lower realm possibly defeat me? A sharp voice suddenly rang out in response from the nearby space. Immediately thereafter, several egg-sized crimson fireballs appeared around 10 feet in front of Ma Liang, then converged to form a small crimson humanoid figure, who appraised Ma Liang in an expressionless manner. There's no way I would undo the restriction in this realm. I wouldn't take such a risk until at least after I return to the true immortal realm. You should be glad that you were able to temporarily regain consciousness. However, I'm going to put your soul to sleep again right away. With your power, just this immortal body of yours will be enough to support me, Ma Liang harumphed coldly, then opened his mouth to release a burst of golden light. As soon as the golden light came into contact with the crimson figure, the cold look in its eyes faded and was replaced by a completely wooden expression. Ma Liang then swept a sleeve through the air to release several golden talismans, all of which adhered themselves to the crimson figure's body. Immediately thereafter, he pulled out a blue jade box, and after the lid was removed, a burst of white chi surged out of the box before drawing the crimson figure into it. After that, Ma Liang stowed the jade box away before looking up into the sky, upon which his brows furrowed slightly. Several battles were still raging around him, and at this point, the 8 5-clawed blood dragons and 4 blood giants had been completely forced onto the back foot. Furthermore, they had been forced to retreat back to the river of blood by the opposing Grand Ascension stage beings, and they were only just barely able to hold their ground by relying upon the endless supply of energy flowing into their bodies from the river of blood. However, it was clear that they wouldn't be able to last much longer. Yang cast quickly inspected all of the battles taking place around the River of Blood, then turned toward a palm-sized light screen right beside him. A giant devilish creature with 3 heads and 6 arms was depicted on the screen, holding a huge dark green sword in one hand, and half of a massive beast carcass in the other. That's a profound heavenly treasure being wielded by someone with a true devil physique. I didn't think that the guardians of the formation cores would be so troublesome to deal with. It looks like I have no choice but to undo the seal on myself again. Seeing as I've already found my target, there's no need for me to hold back any longer, Yang murmured to himself before flipping a hand over to summon a shimmering golden talisman. There were countless tiny golden runes flashing on the surface of the golden talisman, which was squirming and writhing incessantly as if it were a living creature. Yang hesitated for a long while with tightly furrowed brows before gently waving the golden talisman with a decisive look on his face. The golden talisman flashed before flying up as a long streak of golden light before revolving around Yang. At the same time, Yang made a rapid string of hand seals while chanting an incantation. Black and white chi flashed from his body in unison, and he began to release an extremely fearsome aura that was only becoming more and more formidable. In the blink of an eye, the aura had become so powerful that even the surrounding space was trembling violently. It was as if an aura of this caliber shouldn't appear in the spirit realm. Outside the River of Blood, Yin Gongzi had just destroyed the blood worm that he was facing once again using hundreds of silver spear-like treasures, and a triumphant look appeared on his face. However, in the next instant, his expression changed drastically as he hurriedly cast his gaze toward the River of Blood. The other Grand Ascension stage beings had also sensed the fearsome aura within the River of Blood, and their attacks faltered as they also turned their attention toward the River of Blood with alarmed expressions. As for Ming Zun, who was overseeing the entire battlefield, he wasn't too surprised or alarmed to sense this aura. On the contrary, his eyes narrowed slightly as an expectant look appeared on his face. All of a sudden, a light formation appeared nearby, following which Xian Juling appeared with an unnaturally pale complexion. Ming Zun turned towards Xian Juling to discover that close to half of his body was missing, and a surprised look appeared on his face as he asked, "What happened? It looks like the battle didn't go according to plan for you. Did you manage to kill that thing?" That thing was a legendary sacred being among fire attribute beasts. Thankfully, it was only an insentient puppet, so I was able to make it back alive. Rest assured, it's already been killed, and the formation core is fine, so your plan won't be affected, Xian Juling replied. I see. As expected of a true immortal to have such a powerful spirit beast by his side. Wait, you didn't use your 9 tribulation spirit vanquishing arts, did you? Ming Zun hurriedly asked in a concerned manner. Of course not, that's our only chance to kill that true immortal. If I had used it, I wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state, Xian Juling replied with a wry smile. That's good to hear. That true immortal seems to have begun undoing his seal, so you'll have to strike soon. Take this origin water pill right away, it should be somewhat effective for healing your injuries, Ming Zun said as he swept a sleeve through the air to release a blue pill. Thanks, this origin water pill will indeed be beneficial for my recovery, Xian Juling said as he caught the pill before swallowing it at once. After that, he sat down on the spot with his legs crossed and began to meditate. In the next instant, a layer of faint blue light appeared over his wound, slowly cleansing away the charred flesh before countless crimson threads appeared before rapidly intertwining to form new flesh. Ming Zun was quite pleased to see this, and he turned his gaze back toward the River of Blood in the distance. All of a sudden, the entire River of Blood began to surge violently, following which one giant wave after another was swept up. Under the influence of the River of Blood, the 8 blood dragons and 4 blood giants also became a lot more powerful, thereby allowing them to hold their own against the 4 mythical black beasts and the opposing Grand Ascension stage beings. At this point, the fearsome aura within the river of blood had reached an extremely alarming level. A loud thunderclap rang out up above, and a rainbow cloud appeared, completely disregarding the restrictions of the bipolar destruction formation as it expanded rapidly, encompassing the entirety of Baleful Cry Point in the blink of an eye. The rainbow cloud then began to revolve, and arcs of purplish-golden lightning flashed within it amid rumbling thunderclaps. Within the river of blood, Ma Liang's eyes were already shut, and countless purplish-golden runes suddenly appeared around him before transforming into purplish-golden chains that swept toward his body. The golden talisman that was flying around Ma Liang abruptly exploded, sending countless threads of golden light erupting forth in all directions, forming a net that encompassed all of the nearby purplish-golden chains. At the same time, the top of Ma Liang's head opened up to release a miniature golden figure, which waved a hand toward the purplish-golden chains in an expressionless manner. The chains immediately transformed into streaks of golden light that surged toward Ma Liang's head before vanishing in a flash, and the miniature golden figure also returned to Ma Liang's head. After that, the fearsome aura being released from Ma Liang's body suddenly vanished, and he slowly opened his eyes as a cold smile appeared on his face. Another burst of rumbling rang out in the sky, and the rainbow cloud and purplish-golden lightning instantly disappeared. Within the span of just a few breaths, everything had returned to normal, as if nothing more than an illusion had been displayed to everyone. Yin Gongzi and the others were unable to see Ma Liang's transformation as he was situated in the river of blood, but the disappearance of that fearsome aura came as a huge relief to everyone, and they immediately resumed their attacks. Right at this moment, Ma Liang raised a hand and pointed a finger forward, immediately following which the 8 blood dragons and 4 blood giants roared in unison before countless white cracks appeared all over their bodies. All of a sudden, the 12 creatures exploded into black blood that rained down from above, encompassing this entire space. Yin Gongzi and the others were naturally very alarmed by this, and immediately took evasive measures. Meanwhile, the 4 mythical black beasts vanished on the spot as plumes of black mist. However, the blood storm encompassed a very large area, and it had struck without any warning, so the black-armored man and the woman in the palatial dress were unable to evade quickly enough and were caught within the storm. Their hearts immediately sank upon seeing this, and the silver plate-like treasures hovering around the black-armored man instantly transformed into several layers of silver barriers around him at his behest. At the same time, his body blurred and transformed into a murky gray shadow. Meanwhile, the woman in the palatial dress made a hand seal, and the decorative beads in her hair shot forth as dozens of protective treasures, forming a series of protective restrictions above her. At the same time, azure runes surfaced on her palatial dress amid flashes of spiritual light, forming additional protective formations around her. In the face of this blood storm, both of them had adopted their most effective defensive measures. In the next instant, close to 100 drops of blood rain fell upon the two of them. As soon as this blood rain came into contact with the protective light barriers formed by the opposing defensive treasures, they were able to instantly pierce through before reaching the pair of Grand Ascension stage beings. 2 agonized cries immediately rang out, and both of them flew out of the blood storm as streaks of light. However, once they stumbled out into the open, everyone else immediately drew a sharp breath upon catching sight of them. Half of the black-armored man's face had disappeared, revealing an eerie skull that was glowing with faint gray light, presenting a very unsettling sight to behold. As for the woman in the palatial dress, her face remained unscathed, but one of her arms had entirely disappeared. What kind of attack is this blood rain? How is it this fearsome? Mistress Wu Ling exclaimed. Everyone else was also quite alarmed to see this. Ming Zun emerged above everyone amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, then said in a grim manner, "This seems to be origin blood power that only those who cultivate blood Dao arts to the extreme can attain, and it said that just a drop of this blood can pierce through entire mountains and oceans." Looking at it now, those legends certainly weren't exaggerating. Origin blood power. This blood is nowhere near that level. This is merely some spirit blood that I've collected and refined, and it's far from becoming true origin blood power. A cold voice rang out from within the river of blood, following which the river parted to reveal Ma Liang with a cold smile on his face. All of the Grand Ascension stage beings immediately cast their eyes toward Ma Liang, and Ming Zun's pupils contracted slightly, but his expression remained calm as he asked, "Did you really descend from the true immortal realm?" "That's right. I had already attained a true immortal body countless years ago, and if it weren't for the task I've been assigned, there's no way I would visit an insignificant realm like this one," Ma Liang replied. Ming Zun's mind was racing, but his expression remained unchanged as he asked, "Would you be able to disclose what this task is, fellow Daoist?" "There's no need for that. I'm already on the cusp of completing the task. All I need to do now is to kill all of you and clear the way for myself." "Now then, let me send you all on your way," Ma Liang said in a cold voice, and before any of the Grand Ascension stage beings could reply, he suddenly made a strange-looking hand seal. Golden and blue runes immediately surged out of his body in a frenzy, following which bright golden light erupted forth before a layer of blue flames appeared, from within which specks of golden light then emerged. Thus, the golden light and blue flames transitioned between one another over and over again, instantly forming countless layers over Ma Liang's body. The transitions were taking place so quickly that even all of the Grand Ascension stage beings were struggling to keep up with their eyes. Wary looks immediately appeared on everyone's faces, and a cold look also flashed through Ming Zun's eyes. Right at this moment, the light around Ma Liang's body settled on a shimmering golden color, and he took a step forward, upon which his body swelled to several times its original size, transforming into a golden giant that was over 10,000 feet tall. At the same time, he made a hand seal, and golden spirit patterns appeared all over his skin, while countless specks of golden light appeared in the surrounding area. All of a sudden, another burst of power of laws filled the entire sky, and it clashed with the power of laws of the bipolar destruction formation. As a result, the formation was thrown into complete disarray, and not only was most of its power nullified, it was only just barely able to hold itself together. This is a spirit domain. How is he able to unleash a spirit domain in this realm? This is impossible. How can he do this in the face of the restrictive power of this realm? Mistress Wu Ling exclaimed with an incredulous expression. Yin Gongzi and the others had naturally also identified this spirit domain, and fearful looks had appeared on all of their faces. The fact that Ma Liang was able to unleash this ability indicated that he had already returned to the height of his powers and was no longer being restricted by the power of this realm. All of the Grand Ascension stage beings present were quite proud, but they knew in their hearts that there was no way they could contend with an unrestricted true immortal. This is not a true spirit domain. Having said that, you'll be able to witness my spirit domain soon. If you have any trump cards left, then use them now. Otherwise, you won't get any further chances, the Golden Giant said in a rumbling voice. Immediately thereafter, it pointed a finger up at the sky, and a golden pillar of light erupted from its fingertip before vanishing into the heavens in a flash. In the next instant, the entire space tremored violently, and the specks of golden light exploded to illuminate the entire sky with scintillating golden light. The earth down below also tremored violently as a series of golden rifts opened up, and one golden volcano after another quickly emerged from the rifts. Golden lava came gushing out in a frenzy, and in the blink of an eye, the entire world seemed to have been transformed into a golden sea. Everyone's hearts immediately sank even further upon seeing this. Ming Zun's expression also darkened significantly, but he immediately yelled, "There's no need to fear, fellow Taoists. I don't know how he's able to unleash this spirit domain, but there's no way he can maintain it for too long. Otherwise, he would have unleashed it right away rather than wasting all this time." Everyone else felt this to be quite a reasonable analysis, but they were still quite hesitant as they exchanged glances with one another. Meanwhile, the golden giant stood still on the spot with his eyes shut, seemingly drawing upon its magic power. At the same time, the golden domain was expanding in all directions at a rate that was discernible even to the naked eye, forcing everyone to rush back and retreat in fear of being swept up in the spirit domain. Yin Gongzi steadied himself before transmitting his voice toward Mingzun. With his current power, we could easily perish at any moment if we were to engage him in battle. Isn't it about time you brought out some other trump cards, Brother Ming? Don't tell me that this bipolar annihilation formation is the only trump card you prepared. Rest assured, fellow Daoist Yin, I won't just stand by idly and watch while he does as he pleases. I've prepared 2 countermeasures against spirit domains. I wouldn't ask you to give your lives for nothing, Mingzun replied. As soon as his voice trailed off, he took a deep breath before making a hand seal, and a total of 81 black crystal balls flew out of his sleeves before revolving through the air and blooming like a cluster of giant black flowers. These black flowers then formed a massive black light formation that expanded in a frenzy to encompass all of the Grand Ascension stage beings, and it kept the golden light radiating from the spirit domain at bay, preventing it from expanding any further. At the same time, black runes surged incessantly within the black light formation alongside bursts of Buddhist chants that struck the listener with a sense of indescribable comfort and entrancement. The woman in the palatial dress was both stunned and ecstatic to see this. This is the Buddhist River Paradise domain. Isn't this a paramount Buddhist protective treasure? How did it end up in your hands? Hee, our trade guild obtained this treasure by chance. It can't compare with that true immortal spirit domain, but it'll be enough to protect all of us for now. If this isn't enough, I have another measure up my sleeve, Mingzun replied. After a brief moment of contemplation, a determined look appeared on the black-armored man's mangled face, and he said, in that case, I'll stay and take a risk. It'll be worth making a gamble for the chance to kill this true immortal. I'll stay as well, but if it turns out that we're no match for this opponent, then I'm not going to remain here and throw away my life for nothing, Mistress Wu Ling said in a cold voice. Yin Gongzi and the others remained silent, but it was clear that they were also planning to test out the power of this spirit domain before making their decision. Mingzun was naturally aware of what all of them were thinking, and he transmitted his voice to everyone. Rest assured, fellow Taoists, if it turns out that we're no match for this true immortal, then I won't force any of you to stay here. However, don't forget about fellow Daoist Xian Jiuling. All we need to do is create a good opportunity for Brother Xian to strike, and there's a very good chance that he'll be able to kill this true immortal. Everyone's hearts stirred slightly upon hearing this. Xian Jiuling was an extremely renowned powerful being who had slain 9 true spirits, and the fact that he was constantly lurking in the shadows instilled everyone with some confidence. Right at this moment, the golden giant opened its eyes. Its magic power had finally been converted into immortal spiritual power, allowing it to unleash some true immortal secret techniques. Unbeknownst to his opponents, he wasn't intending to attack them with his spirit domain. For an immortal, a spirit domain could be used in battle as something similar to a bonded ability, but its main purpose was to assist one in their cultivation. As such, he wasn't planning to use it to directly attack at all. With that in mind, a cold smile appeared on Ma Liang's face, and he made a grabbing motion toward the river of blood down below. A burst of loud rumbling rang out, and the river of blood converged to form a massive angular seal. The seal had crimson flames burning all around it, and there were countless images of different creatures etched onto its surface. All of these images were extremely lifelike, as if they were living beings, and they presented a very unsettling sight to behold. This was none other than the myriad spirit blood seal, which had finally been successfully refined after countless living beings had been sacrificed. With his immortal spiritual power, Ma Ling was now able to unleash most of the treasure's power, and even if he had to kill an ordinary true immortal, it would be a simple task for him. As such, it was complete overkill to be using this seal on opponents of such a lowly caliber, and he was expending a lot of essential power, but he had no choice if he wanted to end this battle immediately and ensure that none of his opponents escaped. With that in mind, Mo Liang injected most of his immortal spiritual power into the giant seal in a frenzy before hurling it through the air. All of a sudden, the crimson seal vanished amid a rumbling boom, and in the next instant, a cloud of blood mist emerged above the black light formation amid a burst of violent spatial fluctuations. A gargantuan crimson seal then appeared within the mist, and all of the images on its surface were manifested as projections. The massive seal began to slowly descend from above, and the space down below began to tremor and warp violently. The black light formation was also twisted by the seal's power, and the 81 black crystal balls within it exploded one after another. As a result, the black light formation instantly vanished, much to the astonishment of Ming Zun and the others, who were preparing to attack. "Run!" someone yelled, and everyone immediately fled as streaks of light in different directions, but they only made it several hundred feet before an earth-shattering boom rang out up above. A burst of tremendous power suddenly descended upon the space within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, forcing the streaks of light to plummet out of the heavens and revert back to their original forms. Thus, all of the Grand Ascension stage beings were forced to reappear, and all of them wore horrified expressions. At this moment, the nauseating odor of blood and gore swept down from the giant crimson seal, striking everyone with a sense of dizziness and discomfort. The fleeing Grand Ascension stage beings were very alarmed by this, and they immediately released defensive treasures to keep this odor at bay. Ming Zun's expression had darkened significantly following the destruction of the Buddhist River Paradise domain, but he managed to remain calm as he urged, "What are you waiting for, fellow Taoists? If you have any trump cards left, now would be the time to use them. If we split up and try to escape, we'll just be hunted down one by one." As soon as his voice trailed off, he opened his mouth to release a pristine white scroll within a burst of five-colored light. He then flicked a string of incantation seals toward the scroll, and it slowly unfurled to release countless silver runes that formed a giant silver net before rising up toward the giant seal in the sky. The two clashed amid a rumbling boom, and the frail-looking silver net wasn't immediately destroyed. Instead, it managed to slow down the giant seal's descent. "That's the profound heavenly treasure, the great silver heavenly tome," Yin Gongzi exclaimed upon seeing this. A hesitant look then appeared on his face before he gritted his teeth and arrived at a decision. All of a sudden, a loud boom rang out within his body, and wisps of silver light surged forth in a frenzy, transforming into a silver giant with long green hair that was several hundred feet tall. As soon as the giant appeared, it unleashed countless fist projections toward the crimson seal. With each punch that was unleashed, a thunderclap would ring out, as if every attack possessed the power of divine lightning. Meanwhile, Mistress Wu Ling began to chant an incantation, and a monstrous black projection with a pig's head and an ape's body appeared behind her amid a flash of black light. As soon as the projection appeared, it let loose a long roar before opening its mouth, and the entire sky suddenly dimmed as an unfathomably massive mouth emerged above the crimson seal before biting downward, threatening to swallow the entire seal whole. The woman in the green palatial dress gritted her teeth before also springing into action, and the attacks unleashed by her were no less fearsome than the others. She raised a hand to summon a giant rainbow axe projection that was over 10,000 feet in length, and the projection slashed directly toward the massive seal without any reservation. The other Grand Ascension stage beings were also unleashing attacks of their own, and it seemed that their attacks were very uncoordinated, but they all reached the crimson seal in the blink of an eye. Mo Liang gave a cold harumph upon seeing this, and he pointed a finger at the giant seal, upon which the blood mist around the seal abruptly shuddered, releasing a series of invisible shockwaves that proliferated outward in all directions. All of the oncoming attacks were swept up in the shockwaves, and as a result, the silver net, fist projections, rainbow axe projection, and gargantuan mouth all faltered in mid-air, while the other attacks were reduced to nothingness. Even Ming Zun couldn't help but draw a sharp breath at the sight of such a formidable display of power, and he hurriedly opened his mouth to expel a ball of blood essence toward the white scroll before him. Around a dozen giant silver runes flew out of the scroll, then transformed into a series of silver light formations of different sizes. The light formations overlapped with one another to form a silver pagoda that instantly swelled to around 8,000 feet tall, and the top of the pagoda struck the bottom of the giant seal, upon which the seal was forced upward. However, the blood mist around the giant seal immediately surged, and the tip of the light pagoda was crushed, while the pagoda itself was instantly forced down by about 10 feet. The tip of the silver pagoda would then instantly regenerate before being shattered again, and the process continued to repeat itself. The silver pagoda was clearly no match for the crimson seal, but its interference was causing the seal to slow down drastically in its descent. Meanwhile, Mistress Wu Ling suddenly exchanged a glance with Yin Gongzi, then made a hand seal, and the black projection appeared behind her again before vanishing into her body in a flash. In the next instant, black light surged out of her body, and she swelled to several hundred feet tall, transforming into a pig-ape hybrid beast that was identical to the black projection. However, what was different from the projection was that her body had been encased within a suit of gray bone armor, and she was holding a giant yellow sword in each of her two furry hands. Mistress Wu Ling let loose a thunderous roar before slashing her giant swords through the air, unleash a pair of massive crescent sword projections that hurtled through the air. At the same time, arcs of silver lightning appeared over Yin Gongzi's body before erupting forth at his behest. Simultaneously, a dragon's roar rang out, and a 5-clawed golden dragon that was over 100 feet in length appeared out of nowhere before pouncing directly toward the golden giant. It turned out that the cane-wielding elderly man had hurled his cane through the air, upon which it had transformed into this golden dragon. A gargantuan axe projection, countless azure threads, and around a dozen massive ghostly heads were then unleashed by the other Grand Ascension stage beings in rapid succession, culminating in an extremely fearsome barrage of attacks. Ma Liang let loose a thunderous roar upon seeing this, and he took a deep breath before violently exhaling to release a wave of countless golden runes. A burst of loud rumbling rang out as a golden tornado took shape in front of him, forming a golden wind barrier that stretched all the way up into the heavens. The yellow sword projections, silver lightning, and golden dragon were all instantly destroyed as soon as they entered the wind barrier. As for the rest of the attacks, they weren't even able to make it to the golden wind barrier as they had been kept at bay by a burst of invisible force and could only revolve incessantly on the spot. All of the Grand Ascension stage beings were struck by a sense of despair upon seeing this. All of a sudden, Ming Zun turned toward a certain direction with a cold expression, and asked, "Fellow Taoists, why have you remained inactive this entire time? Are you planning to break your contract?" Spatial fluctuations erupted in that direction, and 4 black-armored young men who bore a strong resemblance with one another emerged, following which one of them replied, "You never told us that we had to face a true immortal, Brother Ming." Judging from their auras, these 4 young men were the human forms of the 4 mythical black beasts, who had concealed themselves into space right after Mao Liang completed his transformation. None of the terms of your contract state that you can back down just because the enemy is a true immortal. Otherwise, our trade guild wouldn't have expended such a heavy price for this contract. Aren't you afraid that you'll suffer backlash from breaking the contract and have your cultivation bases severely debilitated? Ming Zun asked in a cold voice. At least that would be better than ending up dead. The leader of the black-armored young men retorted. Ming Zun suddenly switched to voice transmission here, and said, "I never said that you had to give your lives for this cause. How about this? All I need is for the 4 of you to unleash an all-out attack with your bonded true flames. After you do that, you'll have completed your contract, and I'll let you leave this realm." The black-armored young man faltered slightly upon hearing this before a hint of skepticism appeared in his eyes. Is that true? I wouldn't lie about something like this. I'm willing to swear an inner demon vow, Ming Zun replied. The black-armored young man exchanged a few glances with his companions before nodding in response. In that case, we can assist you one more time, and there's no need for you to swear a vow. However, regardless of the outcome, we'll immediately leave after unleashing one final attack. Ming Zun's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, and he said, "All right, please pay attention and strike when I tell you to do so." During their conversation, Mo Liang had begun chanting another incantation, and crimson light flashed from his glabella, upon which a drop of golden blood essence emerged before flying into the crimson seal as a streak of golden light. A burst of loud rumbling rang out as the crimson mist around the giant seal parted, and countless crimson light threads numbering in the millions instantly tore through space and shot forth in all directions. Ming Zun was very alarmed to see this, and he hurriedly pointed a finger at his silver scroll, which immediately transformed into a silver light barrier around himself, as well as Mistress Wu Ling, Yin Gongzi, and the woman in the palatial dress. The other Grand Ascension stage beings' expressions changed drastically upon seeing this, and it was too late for them to fly into Ming Zun's light barrier, so they could only inject their magic power into their own protective treasures with all their might. The crimson threads flew through the air like lightning, and several agonized wails rang out in unison. The silver pagoda was also instantly riddled with holes, looking as if it could collapse at any moment. Furthermore, the crimson threads were able to pierce through everyone's defensive treasures and protective spiritual light with ease, punching countless small holes into their bodies. Bursts of crimson flames then abruptly erupted out of those holes, instantly incinerating them into nothingness, and even their nascent souls had been unable to escape. Thus, several of the most renowned powerful beings on the entire Tianyuan continent perished before they could utter even a single sound. As for Ming Zun and the others, they managed to survive under the protection of the Great Silver Heavenly Tome. Countless crimson threads struck the light barrier formed by the treasure, causing it to flash erratically before dimming significantly, but it remained resolute. However, Yin Gongzi and the others had all turned extremely pale, and Ming Zun immediately cast his gaze toward the mythical black beasts with a dark expression. As a result, they discovered that the four black-armored young men were hiding behind a black fire barrier and had also survived that attack. Mo Liang was rather surprised to see that so many people had survived that attack, but a cold look then immediately appeared on his face as he made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the giant crimson seal from afar. A burst of loud rumbling out as the giant seal continued to descend, easily pulverizing the light pagoda beneath it, which was already riddled with holes. Thus, the seal came crashing down toward Ming Zun and the others, and the nearby space was enshrouded by that burst of fearsome power again, while the nauseating odor of blood and gore also reappeared. "What do we do, Brother Ming?" Yin Gongzi yelled. "What else can we do aside from fight for our lives?" Rest assured, fellow Taoists, he must have expended a vast amount of true essence to unleash that attack, so there's no way he'll be able to use it a second time. Fellow Taoist Wu Ling, Brother Yin, do your best to oppose this treasure for now, and I'll unleash a secret technique to try and seal him in his current depleted state. Fellow Taoists, please unleash an all-out attack with your bonded true flames to assist me, Ming Zun communicated through voice transmission to the other Grand Ascension stage beings, as well as the four mythical black beasts. "How confident are you that you'll be able to seal him, Brother Ming?" Mistress Wu Ling asked in a slightly hesitant manner. The deaths of the other Grand Ascension stage beings had already struck fear deep into her heart. "I'm unleashing an immortal secret technique that requires me to sacrifice a part of my soul and severely deplete my essential power, so there's at least a 50% chance that it'll succeed," Ming Zun replied. Mistress Wu Ling knew that there was no way she could successfully escape on her own, so she could only grit her teeth before replying, "All right, then I'll trust you one more time." Fellow Daoist Yin, let's strike together. Yin Gongzi nodded in response before immediately letting loose a thunderous roar, upon which his body swelled drastically once again, and thick silver patterns appeared all over his skin. His arms also thickened significantly, and he clenched his hands into tight fists before lashing out with devastating might. As for Mistress Wu Ling, she brought the pair of giant yellow swords in her hands together, and the two combined into one to form a yellow mace that she swung gently through the air, unleashing a gust of yellow wind. The woman in the palatial dress hadn't said anything this entire time, but after witnessing Yin Gongzi and Mistress Wu Ling's attacks, she immediately pulled a jade hairpin with 3 blue beads embedded onto it out of her hair before tossing it up into the sky. The jade hairpin exploded into a ball of spiritual light, while the 3 blue beads flew higher up into the air, then transformed into 3 head-sized balls of blue light that were completely unremarkable in appearance. A cold smile appeared on Ma Liang's face upon seeing this, and the blood mist around the crimson seal surged at his behest before a series of thick crimson feelers emerged. These feelers then transformed into crimson spears that rained down from above like a lethal storm. The crimson spears were immediately met by the countless fist projections unleashed by Yin Gongzi and the yellow wind released by Mistress Wu Ling's mace, upon which all of the oncoming spears were destroyed or sent flying. Meanwhile, the 3 balls of light seemed to possess no substantial form as it continued to rise upward, and all of the crimson spears that struck it merely passed through it without being able to impact it in any way. In the next instant, the flurry of silver fist projections and the yellow mace struck the giant seal with tremendous force, and yellow, silver, and crimson light intertwined amid a resounding boom. However, the giant seal only tremored slightly, but was still steadily descending. Yin Gongzi and Mistress Wu Ling's expressions changed drastically upon seeing this, and the former stomped a foot onto the space beneath him before slowly thrusting his hands upward in a pushing motion, while the latter hurled her yellow mace through the air while chanting an incantation. Several earth-shattering booms rang out in rapid succession, and 2 massive silver hands appeared beneath the giant seal to oppose it from below. At the same time, a gargantuan yellow mace that resembled a divine weapon also rose up into the sky before striking the underside of the seal with unstoppable might. The mountainous seal shuddered slightly in the face of these attacks, and it finally drew to a halt in midair. However, the pair of giant silver hands and the massive mace immediately began to tremor violently, as if they wouldn't be able to last much longer. Yin Gongzi and Mistress Wu Ling's expressions both darkened upon seeing this. At this point, both of them were pouring all of their magic power into the silver hands and yellow mace, and they didn't have any power to spare to resist the seal's descent any further. Right at this moment, the 3 balls of blue light finally arrived near the seal, and they exploded as soon as they came into contact with the blood mist. A burst of glacial power that could virtually freeze one's soul immediately spread through the air, following which 3 giant blue ice flowers with diameters in excess of 100 feet emerged from within the glacial chi, then released 3 pillars of translucent light that struck the seal from below. A layer of dark blue glacial ice immediately took shape on the underside of the seal, and the ice was spreading at an incredible rate, encompassing most of the seal within the span of just a few breaths. Not only were Yin Gongzi and Mistress Wu Ling stunned to see this, even Ming Zun was looking on with an astonished expression. Oh! Those are seeds of night-blooming ice flowers. I didn't think there would be seeds of such an exotic flower here in a lower realm. Having said that, this is not going to be enough to trap my myriad spirit blood seal, Ma Liang said with a hint of surprise on his face before suddenly blowing toward the seal from afar. Specks of golden flames immediately appeared around the seal, then pounced onto the blue glacial ice, and a string of loud cracks and pops immediately rang out. At the same time, the giant itself also began to release a layer of crimson flames. Thus, the blue ice was sandwiched between 2 types of flames, and it was rapidly melting away. The woman in the palatial dress had already sat down and was injecting her magic power into the 3 ice flowers up above with all her might. Brother Ming, what are you waiting for? I can't keep this up for long. Rest assured, fellow Taoists, I've already made my move, Ming Zun replied in a calm manner. Yin Gongzi and the others naturally faltered slightly upon hearing this. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted above Mo Liang, and a miniature azure figure that was roughly a foot tall appeared. The figure's facial features were completely concealed behind a layer of azure light, but it was holding a rusty black lamp. Mo Liang immediately raised his head and released a burst of golden flames out of his mouth, which instantly swelled to become a sea of fire that swept toward the miniature figure. The space in the wake of the golden flames twisted and warped violently, as if it were about to be melted. However, the miniature azure figure merely raised the lamp it was holding in an unhurried manner before swinging it toward the sea of flames down below. Faint black light flashed over the surface of the lamp, and a series of gray runes drifted out before, upon which the golden flames surged into the lamp in a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, the entire sea of golden flames had been drawn into the lamp, and even Mo Liang couldn't help but falter slightly upon seeing this. Right at this moment, the miniature figure tossed the lamp downward, then transformed into a ball of azure light that sprang into the lamp to ignite the charred black wick within it. Thus, a small gray flame immediately appeared within the lamp, and at the same time, Ming Zun's face paled slightly as his body slumped forward involuntarily. A burst of buzzing rang out from the lamp, and a layer of gray flames flashed over its surface, upon which it swelled to countless times its original size, encompassing virtually the entire sky. In the instant that Mo Liang was enveloped by the silver flames, his immortal spiritual power abruptly congealed. On top of that, the protective golden light around him faded, and he was unable to unleash any further secret techniques. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted around him, and the four mythical black beasts emerged in unison before opening their mouths to release black fireballs the size of wagon wheels, all of which crashed directly toward Mo Liang at once. Mo Liang was quite alarmed by this turn of events, but he immediately clenched his hands up into tight fists before lashing out toward the four black fireballs. 3 resounding booms rang out as 3 of the fireballs were instantly destroyed by Mo Liang's fists, but the final one suddenly warped before transforming into a black shadow that reached Mo Liang in a flash before revealing itself to be a gray-robed man. The gray-robed man raised a hand and laid his palm onto Mo Liang's waist, then said in a bone-chilling voice, 9 Tribulation Spirit Vanquishing Arts. All of a sudden, a layer of black chi erupted out of the gray-robed man's body, and his outstretched arm immediately completely shriveled up. However, at the same time, 9 different types of law fluctuations erupted out of the arm before fusing as one. His shriveled arm pierced into the golden giant's waist, and once most of the arm had been plunged into Mo Liang's body, it abruptly exploded. A burst of 9 colored flames erupted forth, instantly inundating the golden giant's entire body and setting it alight. The golden giant roared with agony, and its blood and flesh were quickly stripped away by the 9 colored flames. The colors of the flames were very distinctly separated, but were also somehow in perfect harmony, and it contained 9 different types of powers of laws. After successfully landing the surprise attack, Xian Zhuoling vanished on the spot before appearing beside Ming Zun with a cold smile on his face. In the face of my 9 Tribulation Spirit Vanquishing Arts, even a true immortal is no match. Even though he had detonated one of his own arms, he was extremely pleased to have slain a true immortal. At this moment, the layer of black flames around the golden giant finally faded, and the rusty black lamp up above exploded into specks of spiritual light. It turned out that this was a disposable treasure that could only be used once. Yin Gongzi and the others were naturally ecstatic to see this, and all felt as if they had just survived a massive ordeal. A faint smile also appeared on Ming Zun's face as he appraised the golden giant, which had been completely set alight. The most fearsome part of the 9 Tribulation Spirit Vanquishing Arts were these 9 Tribulation True Flames. The flames contained the bonded flames of 9 types of fire attribute true spirits, as 9 different types of powers of laws were absorbed through other means. Just a tiny speck of this fire would be capable of evaporating oceans and melting entire mountains. Even if the most formidable beings in the true immortal realm were to come into contact with these flames, they wouldn't be able to escape without at least suffering severe injuries, let alone this true immortal. It seemed that there would be no need to unleash the other trump card that had been prepared. As these thoughts flashed through Ming Zun's mind, the golden giant had fallen completely silent, and its flesh had been completely stripped away, leaving only a massive golden skeleton in its place. Everyone heaved a collective internal sigh of relief upon seeing this. However, the woman in the palatial dress suddenly yelled in a panicked manner, "Hold on, he's not actually dead. The power of this myriad spirit blood seal hasn't faded in the slightest." Yin Gongzi and the others were very alarmed to hear this, and they immediately directed their attention upward. High up in the sky, the blue ice on the surface of the giant seal was still being quickly melted away by the 2 types of flames, and there was only a very thin layer of ice left. "Quick! Attack him again!" Ming Zun yelled as his expression darkened significantly, and he made a hand seal before opening his mouth to release a blue flying dagger that was several inches in length. The dagger then transformed into a streak of light that was over 100 long before hurtling directly toward the golden skeleton. Meanwhile, a hint of incredulity flashed through Xian Jiuling's eyes, and he immediately swept a sleeve through the air, releasing hundreds of streaks of silver light that pierced through space and reached the golden skeleton in a flash before plunging toward it as hundreds of silver flying swords. All of a sudden, a suit of beautiful crystalline armor appeared over the golden skeleton's body, and countless purplish golden runes emerged on the suit of armor. All of the oncoming attacks struck the crystalline armor, only to immediately be sent flying without being able to damage the runes at all. The 4 mythical black beasts could naturally see that the situation had taken a dramatic turn for the worse, and they immediately released another black fireball each while flying back in retreat. The black fireballs struck the purplish golden runes and exploded violently, but were also completely ineffective. Right at this moment, a burst of sinister cackling rang out, and the golden skeleton suddenly opened its mouth to release a palm-sized dark green vial before pointing a finger at the vial, upon which it instantly vanished. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted above the golden skeleton, and a massive vial projection that was around an acre in size appeared. The projection tipped itself over, and a burst of green liquid gushed out of its opening before descending from the heavens like falling rain. The rain seemed to encompass quite a large area, but in reality, it only fell upon a small area, at the center of which was the golden skeleton. The golden skeleton paid no heed to the oncoming attacks and let loose a low roar before spreading its arms open as if he were trying to stretch to its maximal armspan. As soon as the spirit rain fell upon the golden skeleton, a layer of green spiritual light appeared over it, following which a series of crimson threads appeared on all of its bones before quickly transforming into chunks of flesh. Within the span of just a few breaths, the golden giant's body had recovered to normal, upon which it abruptly opened its eyes. At the same time, a sinister smile appeared on its face, and it made a grabbing motion to draw the small green vial in the sky back into its grasp. As a result, the giant vial projection disappeared, and the spirit rain also subsided. "I didn't think that you had an origin restriction lamp and the 9 tribulation spirit vanquishing arts up your sleeves. It looks like I underestimated you. However, all of you've managed to do here is completely enraged me. I won't afford you any chances for survival now. Everyone here is going to die, and no one can escape," the golden giant roared as it made a hand seal before opening its mouth, releasing countless purplish golden runes that instantly vanished into thin air. In the next instant, bright golden light appeared in the sky, and a series of head-sized balls of golden light emerged. The golden giant began to chant an incantation, and the balls of light swelled drastically in size at the giant's behest. At the same time, the dormant golden volcanoes down below began to release bursts of golden lava once again, quickly transforming the earth into a world of golden lava. The golden light and golden lava began to converge between heaven and earth, and Ming Zun immediately shot back in retreat as a streak of blue light as he yelled, "Run!" He's about to attack using his spirit domain. The 4 mythical black beasts had already fled as 4 balls of black light, and Xian Jiuling gritted his teeth before vanishing on the spot as a faint shadow. Yin Gongzi and Mistress Wu Ling's hearts completely sank upon seeing this, and they naturally fled for their lives as well. The giant silver hands and huge yellow mace in the sky vanished, and Yin Gongzi crashed heavily down onto the ground like a shooting star before plunging into the earth and fleeing using an earth movement technique. Meanwhile, a pair of gray bat wings appeared on Mistress Wu Ling's back amid a flash of black light, and she flapped her wings vigorously, flying away as a gust of wind. The woman in the palatial dress hurriedly attempted to unleash an evasion technique as well, but it was already too late. A burst of rumbling rang out from the crimson seal in the sky, and what remained of the layer of blue ice immediately shattered, following which the seal descended from above like lightning. The space around the woman tightened once again, and she was completely immobilized. She desperately released all of her treasures in a frenzy, forming layer upon layer of protective spiritual light, but all of those treasures were instantly destroyed by a burst of crimson light released by the giant seal, and in the next instant, the woman was completely erased out of existence. In the face of the myriad spirit blood seal's almighty power, not only had she been reduced to nothingness, all of her treasures had been destroyed as well. "None of you are going anywhere," the golden giant harumphed coldly as purplish golden light flashed from his arm, and he pointed a finger toward a certain direction. The golden light around the giant's body immediately reared up as a gargantuan golden wave before crashing down to sweep up the fleeing Ming Zun, Xian Jiuling, and Mistress Wu Ling into the spirit domain. At the same time, spatial fluctuations erupted near the edge of the spirit domain, and the 4 mythical black beasts stumbled out of thin air with alarmed expressions. Before the 7 of them had a chance to react, 7 gigantic hands that were riddled with purplish golden patterns appeared beneath them before locking tightly around their bodies. A burst of power of laws then descended upon them, and not only were they completely immobilized, their magic power had also completely congealed. The 7 of them were naturally petrified by this development, and right at this moment, 7 identical crimson seal projections appeared above them before descending from the heavens. After nothing more than a brief flash of crimson light, the 3 grand ascension stage beings and 4 mythical black beasts were all reduced to nothingness. Meanwhile, Yin Gongzi was tens of thousands of feet underground, but he was surrounded by 8 golden underground volcanoes and completely immobilized. The 8 volcanoes erupted in unison amid a burst of loud rumbling, and Yin Gongzi was instantly inundated by scorching golden lava. An anguished howl rang out from within the golden lava, and that was followed by complete silence. A pleased look appeared on the golden giant's face upon witnessing the demise of its enemies, but its expression then suddenly darkened as it turned toward a certain direction. "Who's there? Come out right now." As soon as its voice trailed off, another giant golden hand appeared out of thin air in that direction before swooping down from above, forcibly wrenching a miniature purplish golden figure out of thin air. The miniature figure had no facial features aside from a pair of glowing eyes, and even though it had been caught by the giant golden hand, it wasn't panicked in the slightest as it appraised the golden giant in an emotionless manner. "That's a gold-devouring immortal," the golden giant exclaimed as a stunned look appeared on its face. Chapter 24-29 Sacrifice. All of a sudden, 2 streaks of translucent light shot out of the miniature figure's eyes, and the fingers of the giant golden hand around it were instantly severed, following which it sped away as a streak of golden light. Who would have thought that a gold-devouring immortal of this caliber could be found in a lower realm? If I could tame it and take it back to the true immortal realm, it would be an extremely powerful ally. An elated look appeared on Ma Liang's face as he pointed a finger at the fleeing streak of golden light, and several more giant golden hands were conjured up before grabbing toward the streak of light while releasing bursts of powers of laws. A sharp screeching sound suddenly rang out within the streak of golden light, following which countless streaks of invisible sword chi erupted forth in all directions. A violent explosion rang out as the massive golden hands were destroyed by the sword chi, but more giant hands appeared in the nearby area to take their place. At the same time, the power of laws had impacted Jin Tong, causing it to become extremely slow and sluggish. Simultaneously, thunderous rumbling rang out from the golden volcanoes down below, and they transformed into several tens of giant golden armored warriors that sped directly toward Jin Tong. Under these circumstances, there was virtually no chance for Jin Tong to escape. A faint smile appeared on Ma Liang's face upon seeing this. However, his aura was severely diminished, clearly indicating that he had expended a vast amount of immortal spiritual power during the prior battle. It should be about time, Hanli suddenly murmured to himself as he appraised an azure mirror in front of him at the foot of the formation core countless kilometers away. The surface of the mirror was displaying an image that depicted Jin Tong, which had transformed into a massive golden beetle, and it was clashing with several tens of opposing golden armored warriors. Jin Tong had been sent by Hanli to spy on Ma Liang so that he could constantly monitor the situation and ensure that nothing unexpected took place. I have to do it. I didn't think that I would have to use this final trump card. The Tianyuan continent will be severely negatively impacted after this battle, but I had no choice but to do this for the sake of the entire spirit realm, another figure murmured to himself as he sat on a giant formation within an empty and dim hall. He then flipped a hand over to produce a glowing silver formation plate, and countless silver runes surged out of the formation plate before flowing into a formation in a frenzy. Under the illumination of the silver light, it was revealed that the man holding the formation plate was none other than a second Mingzun. Yun Dan and Yushu were seated at the other formation core with their eyes closed when the nearby world's origin chi suddenly stirred, and the 8 pillars, as well as the altar, began to release fearsome law fluctuations in unison. The two of them immediately opened their eyes upon sensing this, and horrified looks also appeared on the face of all of the trade guild guards nearby. Why has the world's origin chi here suddenly become so violent? Yun Dan exclaimed as he rose to his feet. Could it be that something's gone wrong with the bipolar annihilation formation? Yu Dan speculated. Yun Dan looked up into the sky, and his expression immediately changed drastically. Hold on, why has the power of laws gathered above us? It seems like it's specifically targeting us. We have to get out of here. Yushu had always had full trust in Yun Dan, and she hurriedly swept a sleeve through the air upon hearing this, releasing a ball of black light that transformed into a black flying carriage with 3 pairs of silver wings on its sides. However, before the two of them got onto the carriage, the altar and the 8 pillars shuddered before each releasing a pillar of 5-colored light up into the heavens. Law fluctuations converged in the sky, and a light formation with a diameter of close to 10 kilometers took shape. A burst of buzzing rang out from the light formation, and a 5-colored vortex immediately appeared at its center, then released a burst of crimson light that descended directly upon the formation core. A semi-spherical crimson light barrier immediately took shape, trapping Yun Dan and Yushu, as well as the trade guild guard beneath it like a giant bowl. At the same time, a burst of power of laws filled the entire area within the light barrier, and the magic power within Yun Dan and Yushu's bodies immediately became extremely sluggish. Let's get out from underground. Yun Dan yelled as he grabbed onto Yushu's arm and instantly appeared on the flying carriage. Yushu hurriedly made a hand seal, and the carriage immediately transformed into a ball of black light that plunged down toward the ground, only to be repelled back by a layer of azure light that abruptly appeared over the earth. Yun Dan let loose an enraged roar as he summoned a long golden halberd that was around 10 feet in length before swinging it down with vicious might. A resounding boom rang out as a scintillating golden sun exploded upon the ground, sending shock waves proliferating outward in all directions and knocking over many of the nearby trade guild guards. However, once the golden light faded, the azure light barrier on the ground was revealed to be completely unscathed. How could this be? Your spirit light halberd has never failed to destroy its target before. Yu Shu exclaimed. Do you still not understand? We all fell into Ming Zun's trap. This is not a formation core, it's a trap designed specifically to target the two of us. Yun Dan said as he stared intently at the azure light on the ground with a dark expression. Yu Shu faltered slightly upon hearing this before gritting her teeth as she asked, why would he do this? How does he benefit from trapping us here? Besides, is this restriction really powerful enough to trap us here? There's only one way to find out whether this restriction is powerful enough to truly trap us. As for why he did this, a cold light flashed through Yun Dan's eyes as he hurled his golden halberd toward the altar. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the altar exploded as a ball of golden light, sending countless rocks flying in all directions. Only a giant crater in the ground remained in its place. Ming Zun never left a profound heavenly treasure here. He wants us to act as substitutes for the profound heavenly treasure. Yun Dan said in a cold voice. How dare he? We have to get out of here right away, Yu Shu said with a panicked expression. There's no need to fear. I didn't know about this trap, but I prepared many trump cards in anticipation for this battle against the true immortal. As soon as his voice trailed off, Yun Dan opened his mouth to release an inky black bead. He caught the bead before hurling it viciously toward the crimson light barrier nearby, and almost at the exact same moment, the light barrier released a burst of crimson light that swept through the nearby area. All of the trade guild guards who came into contact with the crimson light immediately exploded into clouds of blood mist. The black bead was also swept up by the crimson light before it had even reached the light barrier, and it was instantly reduced to a plume of black smoke. That's impossible. Yun Dan's face turned deathly pale upon seeing this, and he was unable to maintain his composure any longer. Yun Shu was also greatly alarmed as she frantically swept her sleeves through the air, releasing a flurry of treasures, but all of them also exploded in the face of the oncoming crimson light. At this point, all of the trade guild guards had been reduced to blood mist, and the crimson light was converging toward them from all directions. The two of them exchanged a glance, and both of them could see their own despair mirrored in one another's eyes. If their powers hadn't been severely debilitated by the law fluctuations, perhaps they would have been able to pose some resistance, but as things were now, they were completely powerless. As a final desperate act, they released all of their treasures at once while injecting what little remained of their magic power into the protective spiritual light around their bodies. In the next instant, the crimson light inundated both of them, and within mere moments, they had also been reduced to blood mist that was drawn into the vortex in the sky. In the other formation core, Hanli was situated in a small area encompassed under a yellow light barrier, looking up at the buzzing giant light formations in the sky with a grim expression. All of the trade guild guards here had also been reduced to blood mist that was drawn into the light formation, and all of a sudden, the formation vanished into thin air. Jin Tong was being held down by several golden armored guards at once, and a series of purplish golden threads of light had appeared before binding toward its body. Haha, there's no way you can escape from my spirit domain, let's see what you're going to do now. Ma Liang chortled with glee as he drifted toward Jin Tong. Right at this moment, energy fluctuations erupted down below, and colossal light formation that encompassed virtually the entirety of Baleful Cry Point appeared on the ground with Ma Liang situated at its exact center. Ma Liang's heart jolted slightly upon seeing this, and his expression changed drastically as he swept his spiritual sense toward the light formation down below. Almost at the exact same moment, a translucent thread of light shot out of the center of the light formation, piercing through the entire heaven and earth in a flash. Ma Liang's pupils contracted drastically at the sight of the translucent thread, as if he were witnessing something extremely terrifying, and he immediately shot back as a ball of golden light. In the next instant, the translucent thread exploded into a pillar of scorching white light that erupted forth in all directions, instantly inundating everything within a radius of thousands of kilometers. All of the golden armored guards were destroyed within the white light, and Jin Tong transformed into a giant beetle again. At the same time, it curled up into a shimmering golden ball with purplish golden patterns all over its surface. As for Ma Liang, he only managed to flee for a short distance before he was also inundated by the white light with a horrified expression. The azure mirror in front of Hanli exploded, but the dazzling white light displayed in the mirror was visible in the distance. Hanli looked up and cast a grim gaze toward the center of Baleful Cry Point, where rumbling booms were ringing out incessantly alongside the flashing of white light. A hint of awe surfaced in Han Li's eyes as he sensed the energy fluctuations surging forth from that direction. This bipolar destruction formation is truly fearsome. If I hadn't set up these protective measures in advance, I most likely would have perished here as well, Han Li sighed. Daoist Xie's voice rang out in response. If this had been a true bipolar destruction formation, you would have indeed been no match for the power of its self-detonation. However, due to the alterations we made, the power of the self-detonation is only around a tenth of what it otherwise would be, so there's a very good chance that you'll be able to survive with your powers. As soon as the voice trailed off, Daoist Xia appeared behind Hanli amid a flash of silver lightning. In that case, wouldn't there be an even greater chance that the true immortal would survive? Hanli asked. That's correct, Daoist Xia replied. By your estimations, how much power would that true immortal be able to retain once if he managed to escape the explosion? Hanli asked with a contemplative expression. That's hard to say, but he most likely won't be able to maintain his true immortal body, and he'll suffer backlash to a certain extent. I don't know what secret technique he used to allow him to oppose the restrictive power of this realm, but it's definitely going to come back to bite him, Daoist Xia said. In that case, it sounds like you approve of my plan to go and take a look, Hanli said. That's ultimately up to you. The enemy is no ordinary true immortal, so there's a very good chance that he'll be carrying true soul pills. If you can obtain one, then it'll be a lot easier for you to transcend your ascension tribulation, Daoist Xie replied after a brief hesitation. I see. It looks like I have no choice but to take a risk then. Thankfully, in his current state, I'll be able to escape even if I can't defeat him, Hanli said with a faint smile, then swept a sleeve through the air to conjure up a silver lightning formation on the ground. Lightning flashed brightly within the formation, and both Hanli and Daoist Xia vanished on the spot. At the center of Baleful Cry Point, the white light faded, and the entire area within a radius of thousands of kilometers had caved in by over 100 feet, creating a massive artificial basin. The entire surface of the basin was as smooth as a mirror with no pits or bumps whatsoever, and there were two objects hovering above the center of the basin. One of them was a massive golden ball that had been entirely charred black, and it was giving off a burnt scent, as if it had been completely roasted. The other object was a huge purplish golden crystal, within which was an indistinct humanoid figure. The crystal was the first one to shatter, and Ma Liang emerged in a fully nude state. Not only had he returned to his human form, his face was completely pale and devoid of color, and he wore a very dark expression as he inspected his surroundings. As expected of an immortal formation to be able to unleash this much power. It's a pity that it was incomplete. Otherwise. Ma Liang murmured to himself, but before he could finish his sentence, a series of pink cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the golden bowl. Immediately thereafter, slabs of cooked meat fell away, and a huge shimmering golden beetle appeared. Ma Liang faltered slightly upon seeing this before his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Who would have thought that a gold-devouring immortal in a mere lower realm has mastered such a profound defensive ability? Ha, this insect's aptitude far exceeds what I had expected." He then immediately flipped a hand over to produce a silver talisman, which he prepared to toss toward Jin Tong. At this point, Jin Tong's aura had also become significantly diminished, but a fierce look flashed through its eyes as it prepared to engage Ma Liang in battle. Right at this moment, countless arcs of silver lightning sprang out of thin air amid a rumbling thunderclap, instantly forming a silver lightning formation that was several tens of feet in size. Ma Liang's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately redirected his silver talisman toward the lightning formation. The talisman instantly transformed into a giant silver axe that was over 100 feet in length before crashing down viciously toward the formation. Even before it had reached the formation, a glacial aura swept forth from the axe. Two indistinct humanoid figures appeared within the lightning formation, and one of them glanced at the oncoming giant axe before raising a hand to release a streak of azure sword chi in retaliation. The two clashed, and both were instantly repelled backward. The giant silver axe disintegrated into specks of spiritual light, while the streak of azure sword chi returned to its owner's grasp before transforming into miniature azure sword. The duo within the lightning formation were naturally none other than Han Li and Daoist Xie. Looks like more people with death wishes. Oh. Is that an immortal puppet? A hint of surprise appeared on Ma Liang's face as he identified the nature of Daoist Xie. As expected of a true immortal to have so easily identified Brother Xie. Judging from your current state, the backlash from the spirit realm must have been quite severe. How much of your power have you retained? Han Li asked with a faint smile. At the same time, Jin Tong flew toward him as a ball of golden light before quickly vanishing up his sleeve. Looks like that immortal puppet must have told you about realm backlash. Even with just a tenth of my power, it's a simple matter for me to kill the two of you. However, I can spare you if you offer that gold-devouring immortal up to me with both hands, Ma Liang said with a cold smile. Are you referring to my gold-devouring beetle monarch? Hee, I'm afraid I can't agree to that, Han Li chuckled in response. In that case, I'll just have to kill you and tame that gold-devouring immortal, Ma Liang said as he made a grabbing motion, upon which the crimson seal appeared in his grasp amid a flash of crimson light. Han Li's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and the Provenance True Devil projection emerged behind him amid a flash of golden light. At the same time, a series of azure sword projections erupted out of his body before rapidly multiplying to form a sea of swords that numbered in the thousands. As for Daoist Xie, arcs of silver lightning erupted out of his body, giving him the appearance of an almighty lightning god. Right at this moment, Han Li felt a burst of heat in front of his chest, and a vial-shaped azure projection emerged through his clothes before rising straight up toward the heavens. Almost at the exact same moment, a dark green veil flew out of Ma Liang's sleeve before heading directly toward Han Li while emitting a faint buzzing sound. Ma Liang reflexively swept a sleeve through the air to catch the small green vial, but a hint of incredulity immediately appeared in his eyes at the sight of the vial projection on Han Li's chest. You have the heaven-controlling vial. I've been searching the entire spirit realm for this vial, only for it to be presented to my doorstep. Looks like there's no need for me to track down that traitor now. I can just offer this vial to the patriarch, and he'll certainly reward me handsomely for my efforts, Ma Liang chortled with glee. Heaven-controlling vial. What are you talking about? Han Li's expression changed drastically as he focused his gaze on the small green vial that Ma Liang was holding. Don't try to tell me that you don't have a vial like this. The one that I have here is only a replica of the heaven-controlling vial, but there's no mistaking its ability to sense the original, Ma Liang said with a cold expression. Is this what you're referring to? Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he flipped a hand over to produce a small azure vial. Indeed, the vial was completely identical to the one being held by Ma Liang, except it was of a slightly lighter shade, making it appear even more mundane. That's right. Hold on. This seems to only be an empty vessel without a vile spirit. Where did you hide the vile spirit? Ma Liang's expression changed drastically as he looked down at the green vial in his own hand to discover that it was displaying no further reactions. Vile spirit? What's that supposed to be? Han Li asked as his eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 2431, Slaying the Immortal, 1, You don't know what a vile spirit is. Looks like you don't have anything to do with that traitor then. In any case, it's a massive pleasant surprise to be able to recover the vessel. As for what the vile spirit is, a being from a lower realm like you has no right to know about it. After I capture you and search your soul, I'll send you on your way, Ma Liang said with a cold smile. As soon as his voice trailed off, the dark green vial in his hand vanished, while the crimson seal in his other hand was tossed forward. All of a sudden, the crimson seal vanished, but 8 rivers of blood descended from the heavens before transforming into 8 5-clawed blood dragons that pounced viciously toward Han Li. These 8 blood dragons were all comparable to Grand Ascension stage beings, and in Ma Liang's eyes, they were more than enough to take care of Han Li's duo. Right at this moment, Daoxia transformed into a giant golden crab amid a flash of silver lightning, then swung its giant pincers viciously through the air, sending 2 balls of lightning the size of houses hurtling directly toward 2 of the blood dragons. He then flew forward as a ball of lightning himself, and thus, a fierce battle ensued between the golden crab and the 2 blood dragons. Meanwhile, Han Li took a deep breath and stowed his azure veil away, and the sea of azure swords around him suddenly transformed into a massive sword formation that spanned an area of over 100 acres. He pointed a finger at the sword formation from afar, and a ball of azure light appeared at the center of the formation before expanding rapidly, following which a giant azure dragon that was several thousand feet in length flew out of the azure light. The dragon was of an exuberant green color, and every single one of its scales was glistening with a cold light. As soon as it appeared, it pounced toward the blood dragon that was nearest to it. The blood dragon immediately opened its mouth in retaliation, releasing a pillar of crimson light that struck the green dragon's body with unerring accuracy. However, countless streaks of sword chi immediately erupted out of the green dragon's body to eradicate the crimson pillar of light, leaving the green dragon completely unscathed. Ma Liang's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, yet before he had a chance to formulate any concrete thoughts, the green dragon and the blood dragon had already clashed. Within the span of no more than 2 breaths, the blood dragon was torn to shreds. However, the remaining 5 blood dragons also took advantage of this opportunity to unleash powerful attacks toward the green dragon in unison. The green dragon remained completely unfazed as countless streaks of lethal sword chi were unleashed out of its scales in retaliation. Right at this moment, the blood dragon that had just been torn apart instantly regenerated before pouncing toward the green dragon again. Even though the sword chi being unleashed by the green dragon was extremely fearsome, it was quickly riddled with wounds from taking on all 6 blood dragons at once, and after tearing another blood dragon apart in a kamikaze attack, it was also destroyed by a flood of crimson light. The remaining blood dragons immediately turned to attack Han Li, who made a hand seal in an expressionless manner, and the azure sword formation before him abruptly vanished. In the next instant, the sword formation appeared directly beneath the blood dragons, and another azure dragon emerged to clash with the blood dragons again. Meanwhile, Han Li remained still on the spot, and even though it looks like he was keeping the 5 blood dragons at bay with ease, he was actually expending a significant portion of his magic power to maintain the sword formation. As he had progressed in his cultivation base, the azure coil sword formation had become immensely powerful, but at the same time, it also expended far more magic power than it had in the past. If a normal Grand Ascension stage being with average magic power and spiritual sense were in Han Li's place, they wouldn't be able to use any additional treasures or abilities while controlling this sword formation. Ma Liang raised an eyebrow upon seeing this, and he suddenly made a hand seal while chanting an incantation. A burst of loud rumbling rang out above Han Li, and a mountainous crimson seal projection appeared amid a flash of crimson light. A burst of law fluctuations surged down from above, and the projection descended toward Han Li. As opposed to being alarmed by this, a faint smile appeared on Han Li's face. As expected, your powers have been severely debilitated. You can't even conjure up the other 4 blood spirit puppet giants anymore. Immediately thereafter, he swept a sleeve through the air to release his 3 extreme mountains, which swelled to over 100,000 feet tall in the blink of an eye at his behest. The trio of mountains clashed with the gargantuan seal projection amid an earth-shattering boom, and they managed to keep the projection at bay, preventing it from descending any further. At the same time, the law fluctuations being released by the crimson seal encompassed the area down below, causing Han Li's magic power to become quite sluggish. However, Han Li remained completely unconcerned as a dark green sword mark appeared on his forearm, and another burst of law fluctuations instantly erupted forth. The 2 bursts of law fluctuations clashed violently before eradicating one another, and thus, Han Li's magic power returned to normal circulation. Ma Liang was quite stunned to see this before a furious look appeared on his face. If he were at the height of his powers, an incomplete set of extreme mountains and a profound heavenly treasure would be nowhere near enough to oppose his myriad spirit blood seal. However, in his current severely debilitated state, he simply couldn't unleash much of the seal's power. Just as he was hesitating about whether he should unleash some other type of attack, Han Li made a grabbing motion, and a dark green wooden sword appeared in his grasp. At the same time, the Provenance True Devil projection flew forward and vanished into his body in a flash. In the next instant, several balls of light of different colors flew out of his body, each of which contained a different true spirit projection. The projections were giving off vastly contrasting auras that were all extremely fearsome, and they vanished into Han Li's body again in a flash. Piercing purplish golden light immediately radiated from Han Li's body, and he swelled drastically in size as purplish golden scales and silver spirit patterns rapidly appeared over his skin. At the same time, he grew 2 extra heads and 4 additional arms, and in the blink of an eye, a gargantuan fiend celestial with 3 heads and 6 arms had appeared. This was none other than Han Li's 3rd Nirvana transformation, and it had a horn on each of its 3 heads. It was clear that he knew that using normal abilities and treasures would be futile against this true immortal, so he was bringing out his trump cards from the get-go. It only took Han Li an instant to complete his transformation, and as he brandished his green wooden sword, a line of silver runes immediately appeared on the surface of the blade. The world's origin chi in the entire area tremored, and countless specks of 5-colored light appeared before flooding toward the wooden sword in a frenzy. Ma Liang's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately swept a sleeve through the air, releasing 8 silver talismans that transformed into giant silver weapons before sending them flying directly toward Han Li. Right at this moment, Han Li took a stride forward, then slashed his giant green sword through the air. An extremely long dark green crescent was unleashed by the sword before condensing into a thin dark green line that released a burst of fearsome law fluctuations. The oncoming giant silver weapons stood no chance against the dark green line, and all of them instantly exploded upon contact. The green line was traveling so quickly that it reached Ma Liang almost as if through instantaneous teleportation, and it was releasing a burst of glacial power that made Ma Liang feel as if even his blood had been frozen solid. Ma Liang's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, but instead of taking evasive measures, he swept a sleeve through the air to summon a black shield, while also opening his mouth to release a pristine white sword. The dark green line struck the black shield and only faltered momentarily before slicing the shield cleanly in half, upon which it was met by the small white sword. A dull thump rang out as the two clashed, and strangely enough, they both fell completely still, as if time itself had drawn to a standstill. In the next instant, a crisp crack rang out, and the small white sword shattered without any warning, while the dark green line also faded away. In the instant that the small sword was destroyed, an unnatural flush appeared on Ma Liang's face, and he threw up a mouthful of golden blood essence. "How dare you destroy my origin/immortal sword? I'm going to make sure you suffer the most torturous death possible," Ma Liang said with a furious expression, and it seemed that the white sword had been extremely important to him. Han Li naturally paid no heed to this, and he raised his giant wooden sword before slashing it through the air again. The world's origin chi tremored as another dark green line swept through the air. Ma Liang's expression changed slightly as he swept both sleeves through the air, releasing a flurry of close to 100 treasures of all types of different descriptions. The treasures converged toward the green line before exploding into scintillating balls of light. These treasures were all clearly very formidable, and with each treasure that was detonated, the green line would falter and shorten slightly. Once all of the treasures had been detonated, the green line finally reached Ma Liang, but at this point, it had been reduced to only just over 100 feet in length. One of Ma Liang's fingers turned a crimson golden color, and he slashed it toward the green line in retaliation. The finger immediately exploded into blood mist, but what little remained of the green line also faded. At this point, Ma Liang was looking rather worse for wear, but he cast a cold gaze toward Han Li, and said, "Unleashing these full-power attacks using that profound heavenly treasure requires an immense amount of magic power expenditure. There's no way a mere grand ascension stage being like you can unleash more than 2 of those attacks. On top of that, you have to maintain that massive sword formation, you can't have much magic power left." Immediately thereafter, he flipped a hand over to summon a translucent silver flute. "You'll know soon enough whether I can unleash more than 2 of these attacks. Besides, it's not like your situation is much better, you're already a spent force." Han Li chuckled coldly before making a grabbing motion with his other 5 hands, and 5 heavy golden weapons appeared in his grasp. Don't you worry about me, I have more than enough power left to kill you." Ma Liang chortled in an enraged manner as he brought the flute to his lips. In the next instant, a burst of silver sound waves erupted forth alongside the melodious sound of the flute, and the space in the wake of the silver sound waves was becoming rather blurry and indistinct. As soon as Han Li heard the sound of the flute, he was struck by a sense of drowsiness, following which his surroundings blurred, and in the next instant, he found himself situated within a churning sea of blood. Countless malicious creatures rushed out of the sea of blood, and almost all of them possessed auras at the Grand Ascension stage. You think a mere illusion like this can fool me?" Han Li remained completely unfazed as he lashed out with his 5 golden weapons, sending formidable shockwaves proliferating outward in all directions to instantly eradicate the malicious creatures and sea of blood around him. Even the most profound illusion stood no chance against his almighty attacks. However, a mocking smile appeared on Ma Liang's face upon seeing this, and he continued to play his flute. His body abruptly blurred, and a projection emerged out of his back before vanishing into thin air. At the same time, another flurry of sound waves reached Han Li, and he found himself situated within the illusion he had just eradicated once again. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this, but an enlightened look then appeared in his eyes as he immediately lashed out with his golden weapons again to eradicate the illusion a second time. At the same time, the nascent soul within his dantian made a hand seal, and a burst of cool and refreshing energy instantly flowed through his meridians and into his 3 heads. The drowsiness in his mind instantly vanished, and despite the fact that the flute was still being played, no further illusions appeared. Ma Liang was astonished to see this. This silver flute was quite ordinary in appearance, but it was one of his most prized treasures, and as long as the opponent's spiritual sense wasn't more powerful than his own, they would be caught in an endless cycle of illusions with no escape. As such, the fact that Hanli was able to resist the effect of the flute indicated that he possessed superior spiritual sense. Due to the power of this realm, he was severely debilitated, but his spiritual sense was still definitely no less powerful than that of the average immortal. Thus, he had thought that his flute play would be able to put an end to this battle for sure. Before Ma Liang had a chance to consider what ability he could unleash next, Hanli took a stride forward and abruptly vanished on the spot. Ma Liang had a vast wealth of battle experience under his belt, and he immediately reacted, stowing his silver flute away before appearing several hundred feet away in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, 5 thick pillars of golden light struck the spot where Ma Liang had been standing just a moment ago, and the entire space warped violently in the face of the fearsome attacks. Only then did Hanli reappear amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. A hint of astonishment flashed through Ma Liang's eyes upon witnessing the power of those 5 golden weapons. In the face of such devastating attacks, even his true immortal body wouldn't be able to hold up for long, so he immediately abandoned any thoughts of engaging Hanli in melee combat. Just as Hanli had said, despite his immortal powers, he was a spent force, and he simply wasn't able to unleash many of his abilities. Right as he was hesitating about how to proceed, Hanli took a stride forward and vanished into thin air again. Ma Liang's heart jolted slightly upon seeing this, and he also instantly teleported elsewhere. In the next instant, 5 pillars of light struck the spot where he had just been standing, and Hanli reappeared before disappearing in a flash once again. Thus, a chase ensued where Hanli and Ma Liang teleported throughout the area incessantly, while earth-shattering booms rang out with each strike from Hanli. Thus, Ma Liang was constantly being pressured without being afforded any respite. As a result, his fury was reaching a boiling point, and he finally arrived at a decision. After appearing at a certain spot, he didn't immediately teleport away again. Instead, he quickly summoned a jade box before tossing it up into the air, then cast a rapid string of incantation seals toward it. 5 thick pillars of light appeared up above to strike the jade box, and it exploded to release a massive crimson fiery cloud. The fiery cloud then transformed into a crimson WIRM with long feelers all over its body, and the 5 heavy golden weapons crashed directly toward it. However, the WIRM was able to destroy the 5 oncoming weapons with nothing more than a swipe of its tail, following which it appeared beside Ma Liang in a flash as a ball of red light. The WIRM then transformed into a small crimson figure that was around 3 feet tall before chortling with glee. I didn't think you would undo the second seal on my body. Ha, looks like you're in big trouble here. Otherwise, you would have never done something like this. Right at this moment, Hanli appeared amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, but after he took a glance at the crimson figure he hesitated and didn't attack again. Cut the chit-chat, Hushiyuzi. I need you to kill that man for me right now, Ma Liang ordered with a cold expression. I've already regained my freedom, why should I listen to you? The crimson figure countered. Looks like you don't want your bonded bead then, Ma Liang said in a cold voice. You're willing to return my bonded bead to me. Now that I take a good look at you, you're in a very bad state, no wonder you were willing to release me. However, you have to swear a vow on the name of the Dao Patriarch Zhou Yuan if you want me to assist you here, Hushiyuzi said. Ma Liang immediately flared up with rage upon hearing this. How dare you make such a brazen request? If you're unwilling to swear the vow, then I won't help you, Hushiyuzi replied. Alright, I can swear a vow on the name of our patriarch, but you have to remain by my side for 10,000 more years after we return to the true immortal realm, Ma Liang compromised with a dark expression. 10,000 years. That's not an issue, 10,000 years is nothing more than the blink of an eye for me. I'll take care of this brat for you, Hushiyuzi chuckled. Ma Liang quickly swore a vow on the name of Dao Patriarch Zhou Yuan, then cautioned, "Don't get careless. You're also restricted by the power of this realm, and your body was damaged in a prior battle, so even though I've undone the second seal, you won't be able to unleash much of your full power. Don't worry, I'm well aware of that. I'm only going to help you keep that brat occupied. You'll have to land the killing blow yourself," Washuzi said in a nonchalant manner before turning to appraise Hanli in a disinterested manner. What powerful fire attribute spiritual power fluctuations? Are you a fire spirit? Hanli asked. Fire spirit. I suppose you're not wrong in saying that. Hee, I didn't think that someone from a lower realm would be able to force Mal Yang to this extent. However, you heard the agreement we just made. I'm obligated to assist him now, Washuzi replied. In that case, there's nothing more to be said. Hanli chuckled as he raised his 5 golden weapons again before sending them crashing down from above. Washuzi harumphed coldly as he made a hand seal, and countless fiery clouds erupted out of his body in a frenzy before converging to form that massive crimson WYRM again. As soon as the WYRM appeared, it reached out with its front claw, and a huge red misty claw that was around an acre in size appeared out of thin air before flying directly toward the 5 oncoming pillars of golden light. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and the 5 golden weapons were stopped cold in their tracks by the giant claw. A surprised look appeared on all 3 of Hanli's face upon seeing this. He was naturally more aware than anyone of just how fearsome those attacks had been given his current incredible strength. Mal Yang's heart eased slightly upon seeing this, and he released several dark blue talismans out of his sleeve before applying them to his own body. Several bursts of blue mist instantly flowed into his body, and his complexion quickly began to improve as he cast his gaze toward Hanli with killing intent flashing in his eyes. Right at this moment, the crimson WYRM pounced directly toward Hanli as countless scorching beams of light. 2 of the weapons in Hanli's hands disappeared, and he made a hand seal, upon which a giant golden beetle appeared before him. The beetle then transformed into a shimmering golden shield in front of him, and the scorching beams of light struck the shield like rain falling upon a banana leaf, but they were unable to do anything aside from inflicting a series of shallow indentations upon the surface of the shield. As Hanli was focusing on defending himself, a shadow flew out of thin air like lightning, completely disregarding his protective spiritual light as it hurtled toward the middle head of his 3 heads. Hanli's other 2 heads rotated inwardly, and a 3rd demonic eye appeared on the glabella of each head. A pillar of black light shot out of each demonic eye to strike the shadow with unerring accuracy, and in the instant that the pillars of black light struck the shadow, a house-sized black hole appeared behind Hanli. The black shadow was instantly wrenched into the black hole, and at the same time, Mal Yang suddenly threw his hands onto his own head as he let loose a loud roar with an agonized expression. A derisive look appeared in Hanli's eyes as he cast his gaze toward Mal Yang. It was truly a show of Mal Yang's arrogance that he had dared to attack Hanli directly with a fragment of his soul. That soul fragment hadn't been destroyed by the spatial power unleashed by his demonic eyes, but it had been thrown into a spatial rift, and having left its host, it would dissipate soon enough. With that in mind, Hanli's central head opened its mouth to release a ball of silver flames. The silver fireball then transformed into a small silver fire raven with countless golden runes all over its shimmering silver feathers. Hanli pointed a finger at the fire raven, and it spread its wings as its body instantly swelled to over 1,000 feet in size at his behest. The giant fire raven then let loose a clear cry before swooping down from the heavens. The crimson WYRM immediately opened its mouth without any hesitation to release an extremely thick pillar of crimson light that struck the fire raven in a flash. However, the golden runes on the fire raven's feathers flashed, and the crimson pillar of light was drawn into its body, upon which it expanded even further. Those are flames of essence. This is an essence fire raven. Huishuzi immediately exclaimed upon seeing this, and even a hint of fear had crept into his voice as his prior composure completely disappeared. The silver fire raven didn't allow him any respite as it flapped its wings and reached the crimson WIRM before unleashing a wave of scorching silver flames. The crimson WIRM let loose a thunderous roar as it transformed into a gigantic ball of crimson flesh with countless feelers thrashing around on its surface, conjuring up a crimson light barrier to protect itself from all directions. The silver flames came into contact with the light barrier, and an impasse immediately ensued as silver and red light intertwined. Hanli nodded to himself upon seeing this, as if he had anticipated this turn of events. This spirit-engulfing fire raven was naturally able to devour all types of spirit flames, and following its last evolution, it had become extremely potent in suppressing fire-attribute spirit beasts, so it was perfect for handling this Huishuzi. Meanwhile, Mo Liang finally removed his hands from his head, and the pain on face slowly faded as he cast his gaze toward the silver fire raven with a remarkably calm expression. I didn't think that you'd possess flames of essence and law destruction eyes of such a high caliber. It looks like I have no choice but to make a gamble. Go ahead and bring out any other trump cards you have, Hanli harumphed coldly as he lashed out with his golden weapons once again. Mo Liang's body blurred as he vanished on the spot, and when he reappeared, there was a shimmering golden pill in his hand that was giving off a sandalwood aroma with white chi swirling all around it. I never thought the day would come when I would have to take a true soul pill. I'm not going to allow you to die right away. I'm going to put you through all of the most horrendous types of torture, Mo Liang spat through gritted teeth before taking the pill. In the next instant, he let loose an almighty roar, and wisps of white mist surged out of his body to completely inundate him within a huge sea of mist, while the aroma of sandalwood surged through the air. Hanli immediately appeared near the sea of mist amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, then unleashed 5 pillars of light toward it. A dull thump rang out, and the 5 pillars of golden light tremored within the mist as if they had struck something, only to be immediately repelled. A hint of surprise appeared on Hanli's face, and he blew out a breath of air, releasing a burst of fierce wind to disperse the sea of mist. As a result, it was revealed that Mo Liang had been joined by a dark-skinned young man who was completely identical to him in both appearance and attire. One of the young man's arms was twisted into an abnormal state, and he was in the process of withdrawing the arm. It seemed that he had just used that arm to stop the 5 oncoming weapons. How useless do you have to be to have been forced to summon me just to deal with a being from a lower realm? Seeing as you've made some decent offerings to me during the past years, I'll help you again and take care of this brat for you, the dark-skinned young man said as his arms returned to normal amid a string of cracks and pops. Make sure to leave his nascent soul for me. If I don't get back at him for this, my mental state will be affected, and it'll be very difficult for me to make further progress in my cultivation, Mo Liang said with a vicious look in his eyes. That's not an issue, the dark-skinned young man replied with a smile. At the same time, blue light flashed within Hanli's eyes, and he exclaimed, "You're a heavenly devilish monarch." You guessed right, but unfortunately, there's no prize. The dark-skinned young man chuckled coldly as he shot forth toward Hanli, reaching him in a flash like a speeding arrow. Hanli let loose a thunderous roar as he lashed out in retaliation with his golden weapons. A string of eerie cackling rang out, and inky black devilish flames surfaced all over the young man's entire body. In the next instant, it passed through the 5 weapons as if they didn't even exist, then flew directly through Hanli's body. The 5 golden weapons were instantly shattered, and a huge black hole was blown into Hanli's abdomen. Inky black devilish flames erupted out of the hole, and his entire body was immediately set alight. Mo Liang chortled with glee upon seeing this, but right at this moment, a cold harumph rang out within his ears, instantly striking him with a burst of excruciating pain, as if a sharp spike had been driven into his head. He immediately let loose and agonized, and he doubled over involuntarily. Almost at the exact same moment, a projection with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared above him, and a ball of golden light was conjured up in each of its 5 hands before hurtling through the air. The 5 balls of light then converged to form a massive golden vortex that released a burst of fearsome energy fluctuations to encompass the entire space down below. As a result, Mo Liang was instantly immobilized. Right at this moment, the final arm of the projection, a wooden sword, through the air, and the world's origin chi tremored as a thin green line surged through the air, slicing through Ma Liang's protective spiritual chi before decapitating him in one fell swoop, following which his headless body slumped down onto the ground with a dull thump. The projection was another provenance true devil projection, but this one was far smaller than the other one, which had already been incinerated into nothingness by the black devilish flames. That was only an empty shell conjured up by the provenance true devil projection, and its demise had drawn Ma Liang into a false sense of security, thereby allowing Han Li to land the killing blow with his profound heavenly treasure. Han Li could sense that Ma Liang's body was harboring an astonishingly powerful nascent soul, but it had been instantly shattered by the power of the profound heavenly spirit/sword and had no chance of resurrection. If Ma Liang had been in the true immortal realm, his nascent soul would have been able to get away even in the wake of his body's destruction. However, his nascent soul had been restricted by the power of the spirit realm, rendering it too slow to escape or to defend itself. In a normal battle, these debilitating effects weren't very apparent, but in a life-and-death scenario, it had proven to be his downfall. An incredulous look appeared on the dark-skinned young man's face upon seeing this. "You actually killed him. Don't you know that he's a direct disciple to the 9 Origin Tao Patriarch? If I didn't kill him, he would kill me. Am I supposed to allow him to do as he pleases just because he has powerful backers? Besides, no matter how powerful this 9 Origin Tao Patriarch is, he's in the true immortal realm, and it's yet to be seen whether I'll even be able to ascend to the true immortal realm," Han Li said in a calm manner. "I don't even recall how many years it's been since I last saw someone with so little disregard for the 9 Origin Taoist temple, and it's a being from a lower realm. I wonder how the 9 Origin Tao Patriarch would react if he were to hear this." The dark-skinned man chortled with mirth. "You're looking awfully relaxed. Are you not planning to continue this battle?" Han Li asked as he waved a hand to draw a golden storage bracelet from Ma Liang's body into his grasp. "He's already dead, so the contract between us has been rendered null. Why would I continue? Besides, without him, I'm not confident that I can take you down even with that dumb WIRM to assist me, so it would be foolish of me to persist. Rest assured, I won't be returning to the true immortal realm anytime soon, and I definitely won't tell anyone about what you did. The 9 Origin Tao Patriarch is constantly in seclusion, and there are people in the Taoist temple adept in divination, but they won't be able to glean anything due to the resistance of the power between realms," the dark-skinned young man replied in a nonchalant manner. "Why should I trust you? I don't know why a heavenly devilish monarch is following a true immortal around, but the best way to make sure you keep a secret is to kill you," Han Li said with a cold smile. The dark-skinned young man heaved an exasperated sigh, and proposed, "You're just as paranoid as Ma Liang, I see. How about this? If you don't trust me, then why don't I follow you instead?" Han Li couldn't help but falter slightly upon hearing this. "What do you mean by that?" "I can sign a heavenly devil contract with you, and for a set period of time, I'll act as your shadow and do your bidding to complete some tasks that's beyond even the average immortal. However, you have to offer me some of your blood essence periodically in return. On top of that, if you happen to perish during the term of our contract, your soul and energy will be absorbed by me, so you'll have no chance at reincarnation, just like everyone in the 9 Origin Taoist temple," the dark-skinned young man said. Immediately thereafter, he made a hand seal, and a burst of black chi emerged out of his back before transforming into a giant ghostly head. The ghostly head then opened its mouth, and a layer of gray chi flew out of Ma Liang's body before forming a ball of energy that was devoured, following which the ghostly head vanished on the spot. The dark-skinned young man then closed his eyes with an entranced expression. As expected of a disciple of the Nine-Origin Tao Patriarch, his soul is extremely delicious and can save me tens of thousands of years of arduous cultivation. He then opened his eyes before turning to Hanli with a hint of a smile on his face. So, how about it? If you agree to let me follow you, I can help you persuade that dumb WIRM to become your spirit servant. A serious look appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this, and he was silent for a long while as he appraised the battle between the spirit-engulfing fire raven and the crimson WIRM. This was the first time that he had heard of a heavenly devil contract, and he had to consider it carefully before arriving at a decision. At this moment, the crimson seal projection in the sky finally ran out of power without Ma Liang's support and reverted back into a small seal before descending from above. The three extreme mountains also rapidly shrank down before escorting the small seal on its descent, carrying it toward Hanli. In the instant that the giant seal projection disappeared, the 8 blood dragons also vanished in a flash. Thus, the giant golden crab was no longer facing any opposition, and it reverted back into its human form before flying toward Hanli, while the azure coil sword formation disintegrated into countless azure sword projections. Hanli raised a hand to draw the 3 miniature mountains and the crimson seal into his sleeve, following which the azure sword projections reverted back into 72 small azure swords before vanishing into his body in a flash. Daoist Xia arrived beside Hanli amid a flash of silver lightning, and Hanli asked, "Daoist Xia, do you know of heavenly devil contracts and their effects on heavenly devilish monarchs?" Heavenly devil contracts are a unique type of contract created by the heavenly devilish patriarch, and it's widely regarded one of the 3 most reliable contracts of the true immortal realm. As long as the powers of the parties involved in the contract haven't exceeded those of the heavenly devilish patriarch, they won't be able to revoke the contract. However, according to rumors, many of the immortals who have signed heavenly devil contracts with heavenly devilish monarchs have disappeared under mysterious circumstances, Daoist Xia replied as he took a glance at the dark-skinned young man. It was clear that he had identified what the young man was. Correlation doesn't always equate to causation. All those who dare to sign heavenly devil contracts are bold individuals who are more willing to take risks than others, so there's naturally a greater chance that they perish than the average immortal. None of those rumors have detailed heavenly devilish monarchs revoking a heavenly devil contract. For us, heavenly devil contracts are far more restrictive than they are to other beings, the dark-skinned young man explained. There are indeed no recorded cases of heavenly devil contracts being revoked in the true immortal realm, Daoist Xia confirmed in a wooden manner. In that case, this contract does sound reliable. I'll agree to sign the contract. It sounds like you've been in the true immortal realm for quite some time, so you'll be of great use to me if I ever manage to ascend. However, aside from the heavenly devil contract, I have to plant another type of restriction on you to completely erase my doubts, Hanli said after a lengthy pause for contemplation. That's not an issue as long as these terms are stated clearly in the contract. If you can ensure that, then I can even let you plant multiple types of additional restrictions on me, the dark-skinned young man said in a nonchalant manner. All right, then as a start, get that fire spirit to stop resisting first, Hanli said. The dark-skinned young man did as he was told, turning toward the WIRM before communicating with it through voice transmission. Soon, all of the feelers on the crimson ball of flesh that the WIRM had transformed into shrank back into its body, and it reverted back into its humanoid form. The spirit-engulfing fire raven also shrank down to its original size upon seeing this before flying back to Hanli after just a few flashes. Hanli raised a sleeve to release a burst of azure light, and the miniature fire raven was immediately drawn back up his sleeve. You are truly extremely fortunate to have managed to refine an essence fire raven with a hint of spiritual nature in this lower realm, fellow Taoist. Flames of essence are extremely rare even in the true immortal realm. It's no wonder that Huishuzi was unable to unleash even a tenth of his power in the face of such a fearsome opponent, the dark-skinned young man said. Flames of essence. This flame was something that I cultivated unintentionally, and I'm not sure if it's a flame of essence as you say. However, I've always referred to it as spirit engulfing heavenly flames, Hanli replied. There's no mistaking it, this is definitely a flame of essence. The conditions for the birth of such flames are completely random to begin with. Spirit engulfing heavenly flames is quite an appropriate name, seeing as this flame is adept in devouring other types of spirit flames to bolster itself, the dark-skinned young man said. Right at this moment, Huishuzi appeared nearby amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, then cast his gaze toward Ma Liang's headless body with slightly furrowed brows. So he really did die. Now that he's dead, I don't know when I'll be able to recover my bonded bead. I didn't sense its presence from him, so he's definitely not carrying it. Fellow Taoist Hua, if you want to recover your bonded bead, then you'll have to place your hope in fellow Taoist Han here. He's already managed to attain incredible power in this lower realm. If he manages to ascend to the true immortal realm, he'll be able to help you recover your bonded bead with ease, the dark-skinned young man said with a hint of a smile on his face. Huishuzi's expression immediately darkened slightly upon hearing this. What do you mean by that? Are you saying I should accept him as my master? If you don't do that, how will you return to the true immortal realm? I can just return to the heavenly devil realm, and it won't make any difference to me, but without the nourishment of immortal spiritual qi, your cultivation base will inevitably plummet over time. Besides, your powers are severely restricted here, so if you don't accept fellow Taoist Han as your master, you most likely won't be able to leave this place alive. Don't rely on me to help you, I've already agreed to sign a heavenly devil contract with him. Also, if you're willing to follow fellow Taoist Han, there will be an unexpected benefit. The dark-skinned young man's voice suddenly trailed off as he switched to voice transmission here. Chapter 2435, Soul Badge, is that true? Huishuzi immediately exclaimed upon hearing what the dark-skinned young man had to say, and he turned toward Hanli with a strange look in his eyes. Hanli's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, but he didn't say anything. I've said everything there is to be said, it's up to you whether you believe me or not, the dark-skinned young man replied in a nonchalant manner. All right, I'll believe you just this once. Fellow Taoist Han, I can become your spirit servant for a period of time, but you must take me with you when you ascend to the true immortal realm. If you can help me recover my bonded bead after your ascension, then I can continue to be your spirit servant for several tens of thousands more years. As for the spirit servant contract, that must be created on the basis of the heavenly devil contract, Huishuzi said. As long as you're also willing to have the same restrictions planted in your body, I have no objections, Hanli replied with a smile. A faint smile appeared on the dark-skinned young man's face upon seeing this, and he wasted no further time as he opened his mouth to expel a ball of inky black qi. The ball of black qi then transformed into a black leather scroll that slowly unfurled itself. I've written the terms of the contract onto the scroll. If neither of you have any objections, then please inscribe your name or insignia onto the contract with your blood essence, and also inject a wisp of your spiritual sense into the scroll. As soon as his voice trailed off, Mo Guang led by example, opening his mouth to expel a ball of blood essence, which transformed into a pair of runes that read Mo Guang before inscribing themselves upon the scroll. Immediately thereafter, he made a hand seal, and a streak of crimson light shot out of his glabella before also vanishing into the scroll in a flash. Hanli drew the black scroll toward himself, and after carefully examining the contract several times, he gave a pleased nod. The terms of the contract were very similar to what had been described, and there were some clauses that were far less binding than he had anticipated. As opposed to the contract, this was more like a mutual treaty, and that made Hanli a lot less apprehensive toward it. Thus, he raised a finger and forced out a drop of blood essence onto the scroll. The drop of blood essence had faint azure light glowing within it, and as soon as it landed on the scroll, it immediately inscribed the words Hanli in ancient golden characters onto the scroll's surface. Hanli then tossed the black scroll toward Huashuzi, who only examined it briefly before also signing the contract in a nonchalant manner. Immediately thereafter, the black scroll vanished into thin air, and thus, the heavenly devil contract had been erected. Now everything is finished here, please return with me to the human race. I'm sure I'll benefit immensely from your help in the future, Hanli said. We've signed the contract, so we're naturally obligated to follow you wherever you go, Mo Guang replied. In that case, let's take care of one final thing before we depart, Hanli said with a nod. One final thing. Are you referring to the rat that's been eavesdropping on us this entire time? Huashizi asked as a cold light flashed through his eyes. As soon as his voice trailed off, a five-colored light projection suddenly emerged on the ground. At the same time, spatial fluctuations erupted beneath Hanli and the others, and a streak of white light appeared before hurtling directly toward the light formation. Mo Guang seemed to have already anticipated this, and he reached out in an unhurried manner, upon which a burst of peculiar power swept over the light formation on the ground, causing it to instantly explode. The streak of white light immediately sprang back before revealing itself to be none other than that second Mingzun. However, his aura was significantly diminished, and he was appraising Hanli and the others with an extremely grim expression. Hanli was completely unsurprised to see this. Ah, so it's fellow Daoist Mingzun, looks like a clone of yours must have perished in your stead during the earlier battle. There's no way a clone would have been able to fool powerful beings of your caliber. That Mingzun was also me, but it was only a part of me. I didn't think that you would be the sole beneficiary of my painstaking plan, fellow Daoist Han, Mingzun replied. At this moment, he was feeling extremely frustrated. He had detonated the formation earlier in Skies Beyond, and was severely wounded by unforeseen backlash. As such, his arrival was significantly delayed, and he only made it just in time to witness Hanli landing the killing blow on Ma Liang, a turn of events that he was naturally extremely astonished by. However, despite his dire situation, his expression remained calm and collected. I see. You must have used a soul-splitting technique, no wonder I didn't sense anything amiss earlier. Unfortunately for you, the formation's detonation was unable to kill that true immortal or even me. I don't think I can just let things slide, Hanli said in a bone-chilling voice. What would you like me to do? As long as it's within my capabilities, I definitely won't refuse. I only resorted to this plan for the sake of the entire spirit realm. Besides, if it weren't for the detonation of the formation, I don't think you would have been able to slay that true immortal, Mingzun replied with a wry smile, but he was drawing upon his magic power in secret, and had also summoned several treasures that were concealed up his sleeves. Rest assured, Brother Ming, I won't ask for anything unreasonable, all I want is your head. Regardless of how you try to frame the situation, the fact of the matter is that you intended to use me as a sacrifice for this formation. Rest assured, once I kill you here, I'll make sure that your heroic deeds are sung as ballads throughout the entire spirit realm, Hanli said as a mocking look appeared on his face. Mingzun's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and he immediately swept his sleeves through the air to release around a dozen crimson beads. Immediately thereafter, he made a hand seal, and a pair of thunderstorm wheels appeared beneath his feet, while a pair of snowy white wings that were over 100 feet in length emerged on his back. Lightning flashed from beneath his feet, and he flapped his wings vigorously, instantly fleeing into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he was already over 10,000 feet away, and he was continuing to flee with all his might. Hanli gave a cold harumph upon seeing this, and he was just about to do something when Mo Guang stepped forward and thrust a palm through the air to release a gust of fierce black wind. The dozen or so crimson beads were swept up by the gust of wind and exploded into crimson flames without being able to unleash any of their power. "Leave that man to fellow Daoist Hua and myself, Brother Han. We've just signed the Heavenly Devil contract, and this is a good opportunity for us to show you what we're capable of," Mo Guang said with a smile as he withdrew his arm. Hanli faltered slightly upon hearing this before turning toward Huishuzi, who was already raring to go, and he agreed, "All right, I'll be counting on you then, fellow Taoists. That man is not to be underestimated, so do be careful." "Ha, rest assured, fellow Daoist Han, I can kill that man even on my own," Huishuzi chortled as he transformed into his crimson WIRM form before setting off in pursuit. Mo Guang also followed along closely behind him as a black line, and in the blink of an eye, both of them had vanished into the distant sky. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he released a small golden beetle out of his sleeve, then instructed, "Jin Tong, follow them, but make sure they don't detect your presence." The golden beetle nodded in response before shrinking down to less than a tenth of its original size, then also set off as a faint shadow. Only then did Han Li withdraw his gaze before flipping a hand over to summon a shimmering golden storage bracelet. He then inspected the contents of the storage bracelet with his spiritual sense, and an ecstatic look immediately appeared on his face. A burst of spiritual light flashed before him, and 3 treasures appeared, comprised of a small dark green veil, a silver gourd, and a jade badge that was looking rather worse for wear. Han Li swept his spiritual sense over these items before drawing the silver gourd into his grasp before removing the lid, then tipped out a pair of shimmering golden pills. I didn't think that he would have spare True Soul pills in addition to the one that he took. The True Soul pill that I found on that young deer's body had to have been from him as well, Han Li murmured to himself with undisguised excitement in his eyes. However, he then immediately stowed the 2 pills and the silver gourd away before reaching out to grab the small green vial. After a brief inspection, the vial was also stowed away, following which Han Li cast his gaze toward the jade badge, which had several crimson cracks on its surface. This soul badge definitely doesn't belong to the true immortal I just killed. Otherwise, it would have already completely shattered. Who could it belong to, and why did he carry it down into the spirit realm? Could it be that the owner of this soul badge is currently in the spirit realm? Han Li murmured to himself with his brows furrowed in befuddlement. It won't be a difficult task to find out, fellow Daoist Han. All you need to do is unleash a certain secret technique onto the badge, and you'll be able to know whether its owner is in this realm, Daoist Yes suddenly said. Han Li's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this, and he nodded in response before stowing the jade badge away. There were naturally more items in the golden storage bracelet, including 7 or 8 treasures that he didn't know the function of, as well as a stack of golden and silver talismans and a large pile of golden crystals. However, he currently wasn't in his own cave abode, so he couldn't bring them out for closer inspection. Thus, Han Li continued to wait, and a short while later, spatial fluctuations erupted nearby, following Jin Tong shot out of thin air as a streak of golden light before vanishing up Han Li's sleeve in a flash. Immediately thereafter, Jin Tong delivered a report to him through voice transmission, and his expression immediately eased upon hearing what it had to say. Not long after that, a black line and a ball of crimson light appeared in the distance before reaching Han Li after just a few flashes to reveal Mo Guang and Huishuzi. Seeing as you've returned so quickly, I presume you've succeeded, fellow Taoists? Han Li asked with a faint smile. He, of course. That man had some tricks up his sleeve, but he was never going to be able to escape from us, Huishuzi chuckled as he tossed 2 items toward Han Li. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of invisible force that held the item steady in mid-air before him. As it turned out, one of the two items was a shriveled-up body of a nascent soul, while the other was a black storage bracelet. I've devoured all of the nascent soul's essence, so he won't even be able to go into the cycle of reincarnation. As for everything else he left behind, we have no use for them, so you can have them, Mo Guang said in an unhurried manner. Han Li cast his gaze toward the shriveled nascent soul, and even though its face was severely distorted, it was clearly identical to that of Ming Zun. Thank you for your hard work, fellow Taoists. I suggest we leave this place right away. As soon as his voice trailed off, he drew the black storage bracelet into his own grasp before stowing it away, flicked a ball of crimson flames toward the shriveled nascent soul to instantly incinerate it into nothingness. Mo Guang and Huishuzi naturally had no objections, and thus, Han Li raised a hand to release an ordinary-looking azure flying carriage, which all three of them immediately got onto. Daoist Xia made a hand seal and vanished up Han Li's sleeve as an arc of silver lightning, following which the carriage flew away as a ball of azure light. 3 days later, some of the powerful beings of the He Lian Trade Guild stationed on the outskirts of Baleful Cry Point finally ventured into the area in a wary manner. The entire landscape had been completely transformed, but of course, not a single living being was found. Ming Zun hadn't arranged for anyone to enter Baleful Cry Point aside from the Grand Ascension stage beings and the people required to set up the formation. As such, these people had no idea whether Ma Liang was still alive or not and didn't dare to linger in Baleful Cry Point for too long. Thus, after only a brief examination of the area, they immediately scattered to deliver reports to all of the major powers on the continent. Several months later, news of everyone's demise in Baleful Cry Point was released by their respective races, as evidenced by the fact that their soul badges had all shattered. This news spread like wildfire throughout the entire Tianyuan continent, and even some races on the other continents were soon made aware of this. However, there wasn't any evidence to indicate whether that true immortal had also perished during the battle. As a result, the entire spirit realm was under a cloud of constant fear and apprehension, and no one knew if the true immortal would return someday to continue in his brazen killing spree. Only after an entire year had passed was news of the true immortal's demise released by the insignificant human race. It was also stated that the manager of the trade guild, Ming Zun, had intentionally sacrificed some of the powerful beings in the bipolar annihilation formation to enhance the power of the formation's detonation, and that he had perished alongside the true immortal. This piece of news was only half true, and it created a massive stir in the entire spirit realm. All of the major powers in the realm immediately launched investigations to find that there was indeed a human survivor from the battle at Baleful Cry Point. After this was verified, many of the Grand Ascension stage beings of major races abandoned their cultivation and immediately traveled to the human race. Some of them wanted to ascertain what had happened during the battle at Baleful Cry Point, but the majority of them were far more interested in the treasures left behind by the true immortal. All of the other powerful beings aside from Han Li had perished, so there was no doubt that he had obtained all of the true immortal's treasures. All of the races on the Tianyuan continent were more subdued, not because they weren't interested in those treasures, but because all of their most powerful beings had perished, so they knew that they wouldn't be able to do anything to Han Li. As such, they decided to lie low and observe for now. In contrast, many Grand Ascension stage beings from the other two continents were flocking toward the Tianyuan continent. During the next year or so, many foreign Grand Ascension stage beings had arrived at the human race and easily found the boundless sea where Han Li was residing. However, regardless of what intentions these Grand Ascension stage beings harbored, all of them were forced into retreat by Jin Tong and Daoist Xia as soon as they entered the boundless sea. Many of the foreign races who were keeping tabs on the situation were quite stunned by this turn of events. In a short span of time, over 20 foreign Grand Ascension stage beings had visited the boundless sea in succession, but all of them returned empty-handed. Thus, all of the other Grand Ascension stage beings became more cautious, and the rest of the people who dared to venture into the boundless sea were all truly formidable beings even among Grand Ascension cultivators. Even so, they were still easily dismissed by Jin Tong and Daoist Xia, and throughout this entire period of time, Hanli didn't show himself even once. This made many Grand Ascension stage beings quite wary of Hanli, but also enraged the powerful beings who stood at the very pinnacle of the other two continents. On this day, 8 vastly renowned powerful beings from the Blood Sky Continent and Thunder Continent arrived at the Boundless Sea together. On this occasion, Daoist Xia and Jin Tong made no effort to stop them, and they arrived directly at Origin Integration Island. All of a sudden, an extremely formidable aura erupted out of the Azure Origin Palace at the center of the island, and Hanli emerged with Mo Guang, Washuzi, Daoist Xia, and Jin Tong. The 8 powerful beings were stunned by the auras being released by Hanli's group, and their confrontational demeanor immediately softened significantly. They weren't exactly fearful of Hanli and the others, but they knew that Hanli definitely wasn't going to be someone that they could walk over as they pleased. Hanli welcomed the 8 powerful beings into the Azure Origin Palace with a smile, following which the gate swung shut, and an azure light barrier descended from the heavens to encompass the entire palace beneath it. After that, Hanli and the others remained in the palace for 3 days and 3 nights. During this time, loud commotions and bursts of formidable energy fluctuations would occasionally erupt within the palace, causing the azure light barrier to tremor violently. However, after the 3 days passed by, the azure light barrier suddenly faded, following which the 8 powerful beings emerged with dark expressions, and all of their auras had been diminished to different extents. Hanli emerged from the palace behind everyone else with a faint smile on his face, and he seemed to have been completely unaffected. Fellow Taoists, I've already sold you a true soul pill, it's up to you what you decide to do with it. I hope that this puts an end to this matter. If anyone else tries to harass me or my brethren from now on, they won't be met with such an amicable reception. Old Man Copper Crow, whom Hanli had met on one past occasion in the Elder Devil realm, was one of the 8 powerful beings, and he replied with a wry smile, "Rest assured, fellow Daoist Han, all of us are important figures in the spirit realm, and we certainly won't go back on our word. Once we go back, we'll do our best to dissuade others from visiting you." After that, the 8 of them rose up into the air and quickly flew away from Origin Integration Island. Only after the 8 streaks of light had vanished into the distant sky did Hanli's expression ease slightly, and he turned to Jin Tong and Daoist Xia, and said, "If anyone else dares to force their way into the boundless sea, then there's no need to hold back any longer. If you can capture them, then do so, but if not, then just kill them. Brother Mo Guang, fellow Daoist Hua, as a safety precaution, I'll get you 2 to patrol the area as well for the near future." Leave it to us, we won't let anyone else into the boundless sea, Mo Guang replied. Huashuzi and the others didn't have any objections either. Thus, all 4 of them left after being dismissed by Hanli. Sure enough, no one else came to the boundless sea thereafter, and some of the Grand Ascension stage beings who were lingering nearby also disappeared following the departure of the 8 powerful beings. Not long after that, a rumor about Hanli defeating 8 of the most powerful beings in the entire spirit realm on his own began to spread, and countless races in the spirit realm were astonished to hear this. After hearing about how Hanli had already sold a true soul pill to the 8 powerful beings, everyone else abandoned any intention of visiting him. In the wake of all of this, it became widely accepted that Hanli was the most powerful being on the Tianyuan continent, and there were even some who proclaimed that it wasn't an exaggeration to say that Hanli was the #1 Grand Ascension stage being in the entire spirit realm. Chapter 2437, Meeting the Spirit Monarch. Chapter again 2 years later, Hanli was seated in a corner of a secret chamber on the deepest level of the Azure Origin Palace, flicking a string of incantation seals of different colors through the air. At the center of the secret chamber was a golden formation that was around 10 feet in size, above which hovered 2 green vials of different sizes, one of which was situated above the other. The vial on top was only several inches in size, and it was tipped upside down with a mysterious light flashing within its opening. All of the incantation seals being released by Hanli were vanishing into that vial in a flash. The vial below the first vial was around a foot in size, and it was being bound by countless 5-colored threads of light surging out of all parts of the light formation. Furthermore, wisps of light were flowing out of the opening of this vial, only to be drawn in by the vial above it. With each wisp of light that was drawn away, the larger vial would become slightly smaller, and its color would also fade minutely. Around half a day later, the 2 vials were identical in size, and the second vial had become almost transparent. Finally, a dull thump rang out, and the second vial transformed into a ball of light that was also drawn into the first vial up above. An elated look appeared on Hanli's face upon seeing this, and he immediately pointed a finger at the formation. The buzzing formation instantly ceased operating, and all of the light faded as the only remaining small vial slowly descended. Hanli waved a hand to draw the vial toward him, and the vial immediately flew into his grasp as a ball of green light. The Origin Fusion Immortal technique on that jade slip really is very effective. It was worth spending the time to master it. Now that I've fused the replica vial with the heaven-controlling vial, I'll be able to use the treasure in simple ways rather than solely relying on it to nurture spirit medicines, Hanli murmured to himself with a faint smile on his face. Come to think of it, I always knew that this was an extraordinary treasure, but I never thought that it would be something held in such high regard by even a Tao patriarch of the true immortal realm. How did it end up in the human world? And where has its vile spirit gone? Could it have been lost elsewhere in the human world? Hanli mused as he stowed the small vial away. So be it, it's already a miraculous opportunity that I've managed to obtain a part of this treasure, and it's played an extremely important role in my cultivation. It would be greedy of me to ask for more than this. What I have to do now is go into seclusion to master the new abilities that I've obtained. After I do that, I'll refine the integrated 5 extreme mountains and some of my other important treasures, then go into arduous cultivation in anticipation for my ascension tribulation. However, before I go into an extended period of seclusion, there are some things that I must take care of. With that in mind, Hanli flipped a hand over to summon a rather damaged jade badge. This was the soul badge that he had obtained from Ma Liang, and not long after he had returned to the Boundless Sea, he had asked Daoist Xie to ascertain whether the owner of this soul badge was actually in the spirit realm. Much to his surprise, not only did Daoist Xie ascertain that the owner of the soul badge was indeed in this realm, they were situated in the spirit race territory not far away from the human race. The thought of the spirit monarch immediately sprang into Hanli's mind upon learning this. He didn't know who the owner of this soul badge was, but it most likely had something to do with the mysterious spirit monarch. He was planning to head to the spirit race to investigate, but in the aftermath of the battle in Baleful Cry Point, he had to remain in the Azure Origin Palace this entire time, thereby resulting in this delay. No more foreign beings have come to see me in the past 2 years, so it's about time I take care of this matter, Hanli murmured to himself as his eyes narrowed slightly. Several months later, violent spatial fluctuations erupted above concealed spirit mountain of the spirit race, and a giant black arc emerged in complete silence, following which Hanli appeared at the front of the arc. Everyone on concealed spirit mountain naturally erupted into a frenzy, and countless guards rose up into the air as layers of restrictions appeared. However, Hanli paid no heed to this as he called out, "Fellow Daoist spirit monarch, I have come to visit you and would like to be granted an audience." Even though his voice wasn't very loud, it was echoing throughout the entirety of concealed spirit mountain, and it was imbued with some type of incredible power, causing all of the guards in the air above the mountain to immediately plummet out of the heavens. Even the holy spirits who had risen up into the air were forced to descend again as their magic power ceased to circulate as soon as they heard this voice. Everyone was naturally very alarmed by this, and right at this moment, the spirit monarch's voice finally rang out from within concealed Spirit Mountain. "Welcome, fellow Daoist Han. Forgive me for not greeting you sooner. Please come in." As soon as the voice trailed off, the restrictions above concealed Spirit Mountain parted to open up a passageway to grant Han Li passage. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he flew into the passageway as a streak of azure light. The Spirit Monarch was standing on the platform in front of the hall on the summit of concealed Spirit Mountain, looking up into the sky with a solemn expression. All of a sudden, Han Li appeared before him in a wraith-like manner amid a flash of azure light. The Spirit Monarch's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, but a smile appeared on his face as he cupped his fist in a salute. "Your powers are truly unfathomable, fellow Daoist, and you've become renowned throughout the entire spirit realm. To what do I owe this honor of a visit from you?" "You're far too kind, brother Spirit Monarch. I was very fortunate to have earned this reputation. Besides, it's not necessarily a good thing. As for why I came here, I wanted to ask you about something," Han Li replied. The Spirit Monarch's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. "What is it, fellow Daoist Han? Do you know the owner of this item, fellow Daoist?" Han Li asked as he swept a sleeve through the air to release the damaged soul badge. The Spirit Monarch drew the soul badge into his grasp, and his expression immediately changed slightly as he sensed its aura. After a long pause, a wry smile appeared on the Spirit Monarch's face, and he asked, "Did you obtain this badge from that fallen immortal, Brother Han?" Han Li nodded in response. "Looks like I was right to have come to visit you." After a brief hesitation, the Spirit Monarch seemed to have arrived at some type of decision, and he tossed the soul badge back to Han Li. "Please come with me, fellow Daoist." Immediately thereafter, he turned and strode toward the hall without waiting for a response from Han Li. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately followed along. Shortly thereafter, Han Li found himself standing in front of an ice mountain in a mysterious underground space, appraising a handsome young man sealed at the bottom of the mountain with a surprised expression. The Spirit Monarch was standing beside him, and the former made a hand seal before casting an incantation seal into the ice mountain. Moments later, countless specks of white light quickly converged within the ice mountain to form the nascent soul of the Spirit Monarch. The nascent soul cast its gaze toward Han Li, and as opposed to being surprised to see him, a wry smile appeared on its face. "So you came after all. It seems that the recently fallen immortal really was searching for the immortal that I've sealed away here. This immortal has resided in the spirit realm for many years, and he's definitely harboring some important secret, so it's no surprise that someone was sent from the true immortal realm to track him down. You managed to seal this immortal, brother spirit. In that case, it looks like the rumors circulating about you aren't completely unreasonable after all," Han Li said with a contemplative expression. "I'm afraid I can't elaborate on that in detail," the nascent soul said with a shake of its head, then shot forth toward the Spirit Monarch as a ball of white light, vanishing into his body in a flash. As a result, the Spirit Monarch's aura instantly became significantly more powerful, making it comparable to that of the top-tier powerful beings that Han Li had met in the past. It seemed that this was the true Spirit Monarch. A peculiar light flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, but he didn't say anything. Meanwhile, the Spirit Monarch withdrew his aura before turning to Han Li with a serious expression. "Now that you've seen the owner of this soul badge, what are your intentions, fellow Daoist Han? Regardless of whether this immortal has anything to do with the one I've slain, I want to put an end to him to avoid any potential trouble in the future," Han Li replied. "I'm afraid you most likely won't be able to do that, fellow Daoist Han. If it were that easy to put an end to this true immortal, then I wouldn't have sealed him here to slowly refine his true immortal body with my bonded flame, the spirit monarch replied with a shake of his head. Hanli was rather surprised to hear this. Why is that? It wasn't that difficult for me to slay that other true immortal. That's completely different. The true immortal that you slew was restricted by the power of laws of the spirit realm, and he had to dedicate most of his power to contend with the power of this realm. In contrast, this true immortal has already changed to a different true immortal body in the spirit realm, and he's cultivated some type of immortal secret technique that has combined his magic power, soul, and physical body into one unified entity. As such, his body is far more powerful than that of even the average true immortal, and even a profound heavenly treasure wouldn't be able to harm him, the spirit monarch explained. I see. However, I would still like to give it a try. However, prior to that, I want to try using a soul search technique on this true immortal. I'm sure you wouldn't have any objections, right, brother spirit? Hanli asked as he stroked his own chin in a contemplative manner. The spirit monarch faltered slightly upon hearing this before he replied, "If you're capable of killing this swine right away, then I would be more than happy to see that. However, unless your spiritual sense is far more powerful than his, there's no way you'll be able to successfully search his soul." Hanli's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. Oh. Then what if I insist on giving it a try? The spirit monarch's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. A cold look then appeared on his face as he said, "If you're that confident, then I won't stop you. However, I sealed this immortal. If you insist on doing things by force, then you'll have to prove yourself to me first." "How would you like me to do that?" Hanli asked. "There are many people proclaiming you to be the #1 Grand Ascension stage being in the spirit realm. I dare say I'm also quite powerful among Grand Ascension stage beings. If you can withstand 3 attacks from me without evading, then I can allow you to do whatever you want to this immortal," the spirit monarch said. "Ha, that suits me just fine. Among cultivators like ourselves, power should be revered above all else. If I can't withstand 3 attacks from you, then I'll leave right away and won't make any mention of this again," Hanli said. "In that case, let's go somewhere else so we don't damage the seal here," the spirit monarch proposed. "As you wish," Hanli replied with a nod. Thus, the spirit monarch flew out of the hall as a streak of light, followed closely by Hanli. Around 15 minutes later, 2 violent tremors erupted from a certain point within the belly of concealed Spirit Mountain, causing the entire mountain to tremor and quake. All of the spirit race guards couldn't help but exchange alarmed glances upon sensing this. They knew that this had to have something to do with Hanli, but they had no idea exactly what was happening, and they didn't dare to investigate without permission from the spirit monarch. Within a hall in the belly of concealed Spirit Mountain, a light barrier that enshrouded the entire hall suddenly disintegrated into specks of white light. Hanli and the spirit monarch were facing one another from opposite ends of the hall with vastly contrasting expressions. Hanli had his hands clasped behind his back with a nonchalant expression, looking as if he were taking a stroll through the park. In contrast, the spirit monarch's aura had become even more powerful than before, and there was a silver Buddha projection behind him with demonic eyes all over its body, but his expression was quite strained. There was a circle of short translucent blades all around him, but they seemed to have intentionally avoided him. Between the two of them was a giant blade that was over 100 feet in length, and it was suspended in mid-air, but its tip had gone missing. Furthermore, the cross-section of the incision was as smooth as a mirror, as if the tip had been sliced off cleanly by something. "You've already made 2 attacks, there's still 1 attack left," Hanli said in an unhurried manner. "Forget it. Your powers are even more fearsome than the rumors suggest. I would only be heaping more embarrassment upon myself if I were to go unleash a final attack," the spirit monarch said with a wry smile. He then made a hand seal, and the giant black blade immediately vanished alongside the silver Buddha projection and the short translucent blades. Hee, you're far too modest, brother spirit. I'm sure you didn't unleash your most powerful attacks. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand them so easily, Hanli chuckled. I do indeed have several trump cards up my sleeve, but it's clear that you haven't unleashed your true power either. In any case, I concede wholeheartedly, and you can do as you please with the true immortal that I've sealed. However, I have one condition: if you can kill that true immortal, then you must do it while I'm present. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest assured, the spirit monarch said with a serious expression. That's not an issue. I recently refined a new treasure that could come in useful here, Hanli replied in a meaningful voice. The spirit monarch was rather puzzled to hear this, but he was ecstatic that Hanli had agreed to his condition and immediately led Hanli back toward the hall. Half a month later, the restrictions above concealed Spirit Mountain parted, and a streak of azure light flew out before landing on the giant black arc that was waiting in the sky above. Moments later, a burst of rumbling rang out, and the arc flew away into the distance. Hanli was seated in a secret chamber on the bottom level of the arc, appraising a small green vial in his hand with a contemplative expression. Several days ago, he had successfully searched the soul of that sealed immortal with his immense spiritual sense. Actually, it wouldn't be accurate to refer to it as a complete success. Even though he had successfully infiltrated the immortal's mind, he discovered that most of the immortal's important memories had been sealed by some type of mysterious energy. After inspecting all of the accessible memories, Hanli directed his spiritual sense toward that part of the immortal's memories, only for the immortal's head to instantly explode like a watermelon. As a result, the immortal's spiritual sense was instantly destroyed, and even his body was reduced to ashes by this burst of mysterious energy. Hanli and the spirit monarch were naturally both astonished by this outcome. Even so, through the memories that Hanli had managed to glean, he was able to figure out what this small vial was, as well as how it was related to Ma Liang and the 9-origin Daoist temple. Furthermore, he had received a piece of very important information, which was that the vial spirit could be present in the Elder Devil realm. He was unable to find out why the immortal had betrayed the 9-origin Daoist temple, nor how he had managed to obtain the heaven-controlling vial, but he did discover the reason behind why the heaven-controlling vial had been split up into two parts that had fallen into different lower realms. As it turned out, the immortal had expended a massive price to obtain a great teleportation talisman to escape to another immortal region in order to flee from the 9-origin Daoist temple. However, during the teleportation, the talisman was affected by some type of mysterious power. As a result, not only did his teleportation fail, he was forced to descend into a lower realm. During this process, the heaven-controlling veil that he had only just barely managed to seal suddenly began to struggle with all its might. He immediately attempted to restrain it using a variety of secret techniques, but it was already too late. The vial spirit unleashed some type of innate ability to split up into two, and each of its constituent parts fell into a different realm. Thankfully, the immortal had the presence of mind to unleash a tracking technique on the vial spirit from afar. As long as the tracking mark wasn't erased, he would always be able to track down the vial spirit in the future. Once he managed to do that, he would be able to make use of the vial spirit's ability to sense its vessel, and it would be very much possible for him to recover the entire heaven-controlling veil. Unfortunately for him, he was severely wounded by the power of the spirit realm while descending into the realm, and not only was his physical body almost completely destroyed, his powers were severely debilitated as well. As such, he could only sink to the seabed and slowly reforge a true immortal body while also gradually recovering his powers. During this time, he had unleashed the same tracking technique on multiple occasions, thereby allowing him to ascertain that the vial spirit was situated in the Elder Devil realm. Furthermore, a clone of his had traveled throughout most of the spirit realm to find spirit medicines that were useful to him, and he had even entered the vast glacial realm through the Thunder Continent on one occasion. The silver lotus seed pod that Hanli had obtained from that realm was extremely useful for manifesting a true immortal body, but it still wasn't ready to be picked at the time, and the other spirit medicines there were of no use to the immortal, so he had left them all there. Never did he imagine that Hanli would infiltrate that area countless years later and plunder all of the spirit medicines in that area. That unexpected turn of events had the immortal livid with rage. As such, he had rushed out of seclusion as soon as he had reforged an immortal body, and at the time, he still hadn't completely recovered his powers. He then immediately tried to track down Hanli, only to be sealed by the spirit monarch before he was even able to get to Hanli. With that in mind, Hanli couldn't help but marvel at the unpredictable nature of fate and fortune. He gently shook the small green vial in his hand, and a faint sloshing sound rang out. The liquid in the vial wasn't its usual spirit liquid. Instead, it was a drop of blood essence that he had extracted from the sealed true immortal's body with immense difficulty. With this drop of spirit blood, he would be able to unleash the same tracking technique, thereby allowing him to track down the vile spirit in the Elder Devil realm. A hint of irrepressible excitement welled up in Hanli's heart at the thought of the incredible abilities that the complete heaven-controlling vial could possess. It looks like I'll have to make a trip to the Elder Devil realm right away. Right at this moment, a faint dragon's roar rang out from his body. Hanli faltered slightly upon hearing this before hurriedly stowing the small veil away, then released a shimmering silver scale out of his sleeve. Meanwhile, Hanli slowly closed his eyes, and continued to chant his incantation. Within a certain mysterious space in the Elder Devil realm, there was a pond that was filled with silver liquid. All of a sudden, several of the stone slabs at the bottom of the pond began to glow brightly, and a massive light formation appeared. Several mysterious runes converged at the center of the light formation, and a dark hole appeared. In the next instant, a pillar of dark green light erupted out of the hole, and the pillar of light erupted out of the pond before vanishing at the very top of this mysterious space. Hanli's eyes abruptly sprang open as an ecstatic look appeared on his face. The vile spirit really is in the Elder Devil realm. Looks like I'm in luck, Hanli said with an excited expression as he withdrew his hand seal. He then quickly made a series of grabbing motions, and the giant light formation beneath him reverted back into formation flags before flying up his sleeve. Meanwhile, the giant veil shrunk down into a small ball of dark green light before vanishing into his body. Immediately thereafter, Hanli flew away as a long streak of azure light, vanishing into the distant sky after just a few flashes. Once every few days, Hanli would unleash the tracking technique again to ensure that he was on the right track. Along the way, he encountered some devilish beings and cities, but he merely flew directly past them without bothering to stop. With his current powers, there was most likely no one in the entire Elder Devil realm who could keep up with him at his full speed. It was often the case that the devilish beings he passed by would only hear something flying through the air, but couldn't even see Hanli. As such, they could only look around in bewilderment before continuing on their way. Half a year later, Hanli was standing at the foot of a giant tree on the summit of a tall black mountain with his hands clasped behind his back, and he was looking on at a black sea in the distance with a contemplative expression. So the vile spirit is residing in the devilish origin sea. I guess there's only one way to find out. It's not like anyone can stop me anyway, so if worse comes to worst, I'll just have to force my way in. Having arrived at a decision, Hanli made a hand seal, and spatial fluctuations erupted in the air above the black mountain, following which the Ink Spirit Holy Ark emerged. He hadn't used this ark previously during his travels as it was far too conspicuous, but there was barely anyone residing in the devilish origin sea, so he could use the ark without any qualms. At the same time, Daoist Xia appeared behind Hanli amid a flash of silver lightning. Brother Xia, I'm sure you're far more familiar with the devilish origin C than me, so I'll be counting on you. I'll do my best, Daoist Xia replied in an indifferent manner. Thus, Hanli swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of azure light, which swept up both of them before carrying them onto the giant ark. The puppets on the ark immediately sprang into action at Hanli's behest, and a black light barrier appeared over the surface of the black ark before it forged on ahead. Countless bolts of lightning came crashing down from the heavens, but the black light barrier remained as resolute as ever, and the ark quickly vanished into the mist up ahead. Close to a month later, the giant black ark was hovering in mid-air above a huge green island. The giant light formation and the massive veil had been summoned once again, and they were flashing incessantly while Hanli stood at the front of the ark, unleashing the same tracking technique once again. Just as a thick pillar of light was about to erupt out of the opening of the vial, a cold voice suddenly rang out from deep within the island. Who dares to encroach upon the bitter spirit island? As soon as the voice trailed off, a massive three-headed black WIRM emerged from the island amid a thunderous roar. On the central head of the black WIRM stood none other than one of the three devilish patriarchs, Yuan Yen. Hanli. When did you enter our holy realm? A wary look immediately appeared on his face at the sight of Hanli. Am I not allowed to come here? Hanli countered in an indifferent manner as he continued to unleash the tracking technique. Why have you come all the way here to the bitter spirit island again? You've already progressed to the grand ascension stage, so the spirit cleansing pond won't benefit you in any way, Yuan Yen said with a dark expression as he glanced at Daoist Xia, then directed his attention toward the light formation and giant vial. Rest assured, fellow Daoist Yuan, I no longer have any interest in the spirit cleansing pond. I'm here to search for something else, and I'll leave as soon as I find it, Hanli replied. What are you looking for? That's not for you to worry about, Brother Yuan, Hanli replied. Immediately thereafter, he flicked an incantation seal into the light formation down below, and a pillar of dark green light erupted into the heavens from the opening of the vial. Yuan Yan's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, but after a brief hesitation, he decided not to try and stop Hanli. Even though news of Hanli slaying the true immortal hadn't spread to the Elder Devil realm yet, he had become extremely wary of Hanli ever since Hanli had killed the Stemborer Queen. Furthermore, devilish qi was very sparse on the Bitter Spirit Island, so it would be unwise for Yuan Yan to engage Hanli in battle here. Of course, the presence of Daoist Xia also contributed to this decision. Thus, after a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to remain on the spot and watch what Hanli was doing. As expected, the vile spirit is here. Hanli quickly arrived at a conclusion before stowing the vial and formation flags away, then flew away with Daoist Xia as two streaks of light. Yuan Yan immediately followed them without any hesitation. At their speed, the three of them reached the center of the giant island in the blink of an eye, and an ordinary-looking mountain appeared up ahead. All of a sudden, a pillar of white light erupted into the heavens from the mountain, following which the scenery up ahead shattered like a mirror to reveal two lush green mountains and a valley that was filled with abundant spiritual qi. The pillar of white light was originating from none other than that valley. Hanli faltered slightly upon seeing this pillar of light. During his last visit, this pillar of light had only appeared after the restrictions had been broken. Why was it appearing prematurely from the Bitter Spirit Valley now? Just as Hanli was contemplating the potential reasons behind this, a ball of azure light suddenly flew out of his sleeve before hurtling directly toward the pillar of light in the distance as a blurry shadow. Hanli's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he immediately made a grabbing motion, releasing a burst of enormous invisible power to immobilize the ball of azure light several thousand feet away. The azure light faded to reveal the azure vial, and at this moment, it had become semi-transparent with countless dark green runes on its surface. Furthermore, it was tremoring violently, attempting to break free with all its might. At the same time, a sharp ringing sound erupted from within the pillar of white light, and a ball of yellow light shot forth toward Han Li like a shooting star. Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he immediately made a grabbing motion with his other hand as well. Spatial fluctuations erupted above the ball of yellow light, and a giant golden hand appeared before grabbing toward the ball of light like lightning. All of a sudden, countless azure threads erupted out of the ball of yellow light, and the giant golden hand was instantly riddled with holes before disintegrating into specks of spiritual light. The ball of yellow light continued onward, covering a distance of several kilometers in the blink of an eye before appearing directly beside the small azure vial. The yellow light then faded to reveal a small yellow vial that was completely identical in size and appearance to the azure vial. As soon as the yellow vial appeared, it immediately rushed toward the small azure vial, as if it were attempting to fuse as one with it. However, a layer of dark green light suddenly appeared over the surface of the small azure vial, and the yellow vial was repelled, tumbling back several tens of feet before steadying itself again. Two specks of yellow light flashed from the vial, and a pair of precise black eyes appeared on its surface, displaying a stunned expression. Immediately thereafter, the yellow vial rushed toward the azure vial again, but regardless of what angle it approached the azure vial from, it was invariably kept at bay by the layer of dark green light. A hint of urgency appeared in its small black eyes upon seeing this. Meanwhile, Han Li was making a hand seal in the distance, and he heaved a long sigh of relief upon seeing this. Having fused the heaven-controlling vial with its replica, Ma Liang's replica, he was now able to control the vial to keep the vial spirit at bay. This was most likely why Ma Liang had been given the replica treasure by the 9 Origin Dao Patriarch in the first place. With that in mind, Han Li slowly drifted toward the 2 vials while Yuan Yan looked on with an astonished expression. The 3 devilish patriarchs had guarded this bitter spirit island in shifts for tens of thousands of years, but they had no idea that such a treasure existed on the island. It was clear that the yellow vial possessed a high level of spiritual nature, and it was most likely no less valuable than the average profound heavenly treasure. As for why Han Li knew of the existence of this treasure, that clearly had something to do with the azure vial in his possession. With that in mind, Yuan Yan was struck by the involuntary urge to follow Han Li forward. However, right at this moment, a loud thunderclap rang out nearby, and Daoist Xia appeared before him with a cold expression amid a flash of silver lightning. Yuan Yan's heart jolted slightly upon seeing this, and he faltered in his tracks. He cast a hesitant gaze toward Han Li, then looked back at Daoist Xia, and he was struggling to decide whether he should try and force his way through or not. He hadn't faced Han Li in battle since the latter had progressed to the Grand Ascension stage, but even back when Han Li was only a body integration cultivator, he was already able to ensure self-preservation against Yuan Yan. As such, he had to be far more powerful than the average Grand Ascension stage being, and he was accompanied by this formidable foe, a mortal puppet as well. Yuan Yan had always been a proud individual, but he knew that there was no way that he could defeat Han Li's duo and obtain the treasure. If he were to try and intervene, not only would his attempt inevitably end in failure, he would run the risk of making a sworn enemy out of Han Li. Thus, after some careful contemplation, he could only heave a resigned internal sigh and look on at Han Li from afar. Unbeknownst to him, he was missing out on the biggest opportunity of his life, and that the treasure up ahead was something that even a Dao Patriarch of the true immortal realm held in extremely high regard. If he had known the origins of the heaven-controlling vial, there was no way that he wouldn't intervene, even if he knew that failure would be the most likely outcome. Meanwhile, Han Li was carefully approaching the pair of small vials with a cautious expression. Even though the yellow vial was only a vial spirit with no substantial form, it had managed to easily destroy the giant golden hand that Han Li had conjured up earlier, so Han Li knew that it was not to be underestimated. After rushing toward the small azure vial over 10 more times to no avail, the yellow veal finally ceased in its futile actions and cast its gaze toward Hanli with a hint of confusion and wariness in its eyes. Hanli heaved an internal sigh of relief upon seeing this. The vial wasn't attacking him or fleeing right away, and that made things a lot easier for him. With that in mind, he swept a sleeve through the air, and a golden talisman abruptly exploded within his sleeve. A plume of dense azure mist was instantly released, inundating the entire surrounding area with a radius of around half a kilometer. Thus, Hanli and the two small vials were completely concealed within the mist, and even Yuan Yan's spiritual sense was kept at bay. Yuan Yan's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he knew that he had made the right decision not to intervene. Setting aside everything else, this spiritual sense restriction alone would be enough to pose a huge headache to Yuan Yan. Time slowly passed, and no sound or movement arose within the sea of azure mist. Yuan Yan's brows furrowed tightly upon seeing this, and he couldn't just allow Hanli to remain on the island alone, so he sat down onto the head of his giant black WIRM to meditate. 7 days and 7 nights passed by, and just as Yuan Yan's patience was beginning to run out, the sea of azure mist churned, following which a streak of azure light shot out from within. Hanli then appeared before Yuan Yan with an ecstatic expression, and said, "I'm surprised you're still here, fellow Daoist. Sorry to keep you waiting." I couldn't just leave a foreign cultivator like you alone in the devilish origin sea. You've obtained the treasures you came here for, right? Hurry up and leave, Yuan Yan said in a cold voice as he rose to his feet. I had no intention of staying any longer anyway. I wonder when we'll meet again, Hanli replied. After that, he didn't waste any more time and departed with Daoist Xia, while Yuan Yan looked on with a cold expression. Within a secret chamber in the giant black ark, Hanli was appraising a small green vial in his hand with a pleased smile. After a long while, he stowed the vial away before closing his eyes to meditate. As for how he had managed to tame the vile spirit during those 7 days and 7 nights, that was never revealed to anyone, even countless years into the future, by which time Hanli had reached the very pinnacle of the true immortal realm. As such, many of his friends and disciples were left guessing with no way of finding out the truth. Several months later, the Black Ark was hovering in mid-air above a bottomless canyon, and Hanli and the Daoist Xia were outside the ark, standing side by side as they looked down from above. Through this spatial node, we'll be able to reach the Mauve realm, which is closest to the true Dragon Island. All Fan Potsy told me was that envoys of the true Dragon Island would come to meet me, but he didn't give me an exact location, Hanli murmured to himself with a wry smile before making a hand seal, and the Ink Spirit Holy Ark quickly shrank down before flying up his sleeve. After that, he made a grabbing motion, and a dark green wooden sword appeared in his grasp before being slashed downward. A dark green sword projection swept forth, and an earth-shattering boom rang out deep within the canyon, following which a white spatial rift appeared amid a burst of violent spatial fluctuations. Hanli made a hand seal, and the black ark shrank down into a ball of black light before vanishing into his body, following which he and Daoist Xia flew into the spatial rift down below. Immediately thereafter, the rift slowly sealed itself, and everything returned to normal. Moments later, spatial fluctuations erupted in the air above the spot where the Black Ark had just been situated, and a huge golden lotus flower appeared, atop which stood a man and a woman. These two were none other than the devilish patriarchs, Nye Pan and Bao Hua, and the former had a rather sickly appearance. Looks like he really did only come to our holy realm for that treasure that Yuan Yan told us about. However, that spatial rift doesn't seem to lead back to the spirit realm, it should take him to the Mauve realm instead. That realm is far more powerful than our holy realm, I wonder why he's going there, Nye Pan mused in a slightly raspy voice. That doesn't really matter as long as he doesn't linger in our holy realm. Otherwise, with such an unfathomably powerful being around, there's no way we'd be able to focus on our cultivation, Bao Hua replied. That's true. Speaking of which, I wonder if the news we received from the spirit realm is correct. That man has clearly only recently reached the grand ascension stage, yet he was able to kill a true immortal. Granted, that true immortal was restricted by the power of the realm, but this is still an incredible feat, Nia Pan said with a serious expression. I'm sure there wouldn't be any mistake surrounding such an important piece of information. I heard that he was only able to kill that immortal after he had been severely wounded by many other powerful beings of the spirit realm, Bao Hua replied. Even so, it's still a testament to his power. The more powerful someone is, the more life-saving trump cards they'll have up their sleeves. A true immortal would definitely possess trump cards that are unimaginable to us, yet he was still slain in the end. On top of that, I heard that Hanli had obtained some true soul pills from that immortal. If it weren't for the fact that true soul pills are useless to devilish beings like ourselves, I would be tempted to bring him down at all costs, Nia Pan mused. Of course. If those were true devil pills in his possession instead, then there's no way we would have allowed him to leave our holy realm so easily. Come to think of it, you're not far away from your ascension tribulation, right? How much of a chance do you think you'll have of succeeding? Bao Hua asked. With the power of my holy nirvana physique, perhaps I would have had a 10% to 20% chance of success had I not been severely wounded in that battle against the Stemborer Queen. Even though I've fully recovered from my injuries, too much of my essential power has been expended, so my chances have dwindled to next to zero, Nia Pan sighed in a forlorn manner. Don't be so pessimistic, brother Nia Pan. Your holy nirvana physique is one of the top 3 body refinement methods across all realms, so it's not impossible that it could help you transcend your ascension tribulation. By the way, Hanli seems to have cultivated the holy nirvana physique as well. His holy nirvana physique is slightly different from yours, but there's no mistaking the fact that it's the same cultivation art. I wonder how he managed to attain this physique, Bao Hua said with a befuddled look in her eyes. The holy nirvana physique stems from the most basic devilish arts, and devilish cultivation arts are prevalent throughout all realms, so it's no surprise that someone else was able to find a way to attain the physique. However, it's virtually impossible to actually attain the physique from a practical perspective. I was only able to succeed due to a string of many opportunities. If I had to do it all again, I'm not confident that I would be able to. As such, it truly is astonishing that someone from a foreign race was able to master the physique to such an advanced level, Nia Pan replied with a wry smile. I was just as astonished as you were when I saw him unleash the holy nirvana physique for the first time. It seems that he really is a man of immense fortune. Alright, that's enough about him. When we go back, I'm planning to go into seclusion to try and ascend to the true devil realm as soon as possible, Bao Hua said with a serious expression. Alright, we'll let Yuan Yen take care of everything during our seclusion. Among the two of us, I think you have better chances of ascension. You suffered a major ordeal, but you've emerged on the other side even more powerful than you had been in the past, and you've even attained a spirit domain, which I'm sure will increase your chances of success, Nia Pan said with a hint of envy in his voice. Hee, I certainly hope so. I'll be taking my leave now, brother Nia Pan, Bao Hua chuckled in response, and the lotus flower gently ejected Nia Pan at her behest before its petals quickly closed, and it flew away as a golden projection. Nia Pan heaved a faint sigh before departing toward another direction as a streak of golden light, and thus, peace and quiet returned to the canyon. A month later, Han El was seated beside a tall maple on a small hill, and Daoist Shui suddenly asked, fellow Daoist Han, did you already notice the 2 devilish grand ascension stage beings that had been following us? Han Li was rather taken aback by this question. As a faux immortal puppet, Daoist Xia possessed a certain level of spiritual nature, but he very rarely initiated conversations. Of course I did, and one of them is an acquaintance whom I've interacted with on multiple past occasions. However, they didn't get in my way, so there was no need for me to acknowledge them. I see, Daoist Xia replied with a nod before falling silent again. A contemplative look appeared in Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and he said, "If I recall correctly, Ma Liang referred to you as an immortal puppet, rather than a faux immortal puppet, is that correct? Have you been hiding some things from me?" "I'm not sure if what he said was accurate, and I've never hidden anything from you," Daoist Xia replied in an expressionless manner. "I find that very hard to believe," Han Li said as his brows furrowed slightly. "There is a restriction planted on my body, and I'm only able to access a part of my memories. Only after you gather all of the materials I requested will I be able to access all of my memories and give you more information," Daoist Xia explained. "Alright, you've been a great ally of mine for a long time, so I'll believe you, but please tell me the truth once I gather all of the materials," Han Li said. Daoist Xia nodded in response before falling still again. Han Li cast his gaze toward the distance, then suddenly flipped a hand over to summon a silver scale. A message that was different from the previous one appeared on the surface of the scale, and Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he read the message. "So the envoy of the True Dragon Island will meet me in this realm within a week of activating the scale. Why didn't they make this clear from the very beginning instead of separating the message into sections? Come to think of it, it's about time that the envoy arrived," Han Li murmured to himself. Right at this moment, a pleasant voice suddenly rang out nearby. "That's because our True Dragon race has sent out close to half of all of its members to welcome the guests that are attending the Dao Fruit Convention." Immediately thereafter, spatial fluctuations erupted overhead, and a green five-clawed dragon appeared before transforming into a fair-skinned green-robed woman with a short horn on her head. Han Li faltered slightly at the sight of the woman. "Fairy Tian, could it be that you're the envoy assigned to meet me? Are you disappointed to see me here, Brother Han?" Tian Feier asked with a faint smile. Hee, of course not, it's just that you had told me that you're one of the overseers of the Dao Fruit Convention, so I didn't think that you would be greeting guests in person, Han Li replied as he cupped his fist in a salute. "Us overseers are just glorified attendants. Our True Dragon race has always had a very small population, so all of the overseers have overlapping envoy duties as well," Tian Feier replied as she pursed her lips. Immediately thereafter, she made her way over to Han Li before appraising him with an intrigued expression. "What is it, Fairy Tian? Are you suspicious that I'm an imposter?" Han Li asked with a perplexed expression. "No, it's just that your powers don't seem to have increased by much, so I'm wondering how you were able to kill that true immortal. By the way, many powerful beings have already been made aware that you may possess true soul pills, so some of them may target you for that reason," Tian Feier replied with a smile. "I didn't think that news of this would spread so quickly. Unfortunately for them, I've already taken one of the true soul pills and sold the rest to several other Grand Ascension stage beings of our spirit realm," Han Li chuckled in response. "You may be able to fool the average cultivator with such an alibi, but I'm not sure it'll work on the powerful beings attending the convention," Tian Feier said with a hint of a smile. "It's up to them whether they believe me or not. If some of them dare to try and target me, then I'll make sure they're taught a good lesson," Han Li replied with a nonchalant smile. Tian Feier's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, but her smile then immediately returned as she said, "Hee, it looks like you're already well equipped to deal with the situation. By the way, Elder Jean of our True Dragon race has heard about the true soul pills, and he would like to meet you in private." Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. "Elder Jean? Are you referring to the Golden Dragon Grand Elder who's renowned to be the most powerful being of your race?" "There's no need to be concerned, fellow Daoist. The Dao Fruit Convention has always been a good opportunity for powerful beings to exchange treasures, Elder Jean is very interested in the True Soul pills, but he's not going to force a transaction. If you don't want to trade your remaining True Soul pills, then you don't have to, Tian Feier said. That's very generous of Elder Jean. Unfortunately, these True Soul pills are extremely important for my ascension tribulation, so even if I have some in reserve, I have no intention of trading them, Hanli said with a shake of his head. Tian Feier seemed to have already anticipated this response, and she said, "Don't be so quick to refuse, Brother Han. Elder Jean asked me to tell you that what he's offering for exchange is even more valuable than True Soul pills when it comes to ascension tribulations. As you know, us true dragons are different from normal living beings, and we're not that interested in ascending to the true immortal realm. As such, some extremely precious items to other powerful beings are next to useless for us." "Oh. In that case, I'm certainly open to hearing what Elder Jean has to offer. How about this? I'll make a decision about whether I want to visit Elder Jean once I arrive on the True Dragon Island," Hanli decided after some hesitation. "I'm sure you won't regret agreeing to meet with Elder Jean, Brother Han. Also, if the trade takes place, word will spread that you've offloaded your True Soul pills to our True Dragon race, and no other powerful beings will harass you then," Tian Feier said with a smile. "Hee, that does sound like an appealing arrangement," Hanli chuckled. Having said all that needed to be said about the True Soul pills, Tian Feier changed the subject. "Alright, it's about time that we set off. The True Dragon Island isn't far away from the Mo realm, but it'll take quite some time to get there." Hanli naturally had no objections to this and immediately nodded in agreement. Thus, Tian Feier waved a hand upward. A white flying carriage drawn by several red beasts flew out of an ordinary-looking cloud at her behest. The carriage was over 100 feet in length, and it was as pristine white as jade with all types of beautiful patterns engraved on its surface. The 4 beasts drawing the carriage were horse-dragon hybrid creatures with dragon horns on their heads and glowing crimson scales all over their bodies. These are Draco horses that are unique to our True Dragon Island. They're not exceptional in battle, but they're extremely strong and possess astonishing stamina, able to run for several months straight without sustenance without any dip in performance, Tian Feier introduced. "That's very interesting. I've seen some so-called dragon horses in the past, but they can't even begin to compare with these Draco horses. Are these creatures sold on your island by any chance?" Hanli asked in an intrigued manner. "Hee, of course these low-grade spirit beasts are sold on our island. However, due to some special reasons, these spirit beasts can only maintain their unique desirable qualities on our True Dragon Island. Outside of the island, their bloodline will become thinner and thinner, and in the end, they'll become no different from dragon horses," Tian Feier replied. "That's quite a pity," Hanli said as a hint of disappointment appeared in his eyes. "If these Draco horses could be bred on a large scale, then they would definitely be able to significantly benefit the human race." "Hee, there's no need to be too dejected, Brother Han. There are far better things on our True Dragon Island than these Draco horses, and I'm sure you'll find other things appealing to you," Tian Feier chuckled before flying up toward the carriage in the sky. "In that case, it sounds like it'll be worth the trip even if I don't obtain a vast spirit Dao fruit," Hanli said as he also flew up toward the carriage. Moments later, the 4 Draco horses galloped into the distance with the flying carriage in tow. The carriage was traveling in an extremely stable manner, as if it were on flat land, and Hanli was quite surprised by this as he looked down at this ordinary-looking carriage. Tian Feier immediately noticed his intrigued expression, and she smiled as she explained, "This wind spirit carriage is constructed from a type of spirit copper that's also unique to our True Dragon Island. Not only is this material over 100 times lighter than normal spirit metals, wind attribute spiritual power can be injected into it, so it's quite a remarkable material. I really am looking forward to getting to the True Dragon Island now," Hanli replied with a smile. "In that case, why don't we get there sooner? Tian Feier said as she made a hand seal before casting a string of incantation seals into the bodies of the 4 Draco horses. As a result, bright red light radiated from the Draco horses, and they swelled drastically in size as thick fangs appeared in their mouths, while their eyes took on a crimson-golden color. Following their transformation, the speed of the 4 beasts increased by over 2-fold, and they flew through the air as a long streak of red light with the flying carriage behind them. Several months later, Hanli emerged from a giant hall suspended in a boundless starry sky alongside Tian Feier and arrived on a plaza outside. There was a giant green moon up above that concealed virtually the entire sky. Actually, it was more accurate to refer to this as a gargantuan semi-spherical island that was entirely enshrouded under a green light barrier, and there were some buildings that were visible on the island. So this is the true Dragon Island. It's about the same as what I expected, Hanli murmured to himself. Our true Dragon Island wasn't always like this. What you see here is a product of the tireless efforts of many generations of our forefathers. Alright, seeing as your invitation token has already been examined, you'll be able to roam the island as you please during the Dao Fruit Convention, but make sure to stay away from the restricted areas I outlined earlier. I have some overseer duties that I need to attend to, so this is where we'll part ways, Tian Feier said. Thank you for bringing me all the way here, Fairy Tian. Go ahead and do whatever it is you need to do, Hanli replied with a nod. Instead of immediately departing, a hint of a smile appeared on Tian Feier's face, and she asked, "Before I leave, isn't there anything you want to say to me?" "Oh. Is there something I'm supposed to say to you?" Hanli asked as he raised an eyebrow. Looks like I'll have to raise the matter myself then. I made a promise to you in the past, and I'm delivering on it now. As for whether you'll be able to obtain the vast spirit Dao fruit, that'll be up to you, Tian Feier said with a roll of her eyes, then released a white jade slip out of her sleeve. Hanli's eyes lit up as he drew the jade slip into his own grasp, and a smile appeared on his face as he said, "Hee, you have my thanks, Fairy Tian. Alright, the favor I owe you has been repaid, I'll be taking my leave now." Tian Feier extended a parting salute before departing. Following her departure, Hanli stowed the jade slip away before heading toward a white teleportation formation situated on a corner of the plaza. The formation was completely unattended, but as soon as Hanli strode into it, a stone plaque that was around 10 feet tall emerged from the ground with an ovular indentation on its surface. Hanli swept a sleeve through the air, and a streak of silver light shot forth before fitting into the indentation in a flash. That was none other than the silver scale given to him by Fan Paozi. As soon as the object entered the indentation, a burst of energy fluctuations erupted forth, and the teleportation formation shuddered as it began to release wisps of white light amid a faint buzzing sound. Hanli raised a hand to draw the silver scale back up his sleeve, and only then did countless runes surge out of the teleportation formation, following which he abruptly vanished on the spot. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.